So they also have it in the agenda.
Have crash test standards and seatbelts, and so it works fine.
Absolutely my disappearing.
But if you didn't have those rules, competition in
Okay.
cars would be
Consider this, I am advocating
Hi everyone, let's get started.
for what it's about.
So, good morning from Chicago as we start the second day of the Stigler Conference. As I announced yesterday briefly, this year we have something new, which are online polls where people can participate. So I'll ask you, please take a picture of this QR code if you're in the room and have some questions about yesterday's events very quickly. And if you're online, we're also going to post the poll on the YouTube chat, and then we're also going to have it on Twitter. So take 2 minutes and give your views on what happened yesterday. I think we wanna hear your voice. You should do it too. While people are answering, I'll start by introducing our speakers then. So, to my left, we have Elettra Bietti, who is an assistant professor of law and computer sciences within the School of Law and the Curie College of Computer Sciences at Northwestern University. She's also a faculty associate with the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard University and affiliate fellow of the Information Society Project at Yale Law School. Then, to the left of Elettra, we have Fiona Scott Morton, who is the Theodore Nirenberg Professor of Economics at Yale Law School of Management. And she's also the founder and director of the Thurman Arnold Project at Yale, a vehicle that promotes antitrust programming and policy to Yale students, among many other also qualifications. And finally, at the end of the panel, we have Maria Luisa Stasi, who leads the law and policy activities on digital markets at Article 19, which is one of the leading civil society organizations engaged in digital policy in Europe. And she also just completed her PhD in law at the University of Tilburg. So the way that we structured this panel, we have a lot to cover, is that first, Fiona is going to very briefly explain the DMA for those in the room. And if you're doing antitrust and you don't know what the DMA is, you should know what the DMA is. But anyway, we thought it would be a good way to level the playing field by having some quick remarks. Then we'll go through opening remarks in the order of Elettra, Isa, and then Fiona, and then we'll engage in the Q&A. And I will hope to open early for Q&A with everyone here. We have a great audience. So Fiona, I'll let you start quickly on giving an overview.
Okay. Thank you, Filippo. It's a great pleasure to be here. This is the cartoon simplifying the DMA. You see the gatekeepers listed down the side on the left in different colors. And then what the law does is it identifies things called core platform services. And these are the types of core platform services that the law enumerates. They're pretty self-explanatory except for intermediation. Intermediation has 3 different things in it. One is app stores, which are represented there by Google Play and Apple's App Store. Those are the only 2 app stores. Then there's e-commerce, and that's Meta's Marketplace, Amazon's Marketplace, and Google Shopping. And then Google Maps is a bit of a just on its own in there. So those are 3 different kinds of intermediation, but otherwise we have social networks. Interestingly, TikTok's in social networks and not in video sharing. There's video sharing, there's search. Only one entity in each of those. There's messaging. Apple's iMessage was determined to be too small or not have enough business users. So that's why it's just the Meta messaging. Then there's advertising. Google, of course, on the open web. Amazon and Meta on their own sites. 2 browsers. And then 3 operating systems, of which really 2 are of great interest, which are the mobile operating systems. So those are all the core platform services, and the way to think about the DMA is there are 22 rules. You can put the rules across the top, put the core platform services down the side, and every core platform service has to obey each of the 22 rules, okay? What's interesting about that is that the 22 rules are clearly, when you look at them, written for certain platforms. Like, you must allow a competing app store is a rule for a mobile operating system. It's not a rule for a search engine or mapping. But yet, the search engines and the maps have to comply with it. So every platform must comply with all 22 rules. And it's hard to write rules that don't have unintended consequences in the off-diagonal spots, so to speak. But I think they've done a pretty good job about that. I mean, we could debate it, but I think that's the live issue. So these are the rules, as you see them on this slide. Let me just get them so that I can see them on my slide. Okay, we have here a number of types of rules. I think the data-related ones, some of these duplicate the DMA because the DMA wasn't being enforced because the Irish Data Protection Authority is captured by the firms that are located in that jurisdiction. So there's some duplication there, but interestingly, data portability is mandated, and it has to be real time so that you can get your data out of a platform, your personal data, in real time. Commercial relations is a very important one. Here we have a ban on MFN clauses, a ban on platforms prohibiting app developers from steering, a reader rule. That means that every app developer is permitted to distribute an app that's empty through the App Store and let you fill it with content that you buy somewhere else. Gag clauses are the things that prohibit an app developer from telling you that the content is available somewhere else for less, for example. Mobile ecosystems is important because here is where we have the requirement to have third-party app stores and side loading. Interoperability is also extremely important. 6.7 is the rule that says that one of the a core platform service must allow rivals providing software or hardware access to the very same APIs that they themselves use. So think about Apple Music in competition with Spotify. The attributes, the APIs that Apple Music is linking to have to be available to Spotify in the same way, or think about a wearable like a watch. Okay, same APIs must be available for no charge. The last thing I'll say is transparency. The ad tech stack is really not addressed much by the DMA except transparency. So everyone's going to be able to get tools, and the publishers and the brands are going to be able to have tools that allow them to verify that they're being charged the monopoly price and given the monopoly quality, but not much else besides notice that. So that's a quick overview of what the DMA does, and we'll just leave this up while we're chatting.
Yeah, that's. And sorry, I started in automatic mode, and I forgot to say that Nicolas Petit was also supposed to be here, and unfortunately he couldn't make it. He couldn't travel, so we're very sorry to miss him. I'm going to do my best during my moderation to try to impersonate him and try to push you more on what exactly innovation is trying to deliver on the DMA. So we're sorry that Nicolas they're not here. No, he's listening to us online. So let's start. Elettra, you have the first short remarks, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Yes.
How do you see innovation in the DMA?
Great. So I have other slides, but then we can come back to those very helpful slides. So I guess thanks. Well, first I want to say thank you so much, Filippo and Luigi, for inviting me and for organizing this great conference every year. It is such a pleasure to be here. I am happy to follow Fiona because I don't have to go through the pillar and what the DMA is, and I can just jump to what I want to talk about, which is a few kind of attempts at situating the DMA historically and conceptually in the moment that we are currently in. I'm going to try and move slides. Okay, so shameless self-promotion. I recently wrote a paper about pro-competitive regulation aimed at a US legal audience, but broadly this paper was about the DMA secretly. And I am going to take 3 points from that paper, and I think these will be helpful to our conversation today. So the first thing to say is how does the DMA fit within a broader kind of historical arc of the evolution of efforts, regulatory efforts in digital markets? So many of you in this room will know that in the last 30 years, we've moved from a decentralized internet of networks to a more centralized internet of platforms. With this evolution, we've seen renewed calls for legal regulatory renovation and intervention. And so we can understand the emergence of regulatory instruments like the Digital Markets Act and like other regulatory frameworks like the Digital Services Act or the AI Act in Europe. But also we can understand the existing anti-monopoly movement in the United States as part of this evolution over the last 30 years. So this is just a sort of framework that, a diagram that illustrates this particular evolution in the case of Google. I'm not going to go through all of the details here, but we might discuss Google in more detail later. Suffice to say that early on, Google was broadly unregulated. There have been a few attempts at accounting for Google's market power. The DoubleClick merger was examined by the FTC in 2007 and was cleared. One interesting aspect of that, of the statements of commissioners in that case, was the reluctance of antitrust officials to scrutinize privacy-sensitive aspects, right? And to basically say, we are only concerned with competition, we are not concerned with privacy harms, and so we're not going to look at this merger between a huge ad tech player and a huge search engine. And we're not really gonna consider the effects on consumers that this merger might entail down the line. So that's just an example. There's obviously been a Google search case that was started in the 2010s, but never went to court. And obviously today we have a very different situation with many, many cases in ad tech and search markets against Google. And in Europe, we have the Digital Markets Act, the Digital Services Act, the Data Governance Act, GDPR, and a variety of other regulatory instruments. So this is how we can understand the evolution historically. Now, moving to a more conceptual question, how do we understand what DMA is doing in digital markets? I think it can be helpful to sort of map the DMA in this chart. So the chart has two axes. The first, the x-axis goes from decentralizing to centralizing interventions in markets. So you can understand decentralizing efforts as efforts to diffuse market power, to create or enable a plurality of actors to compete on the market. And centralizing efforts instead are more concerned with regulating incumbents, making bottlenecks more accountable. And the y-axis goes from ex-ante to ex-post efforts, and obviously these distinctions are normative and contested, so I'm just positing those distinctions as part of this exercise of mapping what's going on. Ex-ante efforts being structural, more long-lasting efforts that aim at regulating, governing, structuring markets in a more durable way, ex-post efforts being attempts at addressing harm in ad hoc ways once the harm has manifested in markets, right? So the textbook understanding of antitrust law tends to place antitrust in the decentralizing ex-post quadrant. When I say tends to, I agree that there are lots of people, including scholars, policymakers, who would contest that antitrust actually falls within the decentralizing ex-post side of this quadrant. But there is a tendency to see antitrust as a decentralizing ex-post tool that is court enforced, that is case by case, and that relies on remedies that will be imposed on specific firms and not a market as a whole. On the other hand, if you think about utility, traditional public utility regulation, there is a tendency to understand public utility regulation as having a centralizing effect on markets, as somehow taking incumbents and bottlenecks for granted, or as entities that will remain where they are, and therefore imposing certain public interest requirements and burdens on these actors, entry-exit barriers, fairness, non-discrimination obligations, and other price controls. So what is going on right now? We are moving both from the antitrust perspective and the regulatory perspective toward the decentralizing ex-ante side of the frame. So we are seeing efforts like the Digital Markets Act, which focus on contestability and fairness, which seek to regulate digital markets in a structural way, seek to impose obligations on big tech firms, bottlenecks, right? We could call big tech firms bottlenecks, so as to enable more competition, so as to enable a variety of different actors to compete with these big tech firms on a variety of different market segments, right? So that's what the DMA is aiming to do. But what's interesting to me for a US audience is that I think we could interpret a lot of what's going on in the antitrust space as also an attempt to move antitrust towards a more structural approach to enforcement. So thinking more preemptively about the effect of antitrust remedies, antitrust enforcement on longer term, the longer term kind of livelihood of digital markets. One last thing I want to say before I pass the mic on is, so the third, I think, learning point takeaway from this recent work I've done on pro-competitive regulation is what can we learn about the limits of regulatory instruments like the Digital Markets Act. And I have a lot to say, and I think we can talk about this more later, but I think one of the fundamental limits of the Digital Markets Act is a faith in individual preferences, choices, the ability to switch, and a faith in the ability of markets, of competitive markets, to actually produce the types of digital goods that we want to see in our future, right? So we are relying on the goodwill of nice Silicon Valley entrepreneurs and perhaps European entrepreneurs to create the kinds of search engines, the kinds of marketplaces, the kinds of apps that we really want in our future. I'm not sure that that's, necessarily optimistic. I am not so faithful in the goodwill of those market actors, and I actually believe that the vision of innovation that we should push for is thinking more about what kinds of goods we want, what kinds of search engines, what kinds of social media companies, etc. I'll leave it here.
Thank you very much. Maria Luisa, you have the floor next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think I could spend my entire preliminary remarks on your last 2 points, Electra, but I'll take it for the discussions. Let me start by thanking Filippo and the organizer for inviting me. And let me say out loud that I'm delighted to be here for a specific reason, apart from the fact that this is a very inspiring conversation. The reason is that I'm a competition lawyer by background, I'm a competition scholar, but I work for a free speech organization, so for a human rights organization. And the majority of the times that there are political economy discussions or competition discussions, human rights organizations are not necessarily a voice in this debate. So it is a delight to be included in these discussions. And I have to say that on this perspective, I think that in the European Union, as well as in the US, we've gone a long way already. A few years ago, that was pretty much unthinkable. But the reality is, when I try in my daily job to protect or suggest measures to protect free expression and media freedom or media plurality online, what I do, I look at the behavior of the big platforms that dominate this space. And many of these behaviors and many of these business models are actually within the scope of the Digital Markets Act. So there you go, 1 + 1, 2, you know. I think it's a very good signal that this is increasingly recognized. And I think it's also a good signal that at this conference today, it's not going to be only me. I've seen from the program that it's going to be a colleague from Electronic Frontier Foundation speaking. So I think this is a message per se, and I endorse this message, obviously. The DMA and innovation, I think. That was the title of these discussions. It's indeed a pity that Nicola cannot be with us. I know he has quite some ideas about what kind of innovation in the DMA we can expect from the DMA. I am delighted that Elettra, you already said, you know, maybe we need good innovation, and is the DMA enough? My 2 cents on this, I do believe that the DMA, although it doesn't qualify explicitly what kind of innovation, you use the term innovation every now and then, but it doesn't say which kind of innovation, yet it gives some quite straightforward and clear hints and indications for 2 reasons. One, we can get indication from the text of the DMA, and another one from the fact that it doesn't happen in a vacuum, but there is an entire architecture. So let's look at the text of the DMA. There are here and there a number of indications, I would say, that the kind of innovation the DMA is trying to promote is an innovation that disrupts the gatekeeper value chains rather than sustain the gatekeeper value chain. There are a number of recitals that usually explain the meaning of the different articles, and one that I want to point at is recital 72 that talks about, make reference to the business model of the gatekeeper when it comes to data collection and data processing, and it says, you know, we need to avoid that deprofiling becomes the industry standards. And it explains that the DMA provisions, in this case, recital 72 refers to transparency provisions that Fiona mentioned, should allow other undertakings to come into the market and bring in different value propositions. So as you can see, there are here and there. This is one example. There are other examples. They hint at other undertakings, different value propositions. So I do argue that this is not the kind of innovation that sustains the actual value chain, but challenges the actual the existing value chain. Another point, as I mentioned, the DMA doesn't happen in a vacuum. We have the treaties that point specifically at the single market, the internal market, as one of the main objectives of the entire exercise, the entire EU architecture and dream and vision. And we don't need to go farther than Article 3 of the Treaty of the European Union to say the goal is highly competitive social market economy. So this is what we're aiming at, and this is what the DMA, which is based on Article 114 of the treaties, which is the internal market provision. So the main goal is to look at the internal market and help to build this internal market. This is the declaration. Now I want to bring in another instrument that I'm not sure everybody's going to be familiar with, but in December 2022, the presidents of the Commission, the European Parliament, and the European Council, they signed a declaration on digital rights and principles for the digital decade. Now, it's not a binding exercise, far from that, but it gives some hints on what are the values and principles that the 3 institutions they need to sort of implement and look at when we talk about the digital markets and premise. And if we look at this document, there are very clear indications, and I'm quoting. So it says, the key points are putting people at the center of the digital transformation, point 7. Another one is we need a model for digital transformation that strengthens the human dimension of the digital ecosystems with the internal market at its core. And then there is a specific reference to research and innovation, and it says special attention should be given to the small and medium enterprises and startups. So I do recall this is not a binding instrument, but it's a declaration of principles and values, so it gives their direction. So what we have is we need to contribute to the social market economy, we need to put people at the center, empower people, and that's what you have hinted at, and I think it's going to be a nice discussion afterwards. Respect the fundamental rights and values of the EU treaties. And then come especially for SMEs and startups. So this is not about, I think all this gives an indication about plurality and diversity in value propositions, demand-driven innovation. I do close, and then I have, I'm going to bring a little bit more discussions and meat to this user empowerment argument that I've briefly raised. I want to close by saying I do believe that in Europe, well, in general, but especially in Europe, in the internal digital market, we have an innovation gap to be filled. And the innovation gap has been consistently created by the behaviors of the gatekeepers. We can look at many, many examples. I just mentioned a few that everybody's going to be familiar with. So WhatsApp in 2012, 2013, 2014 was a serious competitive threat. It was supposed to be, or it could have been, the first mobile-only social media network. It has been brought by Facebook. How many changes have we seen in the WhatsApp service in a decade? Well, you know, they've changed their privacy conditions, and this has meant that many, many people, they've shifted to Signal overnight, collapsing the server, by the way, but you know. So this is the kind of innovation we've seen, no more than that. There were possibilities for Twitter users to add some plugins and set timers. My time is over. There is not this possibility anymore. I don't know what the counterfactual would have looked like. We had discussed this yesterday a lot. What I do know is why we didn't get there, and the response is always the same. We didn't get there because someone took this possibility off the table by buying the possible threats or by changing the IPA in a way that could have not allowed this innovation anymore. So yeah, this is the scenario we'll look at. Happy to discuss afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fiona, you're next.
Okay, I think I have slides. Thank you, Rachel. I changed them and Rachel is rescuing me. I'll just start by saying I want to build on these, actually both of these ideas about the ex-ante nature of the regulation and the desire for more plurality and diversity, and the desire to get that plurality and diversity by encouraging innovation on the other side of the platform, the business user side of the platform. And when the platform takes all the rents, what you end up with is not insufficient incentive on the part of the business user to innovate. And moreover, when the platform is concerned that the business user might innovate in a way that will eventually become a threat to the platform itself, then the platform has strong incentives to control exactly what the business user is doing. Okay, so how are we doing on getting up my deck?
The updated one won't.
Just use the old one. That's fine. That's fine. Doesn't matter. So I wanted to also to tie this discussion back to what I talked about yesterday, which is the idea of competition in the market. And when we have new economy markets and we have very strong network effects and economies of scale, we really aren't going to tend to get this. There are not going to be 10 search engines going at once. Instead, we have competition for the market, who's going to become the monopoly search engine. But competition for the market is actually very inefficient. Why? Because we need to have it with some regularity, and the timing of the new monopolist is uncertain. The switching costs of the consumers have to be borne by the consumers. They all need to switch together, and the coordination cost is difficult. Moreover, an entrenched platform can easily defeat competition for the market because they can acquire nascent and potential competitors. They can make strategic choices over interoperability. They can guide the innovation of the complements on the platform and so forth. Policing competition for the market with limited resources is basically impossible. And we're going to get this once-in-a-generation shift after an expensive, contentious, and late antitrust case, as we saw yesterday. So what the DMA tries to do is set up markets in a way to achieve competition in the market. And how does that work? Well, you you make an interface and you create a right to that interface for the business user. And the right to that interface achieves two things. One, you can invest, knowing you won't be cut off. And two, you will not be, you know that you won't be discriminated against. So this idea, the idea of this interface is that it's going to fix the lack of innovation by both gatekeepers, because it's going to put a little bit more competitive pressure on them, so they might have to improve things every so often. And then importantly by the business users themselves, because it addresses their fears about future expropriation. So the business user can not only innovate and grow, but then, as I said, possibly create competition for the platform itself at a future time. That interface shouldn't unduly constrain innovation by these parties if you've designed it correctly. So why might that be true? Well, you don't restrict how the platform writes its code or what it does underneath the interface, and you don't restrict what the business user does on top of the interface, and they can morph themselves into another core platform service, for example. The second goal of the DMA is fairness on top of contestability. Network effects means that much of the pie goes to the gatekeeper, and the users, for example, of Facebook would get just as much utility out of another social network if they could all move there together. They care about each other. They don't really care about the exact format of the graphical user interface. So let's say they keep 97% of the surplus if they move to a rival to Facebook altogether. But because they have a coordination problem, they can't do that, so Facebook takes 97% of the surplus. So what this law is trying to do is create different outside options for business users so that they have better methods, better outside options, and therefore better bargaining power with respect to the gatekeeper. And some of those methods are, for example, giving the business user a way to disintermediate the gatekeeper entirely so that they get access to the network effects without giving up the rents. And this, again, feeds back into the innovation issue that I talked about above. There's a couple of aspects of the DMA that I want to just close with, which are not about innovation so much, but about the practicality, which I think for Americans we immediately think of. How are the almost unlimited resources of the gatekeeper going to be prevented from delaying this for just years and years with process? Look at the GDPR, for example. One answer is gatekeepers are defined by size, so there's no litigation over whether somebody has market power, over whether it's a two-sided market, or any of those other issues. The asymmetric information of the gatekeepers and their ability to get around a regulation is dealt with by requiring that the law says you have to achieve contestability and fairness, and more or less, we don't care much how you do it. So you're responsible for designing your access solution. It has to be effective for the business user to get on and have their third-party app store. So the technical aspects of how you design that third-party app store are not really covered in the law. The burden of showing that the third-party app store, or whatever it might be, is achieving contestability and fairness lies with the gatekeeper. Once a year, they have to turn in a compliance report saying, here's what I did, and here's why it achieves contestability and fairness. You might say the pace of technological change is fast, so the DMA could be out of date quickly. I'll say that it has a couple of provisions in it that allow it to self-update, and we might come back to that. And you might further say, well, if you try to regulate something too early, you'll be wrong in the way you do it. These 22 rules might be wrong. The core platform services that are covered here are pretty old. I mean, Google search has been basically the same. Well, it's gotten worse, but otherwise it's been basically the same for 15 years. Mobile operating systems are the same. E-commerce is the same. We're not dealing with issues here that are somehow breaking. So I think that whole setup makes me feel cautiously optimistic about the possibility that this will work, and whether it will stimulate the right kind of innovation really does depend on the business users. I don't think it depends on goodwill of business users. I think it depends on profit of business users, because once you have access to consumers, which you get by right through your interface, you can then make money. So then you want to come in and have a business. But it's necessary for the business users to turn up, because remember, the compliance is effective. It has to be effective. Well, who knows whether it's effective? Only the business user. The law does not say, do these 17 things in your code. It says, make it effective. So if there's no business user, you can't figure out whether it's effective or not. So the law is not going to actually do anything unless the business users turn up.
Thank you. Ahead of time, 1 minute ahead of time. That's perfect. So that's great. This is all very enlightening. So let's start by starting on a topic that all of you mentioned, which is what type of innovation exactly the DMA is trying to promote, right? Do you all agree that there's a focus on this like just increasing rivalry and a focus on business-to-business innovation, business users? Are consumers as part of the innovation chain forgotten in the DMA, and why is this not a loss for the innovation ecosystem overall? So I don't know who.
Should I? Okay. I do believe that. So you ended up by saying we can have all this architecture, but if business users they don't show up, then we're not going to go anywhere. And I've had a lot of conversations with the regulators when I was discussing how we can stretch a couple of obligations in the DMA, making a number of things possible. For example, as civil society, we've been advocating all along the negotiation for a stronger degree of interoperability, not only for instant messaging, but also for other key services in the social media networks, et cetera, many times the pushback has been there is no demand. Users, they don't want this. Otherwise, they would have said so. And my reflection is, how can I say so if I have no possibilities, nowhere else to go, if I have no choice? If there is no choice in the market, you're not going to know from the outside what do I want or what do I don't want. And I do believe that this passive condition is something that has been very artificially and professionally created along the past like 10, 15 years. So users have been made passive on purpose. But I do believe that the demand is there. And one of the signals that we have pretty clear, although we do need more evidence, and by all means the researcher community should and could help on that, is that when a little bit of innovation has been brought into the table, there has been quite a pickup. But then, changes in the IPA or a lot of mergers, they have just flattened the environment again. So I do believe that this architecture, this full list of obligations could be and should be interpreted holistically as a way to enable business cases because the demand is there. I am generally convinced the demand is there. Now, this is linked to the enforcement of the rules, which has also been mentioned, and the fact that the gatekeeper, they need to show that they've been compliant and they have effectively implemented some of the rules. Like now, the key point, which we are discussing a lot in Europe, is what are the benchmarks for this compliance? When this compliance is effective? When we can say it has led to contestability and fairness. If we want to focus and keep focusing on the demand, then I would say in the assessment, we need to look at the end users, much more than I see happening in the current discussion. Do surveys, do A/B testing, make them, encourage them, and especially the regulators, go and talk with end users, organizations, with civil society. Do not stop at what the gatekeepers tell.
But I think the problem is the end users don't have much to say till the business user comes in. So I 100% agree with you, but it's a bit like step 2. Right? Step 1, get some businesses in there. Step 2, ask the consumers how they like it.
Or maybe we can agree on a step 1, which is complex and has 2 layers. Bring the business users in, but make sure that they comply with what the demand is asking.
So Fiona, do you agree with this business-to-business preference, and you think there's not a laws in kind of like not having consumers that much place into the discussion?
Well, let me say there's a companion piece of legislation called the Digital Services Act, and the quick way to think about that for this group is it's the quality provision. So it says you cannot provide a bad quality product. Like you cannot put a car on the market with no brakes and no airbags, okay? And the reason that that's important is if you're going to engender competition, you need that competition to not be a race to the bottom to a car with no brakes. So you include some rules about what social media can do and what digital things can be online that are safe, and then you try to unleash the competition.
What do you think?
Yeah, so I think, what the question was, what is the vision of innovation that is embedded in the DMA? I think there's a vision of innovation, and there's also a vision of innovation that is not embedded in the DMA, which I think is the interesting part to discuss. So I do believe, and I think I agree with Fiona's general view on the DMA that, the aim is to create more innovation in tech markets that are highly concentrated. And it's true, it seems extremely correct to me that what has happened over the last over the last decade is further consolidation and not that much innovation around these bottlenecks, right? So if you allow the internet to consolidate around a few platforms, those platforms will unlikely want to let other actors and competitors enter the market and challenge them. And so what the DMA is doing is it's creating the possibility for these challenges, and I believe that that's a really important thing. What the DMA isn't doing, so first of all, it isn't necessarily making it easy for platforms to create, for entrepreneurs to create new platforms, right? And so there's this kind of competition for, or in the market, the competition for the platform economy has potentially become less easy to access, right? Because now there's
it wasn't happening. That would be my
Right.
argument before. So
Yeah, exactly. But if one kind of has this rosy picture of an economy that is dynamic, that changes, potentially Google one day will become obsolete, some other company will emerge. What happens under a DMA is that every gatekeeper is, liable or has to comply with a bunch of obligations. The European Commission will monitor the compliance with these obligations, and so it becomes a regulated industry.
Although, I do think it's a reasonable thing to say that a business user on top of that regulated platform could turn itself into a new platform. And that thing is not regulated, right? Because until it gets to a big size, there's no rules. So,
Yeah,
in that way, maybe it does make it easier to enter.
Yeah, so I think the size thresholds are useful because it's true that companies have to achieve a certain size before they get regulated. And so in that sense, one could say there is still a possibility to create new platforms. But the argument that, Europeans won't want to build platforms because it won't actually be profitable to do so is a potential argument. I'm just voicing that argument. And then the other vision of innovation that the DMA is not advancing is what I was saying before, this idea of perhaps innovation is about deciding what kind of digital economy we want, or what things we need. So it's not just about letting market actors operate in a regulatory vacuum, but it is a normative question of how do we advance an economy that continues to push new good things for consumers, new possibilities that actually will create a more valuable society, right? So if we have more and more innovation, but a society that is less and less, say, happy in welfare terms, then what are we doing with our innovation? Like, what is innovation for, I guess, is my question.
Thank you. So let's try to make this more concrete with two questions, and then we're going to open for Q&A, so start thinking about your questions. So two specific examples, right? So about market structure, and that's me impersonating Nicolas. So Nicolas has a book saying the basic called the Monopolies scenario, where it says that most of the competition that happens in big tech markets is not new entrants challenging big platforms, it's big platforms going from their core services and then entering a new market and challenging the other big platform in another new market. And so let's think about the case of Twitter, right? Elon Musk buys Twitter, changes the platform. Some people like it, some people hate it. Meta sees an opportunity and launches Threads as a direct competitor, right? Try to innovate on this market. It doesn't launch it in Europe because we can discuss whether it's right or not, because it says that the DMA kind of blocks it from leveraging its Instagram network effects into the new Threads market. So you have a clear case of like a new market, a potential new entrant who is innovating that's blocked because the platform cannot do like offensive attack on it. So is this a loss for innovation or not? And isn't it like naive to expect that basically you're always gonna have innovation coming from a small guy and not from this like extension of platform services? Yeah. How do you see that?
I think, so I'll just say my heart is not bleeding for anybody, Europeans who don't get Threads. They'll be fine. But more generally, of course, I think that this is an issue. I would say that focusing on Threads might be a little bit narrow in the sense that the DMA allows, it's much easier for Amazon to start a search engine and get it onto a choice screen, and for, in general, anybody to start shopping and e-commerce and all of the platforms that want to move into each other's spaces are enabled in the same way that any other business user is enabled on the rival platform. So I think there's more loosening up than tightening down. But also, it's very important that the law enables business users, because it's not clear to me how much these large platforms have an incentive to invade each other's territory. All that's going to happen, potentially, is that there's a consequence the other direction, and everybody's happier with some mutual forbearance and generally staying out of each other's markets. So you wouldn't want to build a law that was entirely based on big platforms entering against each other. Let me, I have a specific example just to respond to your question that's app stores, which I think is very helpful and goes to this imagination problem that Maria Louise was talking about. If you don't know what you don't have, it's really hard to ask for it. So Apple says, we all love our app store. What's wrong with it? We thought of it. It's the best that could possibly be. But, I mean, back when we all had Comcast and had to pay $120 a month for really bad television services, were we imagining Disney, Hulu, Netflix, BritBox, Apple TV, all those things? No, we were not. There was not a great outcry about how the TV was bad. I think it's the same with app stores. I mean, if you thought about what developers could do under the DMA, you could have app stores that compete on price, less than 30%, which the gaming industry would like very much. You could have app stores that competed on curation. There's more than 1 million apps in the App Store. I don't want that. I want like a tasteful app store. Could someone please enter with just tasteful apps? Or apps that help me lower my carbon footprint, the scooter or the food delivery or whatever it is that has a lower carbon footprint. Or how about a children's app store that just has really, really safe content? And if you're going to give an iPhone to an 8-year-old, you take off the regular app store and put on the children's app store. Or how about an app store that's more secure? Even Apple's app store has hacks and bad stuff in it. You could have a very security-conscious app store. You could have the Belgian government could put all the apps you need to access government services and rubbish collection and pay your taxes into a store, and that would be easy to find. What about payment innovation? The American Express Platinum Store. Everybody here, I'm sure, would love that. It's going to be an app store where you pay for everything with your American Express card. It has apps for rich people and people who travel. And if there's promotions like buy 2 tickets to the US Open and get a free glass of champagne if you buy it with through the American Express App Store. It'd be fantastic. Newspapers could run a co-op. They could create a store, and instead of charging 30%, they could charge themselves 3% or whatever the cost of the store was, and we could buy subscriptions there, or maybe buy articles one at a time, for example, because there'd be innovation to facilitate new ways of selling news to people. Then there's technological innovation. Epic has been quite vocal about wanting a metaverse, and that's, I don't know that's involved, but there's that kind of direction. So these rules, 6.7 that requires functionality, side loading, MFNs being prohibited, gag orders being prohibited, third-party app stores happening, create a possibility of tremendous innovation that makes our handsets much more useful. I'll just close by saying that the number of apps that users have been downloading onto their handsets over the last few years has been going down. Going down. When you think about how many more opportunities there are to do cool things with your handset and an app, that's going up. Why are downloaded apps going down? Because we can't find what we want, because it's one giant store with all kinds of junk in it, and what they advertise to me is nothing I'm interested in. So it's obviously just a bad distribution channel, and I think if we allow this kind of innovation, it would get better. And
Fiona,
yeah,
can we move?
I will stop.
Yeah.
I'll leave
So,
that up.
I'll ask Isa, and yeah. So, what do you think of threads? Is there laws? Is not a laws? How do you think about this?
So I do believe I'm still trying to figure out where I stand in this specific conversation. But when it comes to so my wonders are, is this very much an innovative move, and is this adding and bringing added value into the markets, and especially so for the people? So what I see is that we have a gatekeeper that at some point has decided to come in and with a new product, in brackets, a new product that is bundled with a product that they already offer on the market, because one of the main points, one of the main difficulties of offering Thread on the European market was that it was tied up with Instagram profiles, and that was not allowed by the DMA anymore. So they had to slow down, stop, think about it, change slightly their business model, and say, okay, if we want to launch it on the European Union market, then we need to sort of untie this from an existing service, because this is what the DMA is not allowing us to do anymore. So I see, when I think about this, I see bundling there, a sort of a leveraging market power from one place to another, and also there is an additional point, which is Thread is thinking to use a protocol that is used now by one of the possible alternative to the traditional social media networks in Europe. So there is an element of free riding as well there, which as I said, I need to sort of make my mind out of it yet, talking possibly with technologies and see what are the pros and cons of this possibility. So I don't think this is the kind of innovation that we really want to see. This is more a business strategy to entrench a power position.
Yeah, I think the challenge that I'll get to is that, like, if you have very strong network effects, the main way to challenge it is you already have network effects on another product, and try to kind of face network effects one against each other, and then you can increase contestability. So how do you see that, Elettra? Do you think that Threads is a loss or not?
No, I completely agree with Maria Luisa. I first of all, I just don't see the value of Threads other than just trying to fill a void of social media dismay at the moment. But so I actually don't understand what Threads is. I was personally annoyed about
Twitter run by Mark Zuckerberg.
Right. But and I was personally annoyed about the fact that I do have an Instagram app on my phone, and that constantly I get these notifications. Your friends want to join Threads, and there's all these ways in which when you want to share a post, it's basically trying to make you post on Threads and like create an account in a very opaque way through dark patterns. So I do believe that this is a situation where a company is using their incumbent market power to force a user base into a new service, and so they're not competing fairly, right? And so if the DMA is operating in that way, I actually welcome that, right? I think Facebook can create an alternative social media app. They just need to get the user base in fair ways like everyone else. They can't rely on their existing Instagram and Facebook user base and just get a critical mass by sheer market power, right? So the DMA is operating according to plan if it prevents Threads from operating in that way in Europe. So I am all for that. I guess, I don't know, you asked us for more examples?
No, I'll move to the next example, then we're going to open for questions. So the other parts that focusing on business to business and not business to consumer relations has consequences for business to consumer relations, right? So let's think about search. So one of the goals of the DMA is to increase contestability by sharing click and query data. But the DMA at the same time tries to prevent self-preferencing in ranking services. And so one of the evolutions of search that we're seeing is that more and more you have universal search results. So you get a search and the results is already shown. And what you see as well is, for example, that more and more companies are just incorporating AI into search. You search something and immediately get the answer through AI. So does the DMA have a preference for like contestable blue links? And is this a loss because it's trying to promote business competition in a way that shapes the evolution of the consumer interface? Or wouldn't you agree with that, and you think that basically like the DMA is not going to have something to say about incorporating your own AI models into search results in a way that consumers seem to want, because that's what companies are doing?
Well, just say it's hard to know what consumers want. I mean, we have one search engine and it gives us things.
Oh, but like
And we
Bing
all
is an
click on the
entrance
first
trying
thing. So, I mean, I don't think you're learning very much from that.
But like I think that, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, yeah, it is hard to know, but it might become a little bit easier if we sort of fully use some entry points that are in the DMA, in the rules of, because the DMA creates a lot of, at least three different regulatory dialogues. One is between DigiComp and the gatekeepers. The other one is between, DigiComp and the business users. And the third one is between DigiComp and the end users, because when the European Commission will come up with a preliminary conclusion on whether the commitments that the gatekeeper will put in place to comply, whether they're sufficient or not, In theory, in practice, they can publish a non-confidential summary of those commitments and gather feedback from the other communities. And one of these communities, the end users. So it's difficult to know upfront what the consumers want, but there is a possibility to gather those feedback. Now, the point is, as an end user, I'm supposed to give feedback on based on a non-confidential summary of what Apple, Microsoft, Google, and so on, they want to do with regard to a specific service. So if there is not enough meat on that public document, how can I give meaningful feedback? And this happens when it's about the preliminary assessment. It happens when it's about assessing the compliance or non-compliance, when it's about figuring out if there are new services that might fall into the list or need to fall into the list of the core platform services or the behaviors that need to be regulated by the DMA. So what I'm trying to say is that in theory, the DMA has created some entry points, but depending on how much information will be given to the other communities that could contribute to an effective implementation of the rules, then we're going to get to completely different results.
I think you have to think about the multiple pieces of the DMA that affect search. So one loophole in the DMA is that it does not say anything about ads. So if you're going to be a search engine that just monetizes the whole first page, you can do what you like. The non-self-preferencing is about organic results. So I'm going to have some organic results that have to be in some order of consumers want them. But if those are on page 2 and the whole first page is monetized, then it's completely open. Now, that entirely monetized first page might therefore not serve users' needs very well because it's being chosen to maximize profit. That's where the choice screen comes in. So there's a choice screen that you'll get if you live in Europe between your Android operating system and Chrome, and between Chrome and the search engine. And if you're an Apple user, it'll be between iOS and Safari, but Safari will come probably with Google search built in for $36 billion or whatever it is. That choice screen then creates the possibility that if somebody invents an AI engine that actually isn't monetized and is giving you something, therefore something you want, rather than something that is enriching somebody else, you might want to use it. And then you could pick and install it. Defaults can be changed very easily according to the DMA, so with a couple of clicks you could switch to the new exciting search engine if that's what you want to do. Will that cause contestability in search engines? Not right away, because quality causes, usage causes quality, which causes more usage, and right now we're in a steady state with Google search. But if there's some kind of technological shock that comes along, there's the possibility that it could be adopted in Europe, whereas in the United States there just really isn't. So that I think it's medium. I would say a thing that might be helpful on ads is the 669 that lets you have your personal data be fed in an automated fashion to somebody else. So perhaps I search on Google Search or on Amazon, and then my personal data, I arrange to have it sent to my ISP and I get a discount off of my internet service at my house, or I get a discount off of a newspaper or something. Essentially, I would sell access to my data instead of just to Google and Amazon. I would get something for it from everybody else, and they would then have the same understanding that I'm shopping for shoes or that I like pizza or whatever it might be. And that would a little bit level this playing field that you were talking about. Instead of a platform being the only one with data and selling valuable ads, there'd be others with that valuable data that could sell ads.
All right. Do you want to say something? Otherwise, we can open for questions as well. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. And I see already one.
I just wanted
Yeah,
to say,
you say something. You can give it to Laura, the mic in the middle.
I don't necessarily want to add anything to what was said. The only, I guess, one kind of puzzle I have is this kind of business to consumer versus business to business. And I can't believe that I'm the one defending the DMA here, but I actually think it's fine to have a regulatory instrument that is primarily concerned with the interests of businesses, right, and business to business relations, and not necessarily doesn't go to consumer protection issues, and there are other ways in which legal systems protect consumers and individuals and citizens that might not have to fall under the DMA. So in that sense, I'm open to that. And I just wanted to say this question of measuring individual choices or individual preferences, or whether individuals are happy about a given search engine versus another search engine. I also want to, not rely so much on individuals and their perceptions in an economy where our perceptions are constructed by intermediaries in significant ways. And and this is very meta potentially for this audience, but taking a step back from, understanding individual preferences in a vacuum and kind of trying to question how our preferences are formed. I was recently at a conference on addictive technologies. We are all embedded in technological ecosystems that shape our behaviors, shape our preferences, shape our choices in pretty pervasive ways. They might not affect our exact preference regarding, whether to have coffee in the morning, but they definitely make it harder for us to opt out from a platform and opt into another platform. And so creating more choices, relying on individuals to switch can be a very slippery slope exercise in my view.
Okay, so we're open to questions. So let's have two questions at a time, and questions are short, so 30 seconds max. So Laura, you start, please.
So this is, I think, mostly a question for you, for Fiona, but certainly open to other people's thoughts. Fiona, you opened with that slide that laid out all these different categories of offerings. And one really important business offering that has absolutely exploded is foundational models. Hundreds of thousands of businesses all over Europe, they are using foundational models to build their own models. And we're seeing many of the same behaviors. The up-and-comers are trying to design interfaces that are very easy to port over from other more established foundational models. And then there are the big guys who aren't. And so I'm curious if you thought about how this structure of thinking about gatekeepers might apply if the category is foundational models.
And let's just get Dennis' question that way.
Great. All this is great and very enlightening. But I think it very much depends on effective enforcement of the DMA. So I will shift slightly the focus there, and I'll be the public choice scholar in the room for a while. So I think that the DMA's architecture seeks very much to expand the discretion enjoyed by the Commission and to limit judicial review, right, to protect again the Commission. But does this come at the expense only of gatekeepers, or does it inadvertently harm the interests of business users, where if they are not happy or if the gatekeeper are not complying, there are very limited avenues for judicial avenues for redress. So public choice scholars come in and say, well, maybe these informal, consensual nature, negotiated outcomes of the DMA, the regulatory dialogue, does this increase the risk of regulatory capture? So that would be my question.
So who wants? Fiona, want to start
the
the
short
foundation?
answer is no. I'm trying to wrap my head around what they're already regulating, and no one seems to understand AI yet, so I'm waiting for that to be done, and then I'll try harder there.
Anyone want to add something on foundational models or no?
I mean, so the DMA is pretty adaptable. The list of gatekeepers, who a gatekeeper is, what falls under the definition of a gatekeeper in a platform service is adaptable in time. And if some of these services start falling under those thresholds, it is possible that they will be, they will be caught by DMA. And then the question is whether, from a normative perspective, it's a good idea to enforce DMA-like obligations on a market that is still very much evolving. And I am not against it in the sense that I believe we're always making choices about what kind of innovation we want and what a new market looks like. And so the question is, how do we structure those new markets in ways that promote the right kinds of foundation models and the right kinds of AI applications?
The trick would be you'd have to open a market investigation, decide AI was in, and then if you add it, is that going to work with all 22 rules, right? Is the matrix going to get messed up somehow? So that would be someone should write a paper about that. But
Isa, do you want to say something about enforcement? So do you think that there's a big risk the commission will be captured or not? And is the lack of judicial redress a problem?
Yeah, I don't have a specific answer to that, but also on the AI, just to give the full picture, the European Commission has recently opened a public consultation on AI and competition, which means they're actually looking at that. So we might get to the conclusion that they want to use the DMA as a possibility, or that they want to use Article 102, or that they want to use merger regulation. I think what we can hope is that they're going to do a very comprehensive market study before they decide, and then this is going to be for public discussion. So we'll see. On the regulatory capture, and so I think your main point is there is a lot of discretion. It's not arbitrary discretion, though. I think in any case, the DG Comp will need to stick with the principle of proportionality and necessity in the intervention. I just remind that, in the European framework, we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights that also attribute the fundamental rights to conduct a business. So their proportionality and necessity, they do play a role in whatever kind of decision DG Comp will make. Now, there is the possibility for regulatory capture. Well, you need to tell me if there is a possibility to get out from the regulatory capture at the moment. I don't think we have the culture of having a regulatory dialogue that is more participatory. Now, we're hearing voices in the US and in the EU about how to make antitrust a little bit more participatory, how to bring other voices in, and this can potentially reduce the possibility of regulatory capture by one group of stakeholders. Obviously, it's not easy. Obviously, it's a process, and it's not going to happen overnight. But I think, once again, that in theory, we need to work with what we have. The Digital Markets Act creates more possibility for other voices to be heard than the traditional competition tools. So let's focus on that, and let's see what we can get out of it.
I think regulatory capture is, I think, a long way away. So it's always something to worry about. We have it here in the United States in spades. But the first month of the DMA has seen Apple and Google basically saying no and putting out plans that are blocking entry. Not only are they not contestable, they're actually blocking entry. So the first response of gatekeepers has been, we refuse to comply. So I don't think capture is really the first order problem at the moment. At the moment, is there rule of law in Europe or isn't there? Because it's, I think, not obvious at this point.
So I guess maybe I disagree a little bit. So I think there are two separate questions. I think there's a question of enforcement and there's a question of capture, which I believe are two separate questions. The way I interpret the whole umbrella of reforms in Europe, including the DSA, the DMA, the AI Act, and GDPR potentially as well, is they are very ambitious reforms that are meant to be under-enforced. So the way that European regulators are thinking about these is very much a sort of, we are gonna try and do the most we can in terms of imposing obligations, thinking about every possible way of regulating big tech. But that is not necessarily going to lead to effective enforcement in every case. We're going to focus on specific instances that we find particularly outrageous. We're going to create mechanisms of enforcement, but those mechanisms will necessarily be partial and limited, and we are all human, and therefore, and markets obviously evolve, and there are all sorts of opportunities for these businesses to actually get away with behavior that might actually be non-compliant. So I believe the framework and the intention is very much a sort of under-enforcement idea. However, I do think there is a way in which tech companies are pushing back against complying, and that is a threat. It is a threat because they have so much power. And I think Apple is a really interesting example of a company that is resisting the very purpose and aims of the DMA. Their business model is very much a sort of walled gardens, secure services idea, and so the DMA and this kind of interoperability mentality very much opens up and opens Apple apart. And so Apple has been complying recently, right? The DMA has entered into force or started being applied in March, and Apple started applying it, but it already said basically we will allow competing app stores to exist, right? Secure app stores can be interoperable with our users, or our users will be able to access them. However, if you leave Europe for 30 days or more than 30 days, all of the apps that you downloaded from these app stores will never work again. So there is, somehow there is compliance, but tech companies can always use their control over infrastructure to get away with it, basically.
So we have a question from someone who knows all about compliance, and if you have more questions, raise your hand, and we're happy to.
Yeah, so that actually goes to my question. Are these rules, having not seen the text, compatible with restricting to the European geography, or is it just going to be so tough to do that the gatekeepers will have to basically make these rules work worldwide?
And Giovanni?
Okay, thank you. Insightful conversation. My question is for Elettra. So from your presentation, my understanding is that you see the DMA as a tool, a regulatory tool toward decentralization. If I think of remedies such as interoperability, I think interoperability might lead to standardization, so to more centralization rather than decentralization, and I was interested in your thoughts.
Anyone wants to jump? It's interesting to say that Signal refuse interoperability on messaging services, right? They say we don't want that, actually.
Yeah, but they're
Leave
not
us alone.
regulated, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Doesn't
But
matter.
I'm just adding spice
Yeah.
to the comment.
So quickly on this global thing, I think that's the $1 million question, well, the $1 trillion question that everybody keeps asking. For gatekeepers who are not impacted very strongly by the DMA, I think it makes sense to build one model and run it globally. So the rest of the world will get exported this regulation. If it's very expensive, then you're going to run an exploitative business model in the United States and a competitive one in Europe and make a lot more money in the United States. And then there's a question of how long that persists, because the US Congress can't legislate, or we like exploitative business models because we like making people in Silicon Valley really rich. Or whether there is some pressure because we can see the alternative to have regulation, or actually just have the company decide to avoid regulation by rolling out the European model to the United States. And I think this creativity block, being able to see what the but-for world looks like, because there's something happening in Europe that's working, is really for me the litmus test. Like, if it works and there's fun app stores and digital wallets and things to do in Europe, that will have a big impact on the rest of the world. If it doesn't work because Apple refuses and the courts don't make Apple comply and kind of nothing happens, then of course it's not going to get exported.
So very quickly on interoperability, I just want to say one comment. I live in Switzerland, that beautiful island with mountains and cows, and we don't have any of the DMA app store. It's just not part of it. Like, it's isolated. So interoperability very quickly.
Yes, well, I think it's, we'll see. I don't think there's a clear answer either way. I think the aims of the DMA are to open up those markets to competition. Whether or not there will be competition might depend on enforcement. It might depend on how easy it is for consumers to switch. It might depend on whether it is even a plausible idea that consumers will switch if you give them the option to do so. That's a question for psychologists. I don't know if there are any in this room, but I really don't think that I can predict whether or not the DMA will work. I can only say this is the goals of the DMA, and this is how I see regulators thinking about it. at this stage, I guess.
What do you think? You think interoperability will be used by the big guys to increase their market share, or is it going to be used by the small players?
I wouldn't exclude any possibility from the table at this stage. What I would like to add is that, first of all, interoperability is mandated on gatekeepers, but for the others is a possibility.
It's not.
So it's not that the DMA is trying to impose it on each and every player on the market. And indeed, Signal has made clear that they're not going to be interoperable for a number of reasons that they believe they're good reasons. So I think the fact that there is this possibility is going to create additional diversity and is going to offer choices to people to pick what they prefer. And also, we need, I think, and I'm a lawyer by background, so I need to be careful about what I say here, but I think we need to stop thinking about interoperability as a black or white thing. It's a spectrum of possibilities, and there is a lot of room for experimentation in there. And I do believe that this is also one of the interesting work in progress of the DMA enforcement. So let's see where we get.
So very quickly, final two questions, Aaron, then Stefan, and then we wrap up.
So I just want to ask a question in terms of, from the perspective of having a falsifiable statement. So we've talked about the DMA not working possibly because of the companies not complying, but less about the DMA not working because the DMA itself might be flawed. What would that look like? How would we actually look at the DMA and say, you know what, we thought this was going to make things better, but it actually made things worse? What would that look like so that we could self-check ourselves with this policy recommendation?
Stefan, yeah.
So I think this follows up a bit on the last question. I would like to have your thoughts on, let's try to move 5 to 10 years forward when, we live in a nice world where there's no self-preferencing. We'll have, Platinum American Express App Store, and so, all the issues of Article 5 and 6 are solved. But, there will be technological innovation. So we may live in a world of, where AI plays an even bigger role, or where we may live in a world of the metaverse or whatever. So I'm trying to understand how we get from the current regulatory regime of 5 and 6 to a regime where 5 and 6 may be totally outdated. So do you think then we'll just have to relive the entire experience of creating the DMA, or we can just give this to the regulator? Any thoughts?
We'll quickly go down the line here. Start with Elettra and everybody give thoughts.
So what would it look like if the DMA ended up being flawed, or how do we recognize that state of affairs? I think if we realize that consumers are not switching at all, right? If there are lots of options, if the DMA is perfectly enforced, if it's very easy to switch and nobody's switching, that tells us something about humans, that requires different kinds of regulation for competition to exist in those markets. So that's maybe one part of the answer. In terms of what would it look like in 10 years' time if Articles 5 and 6 become obsolete, I think that's a really good speculative question. I guess one way of interpreting the DMA is actually the DMA is just meant to deal with the current state of affairs, which is a plausible way of understanding what's going on. It is addressing big tech companies as they currently exist, and perhaps it shouldn't be expanded into AI markets and other new segments because we don't know enough and we'll need adaptive regulation for that. I'm open to that perspective. I also think there needs to be some preemptive intervention or idea of how to orient innovation and the future of digital markets. Perhaps the DMA is not the tool, but we might want to think about something else then.
Going forward with the DMA and whether it becomes outdated, I think the hard truth simply is regulating digital markets is harder than regulating water and electricity. I mean, you just don't have to update your water regulation very often. And here the Parliament is just going to have to deal with the fact that they're going to revisit this legislation when they decide it isn't working. So it's not a great answer, but I think that's just how it is. If the DMA is flawed, how would we know? That's hard because it goes to innovation that would have been invented but isn't, and we never know what that is. So the reason that you pass a law like this is because you think there's a balance of evidence saying that the business users are not innovating enough relative to the gatekeepers because of the threat of expropriation. The things that we wouldn't get, for example, would be Google not being able to remind me to leave on time for the airport because my map data can't be automatically combined with my email and my flight data because I didn't opt in. Well, if the service is really great, then Google should be able to send me an offer to opt in, and I should be able to consent to that. So we'd be missing that innovation if the consumer really wanted it but didn't realize that they had to say yes, they wanted it, and therefore they were late for the airport. So these are the kinds of products that won't exist in that world. Other than things that we can see, the stuff that would be invented, we can't know. So we're going to have to just do a lot of work as industrial organization economists and scholars of regulation and try to measure everything we can.
Lisa, very quickly, how would you say
Yes.
it has failed or not?
Very quickly. So on where we're going to be in 10 years from now, I think maybe, I agree, it's different from water and electricity, but I think, for example, in Europe, there's been this effort to liberalize telecom markets. And we started, years ago with a number of markets that were heavily regulated, and then step by step, we decided, okay, there is enough competition, so we don't need to regulate this market anymore. And so there's been a progressive reduction of regulation. Maybe this is something that we could think of, looking at the different, core platform services. There will be others that will possibly need to be regulated, but let's see. And what if how the world look like if the DMA flows? I can only give an answer from the end user perspective, so the individual, the person. For me, it would be a big failure if in 10 years' time, I am still locked in with a gatekeeper, I'm exploited, and I have no choices to go to.
Thank you very much. This was a terrific discussion. Thank you. And don't forget the polls.
Okay. The musical interludes are a great addition to the Stigler Conference, by the way. I just want to say it's exciting to have hip-hop here in the hizzy. So I'm David Dayan. I'm the executive editor of the American Prospect, and I want to thank Filippo as well as Luigi and Guy for another great conference once again this year. This panel is the first on AI, although it's sort of been an undercurrent, I think, on some of the other panels. Nothing in the world is really positioned as needing regulation more than AI, not only by governments and regulators, policymakers, including the two law enforcers we heard from yesterday, but within the popular culture, going back to like Player Piano by Kurt Vonnegut from 1952. I think that's because we become so fed by that popular culture that we can't disassociate intelligent machines from the belief they will take over the world and kill us all and enslave us, or just make us bored, which is the subject of Player Piano. But since my friend Matt Stoller was nice enough to quote me yesterday in a panel, I'm going to return the favor and quote something he said to me recently about the idea that regulation of AI is kind of a misnomer. I mean, as Matt said, it's like regulating the wheel. The wheel was an important invention, a labor-saving device, but we don't regulate wheels. We regulate cars that wheels are on. We regulate airplanes that wheels are on. AI is a tool, similarly. It's a technology, it's a spreadsheet, really. It's a big spreadsheet. We don't regulate tools necessarily. We more regulate the companies that are fated to create, control, and profit from those tools. Or to say it better, we already regulate the companies that are fated to create, control, and profit from this particular tool. We have laws against consumer fraud. We have laws against anti-competitive behavior. We have laws against product safety, laws against unfair and illegal pricing. We have laws against exploitation of labor, laws against violations of civil rights, laws against corrupting elections, laws against international war crimes, and so on. And there is no AI exemption from those laws. And so by way of framing the discussion outside of what the title of the panel is, that's kind of one way I think about it, but we will use this panel to talk about the laws we have, maybe, the companies that are poised to develop and deploy AI technology, and what they might or might not do that might or might not be of concern to regulators. So we have a good panel here able to do that. As you've gotten used to, each panelist will have a few minutes, maybe no more than 7, to start out framing the discussion, and then we'll talk amongst ourselves, and then we'll go to the audience. I'm going to try to get a lot of time in because there's obvious interest in this subject. So I think we will start with Joshua Gans, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me today. Let me start with disclosures, because I think it was called for yesterday, but no one seems to be doing it. So let me tell you who I'm for and who I'm against. I'm in terms of paid capacity. I'm against Meta. I'm against Google. I'm for Amazon. I'm slightly for Microsoft, and I am for the Department of Justice recently. So I'm also for Apple, but I'm not paid by them. But I act as if I am. So the I've had a long-standing interest in artificial intelligence. We encountered it back in 2012 at the University of Toronto quite early. It was coming through startups, and it piqued our interest, my interest as an economist, of what it was really about. I was somewhat surprised to learn that all of the recent advances, all the way up to the present day, were all just an advance in computational statistics. All AI does currently is do the statistical act of prediction. It just does it so well that the potential applications are moving beyond things we currently predict to things we haven't thought of as prediction problems, all the way from self-driving cars and now obviously to language, being able to talk to computers. The regulatory environment is properly characterized from my perspective as bizarro land. Everything, I mean, I come from an economics of innovation background, a competition policy and antitrust background. And the one thing that I always took for granted was innovation is good and we want more of it. And we want new innovations to be distributed and not held up by anything, really. And so we work very hard in competition policy to reduce monopoly power and gatekeepers and bottlenecks, as we saw in the last thing, so that we would accelerate the rate of innovation. Along comes artificial intelligence, and especially in its most recent incarnation, where it started doing things that, let me put very bluntly, the journalists thought that they could do. That it got a lot more notice and a lot more concern. And add to the mix that it's not called computational statistics in the general public, it's called by everybody artificial intelligence. We can now pair that with Terminator 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and decide that it's maybe going to destroy not only our jobs, livelihood, misinformation, children's brains, but also just the whole world. So that has created an environment where for the first time that I can ever remember, that regulators are explicitly coming out and saying, we want to slow down. We want less adoption. We don't care if it slows the rate of innovation because we're not sure we want this stuff anyway. And so all of a sudden, all of the things that we thought were the costs of regulation have been turned by regulators now to be considered a feature, not a bug. I don't actually think the basic economics of regulation have actually changed, but this attitude seems very, very new and is pushing quite forward. And it's having an effect as well. It was discussed earlier about foundational models and foundational models availability. And we have foundational models came from exactly where we thought they'd come. They came from Google, they came from Meta. Then they came from a startup, OpenAI, which everybody, because Microsoft's its biggest provider of cloud services for that purpose, now say is Microsoft. Apple, until literally a month ago, never ever mentioned the word artificial intelligence. You could not find it on their website. But now they've sort of been brought into it and we don't know what they're doing. And then we've got some startups. We've got, along with OpenAI, we've got Mistral in Europe, in France, pursuing these models. And we've got another startup, Anthropic, whose LLM is currently on the technical characteristics. It's an LLM called Claude 3, is the best currently for this month. It may change in some period of time, but right now it's the best. It's measured the best. Everybody who's used it realizes it's the best. I have and tried it. It is not available. It's available in over 100 countries around the world, including, of course, the United States, including the United Kingdom, including most of Asia, most of Africa. It's not available in Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, Canada, France, Italy, Germany, Belgium. Now, what's going on there? What those other countries have that's different from the United States and the UK, I'm going to put down as a different regulatory regime. There's no reason why you wouldn't turn on an LLM to be available worldwide. Everybody else has done it. It might surprise you to learn that Google's LLM only became available in Canada a month or so ago. It was not available for an entire year. So can regulators slow down adoption? Yes. Why and how and the mechanism by which that happens, I'm still perplexed. I don't understand why why this lack of availability is happening, and I'm unable to get a straight answer out of anyone on that front. And by the way, it must be bundled up with the press, because no press reports about this. You won't find a press report about Anthropic in Canada. But there's plenty of celebration when they hit the top in the United States. So this is what's going on, and this is the current regulatory environment. And as I said, it's bizarro land, and there's really no case for it. At present, all of the things that we've seen from these current generations from AI in general have been positive. I know there's discussion about misinformation and deepfakes and other things like that, which are of concern. That's one level of it. But everything else has been positive. There's been jobs have not been shed necessarily. You can be identified at. There's few companies tried to sort of do it, but it's not clear how to play out. Any other harms and other things have not emerged. In other words, it is a unspecified fear that is driving a regulatory response that can be effective. And so we have to sort of look back on that and say, what's going on here? And what is the best way forward in this environment? Which is why at the moment I find myself a regulatory economist at heart, sitting there on the side of saying, this is crazy. Let's let's let it go for a bit. Everybody watch what's going on. That's a good idea. Let's monitor this situation and be prepared to act if there are bad things. But trying to jump the gun seems extremely premature, and there are all sorts of consequences happening in a market that's very much. There's some celebration about how effective AI is. But just like we had that initial hit with Google back in early 2000s, we're going to laugh at what we've got currently. It's not where this is ending up. So it's an odd thing to be concerned about. I think that's my sense.
Great. Thank you. We'll go to Ellen Goodman from Rutgers.
So great to be here. Let me start with some agreements and disagreements. AI is not a wheel. It is, I think we've learned, and I've been coming here for, 6 years, and in that time I think we've learned something about the digital economy and the regulation story. And so, we know that there are network effects, there are features of data collection and data use that make it, I do agree, AI consists of just, predictions and software and, code and chips. And so, it's made of tractable things that we know, but it operates in our world not like tangible items. And so that's one thing. And then, I think that the perplexity, that Josh, you have about the regulatory approach, first of all, I think we should be clear that we're not just talking about large language models, but also about narrow AI. And for the most part, narrow AI is what is in use and is causing harms. And those harms, though, I think you're quite right, Josh, that and David, that those are being addressed and need to be addressed in the verticals. So I think with respect to the question about should regulation focus on deployment or focus on development, for the most part, I think in the U.S. regulators have it right that it's mostly a deployment story, but I will in my in a few slides sort of address where the development part might come in. But this question, Josh, to your perplexity about kind of the energy right now behind the interest in regulation, I think it's not a fear of innovation, but it's this collision of the innovation story that we've heard before with this post-neoliberal understanding of power and concentration. And that is just, and I think a couple of people have mentioned this in their presentations, that the sort of data and compute that's necessary, especially for the large language models, is likely to increase, not decrease, the concentration harms that we've been talking about in this conference. And then I guess the last thing I'll just say as a stage setter is we haven't talked a lot in this conference about sort of democratic deficits and information harms. And I thought it was notable last night in the colloquy with Jonathan and Lena that when Guy asked them about, sort of non-commercial speech, they both passed, for good reason. It's not their domain, but that is a lot of the energy that's behind, I think, some of the regulatory fervor, which is mostly polemical at this point rather than actually grounded in regulatory action. So with that, let me just, just sort of set the stage on kind of where I think the regulatory story is right now. So AI policy in the U.S., and I think it's to some extent true of the EU AI Act too, is developing around opportunities and risks, and in some ways they're mirror images of each other, right? So of particular interest to this group are threats of dramatically increased concentration of power because of data and compute. There are arguments that there are also competition gains to be had. We've heard a lot about, with respect to narrow AI, of discrimination harms. There are also possibilities of overcoming a lot of discrimination harms and producing less biased decision-making systems. So I won't go through all of these, but if you look at the AI executive order that the Biden administration issued on Halloween last year, it is structured this way. How can we have AI policy that produces, that sort of gets us these good things and minimizes the bad? And in terms of the wheel argument, it's exactly, I think to the extent that it is a wheel, and what you need to do is regulate the car. Turns out DOT is doing that with respect to AI in transportation systems. FDA is doing that. SEC, FTC, EPA, they're all kind of, regulating AI outputs. I would say a challenge to doing that is that there are problems of measurement, there are problems of opacity, and there are problems of government capacity in even understanding these systems. So, I think when I think of, I think we're talking about, this panel is entitled AI Regulation, but I would encourage us to sort of use AI policy instead, because I think there are sort of three buckets to think about kind of mitigating these risks and gaining the opportunities. One is ex ante regulation. And so are there certain applications that should be prohibited, that should meet certain minimum standards? Should they protect human rights in new ways? Are new rules needed? Also, with respect to ex ante regulation, are there ways, and we very much can look at the model of the SEC and FDA regulation, that regulators should be performing information forcing functions to create more efficient markets in AI and sort of help deployers understand, what systems that they don't have much visibility into, what their capacities are and their limitations are. Second bucket is subsidy and support. And so, we have heard in this conference a lot about DARPA, sort of DARPA projects that got commercialized, R&D investments. And so there's a lot of thinking about what kinds of AI capacities and infrastructure, really, sort of compute and data do we need government investment in. And then finally, the third basket, I think, is kind of market making, the ways in which government, especially the federal government, can use its procurement power and establish best practices through grants and contracts. And the recent OMB guidance is a step in this direction. And I was interested to hear yesterday about the impact of defense contracts on IBM patent licensing. So there are ways in which there's a kind of subterranean government policy, market shaping force. Okay, so this is one depiction of kind of the AI life cycle. I have these there are some entities or AI actors that don't quite fit in here that are floating on the outside. For example, users, right, who are using deployed systems, auditors who are coming in to audit or re-audit evaluations that have been done. And so I think, and I've also listed sort of a lot of questions that we might ask about AI systems, pre-deployment, post-deployment, with respect to mostly this is risks. And I think, there is a consensus that to the extent that there is new AI regulation, that it should be risk-based, right? So there's developing language to talk about what kinds of AI systems are high risk, but essentially it all centers on those that affect human rights, civil rights, and security. And those that don't really, we can sort of put them aside. And so, but to say that regulation should be risk-based doesn't answer the question of whether it should be vertical or horizontal, right? So to the extent it's a wheel, it should probably be vertical. And horizontal, though, well, I'll say something about that in a second. Now, nor does it, to say it's risk-based, answer the question of where in the life cycle the intervention should be. I think as a general matter, there's probably a consensus that regulation should impose, to the extent that it's warranted, should impose responsibility with the entity that's most able to avoid the harms and deliver the benefits. And for the most part, that is going to be the deployer who knows the context in which the system is deployed and what the risks are and has the most control. The problem with that is that the deployer may be missing important information. And so there's an interesting bill out of Colorado that sort of creates presumptions and safe harbors based on information that's for the developer, based on sort of milestones they have to meet or certain kinds of, I'm making it sound more complicated than it is, but just based on information they have to disclose based on their own sort of risk assessment and testing to the deployer, so the deployer, has some basis for making that assessment and calibrating the risk that they want to take on. Okay, and so I guess the last thing I'll say about regulation in general is that a lot of the questions that are being posed really, things we need to know in order to mitigate risks have no purchase in existing law. Mis and disinformation is an example, right? We don't have any existing law, and the First Amendment is obviously a serious constraint here to how we might deal with that problem. I think the other sort of general thing I neglected to say is that, another explanation for the fervor, right, around this sort of we got to regulate AI is because, we're emerging from 25, 27 years of a kind of regulatory desert with respect to digital, right? So Section 230 has, sort of prevented any ordinary development of liability regimes for the most part, with some exceptions for, digital platforms. And I think people are not happy with the results. And so, there's a sense, I think, in policy circles that this is a chance for a do-over. And are there places to intervene early? It's a separate question about how how Section 230 might apply to generative AI. But I think that's the sort of tenor of the discussion. Okay. So just to conclude, or this is my penultimate slide, with kind of how regulation might fit in to limiting AI risks, where they exist, and I think they do really clearly exist. I mean, we have countless examples of automated, and whether it's called AI or just an algorithmic system, of harms of discrimination, due process, obviously privacy violations, right, which is a whole separate conversation, and that is the kind of regulation that really does have to be horizontal, right? It's a kind of missing piece of the whole regulatory structure, and you're not going to have each vertical having their own privacy laws, although we have some of that too. Okay, so I think of regulation as one of three major levers in limiting AI risks. But it's sort of policy tools can make each of the levers work better, even if they're not centrally concerned with policy. So, for example, if we want competition in AI tools that are privacy protecting, fair, non-discriminatory, widely dispersed in a competitive environment, we might think about what policy tools we need to facilitate that besides antitrust law. And so, we do have a lot of examples of regulatory information forcing functions. I mentioned some of them: SEC, FDA, USDA. If you think about, sort of organic food or, source of origin labeling for meat, et cetera. We also, if you want strong markets, you might want, as we have in the financial system, audit standards. Support for standard setting, which right now is way behind where it needs to be. Model and system card disclosures. So there are now system cards, but they are completely incomparable. So, Meta releases its system card and Google releases its, and you want to compare large language models, and they're not very useful for that. On liability, I mentioned that the liability space in digital has been deep frozen. In software, liability regimes have been very lax, and that's just because customers have disclaimed liability, and so customers and users have borne most of the costs of software failures, especially security failures. So the Biden administration's cyber strategy seeks to create new liability standards for software, and since AI is mostly software, that would have an impact on AI as well, and the goal is to get companies to take reasonable care. There are a lot of other places, if we expect liability, ordinary liability, or new forms of liability to sort of do the job, I'm almost done, of mitigating AI risks, there are policy interventions that will make that work better. Information, also creating safe harbors to encourage risk management. And then, we've talked about regulation. So finally, the last thing I wanted to say, and this is a bar chart that shows kind of the distribution of the tasks in the AI EO. And they don't, the numbers don't necessarily correspond to priorities or the salience of those tasks, but what's interesting to me is how much that, that first bar is government AI talent, and then if you also bundle that with immigration and some of the other sort of government-focused, we need to get our shit together tasks. And I think what that's saying is that, there's no balance of power here with respect to both the infrastructure needed to sort of run and interrogate large language models, and also the know-how, to the extent that we want. Yes, we have consumer protection law, but like the amount of skill that's necessary to interrogate how AI is being used to hurt consumers is something the government's really going to have to augment. And then the last thing I'll say that I think is interesting here, it is towards the bottom, but there are a lot of tasks concerning synthetic content, which I know Matt and I are both working on. And so, this goes to this anxiety, and it's an anxiety in government about authenticating content, distinguishing AI generated from altered content. I think from the government's perspective, it's about security, it's about the utility of government disclosures for the functioning of markets, right? And so, and for democracy reasons, there are lots of other reasons to sort of want some sort of data provenance on the training, and sort of a provenance of LLM outputs and supply chain tracking, also for copyright and IPRs. And so, I think this is something to watch. There are complicated free speech issues, human rights issues, and just basic efficacy issues around watermarking and provenance. But it's an example of a place where we don't have an agency doing this. We don't have existing regulation, and there are sort of new concerns that, that will run through the bloodstream of AI. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Matt Perrault now with UNC.
Thanks so much. I'm Matt Perrault. I direct the Center on Technology Policy at UNC Chapel Hill and also have a consulting practice where I work with companies and organizations on a range of issues, including AI. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you, Filippo, Rachel, Sebastian, and Brianna for making it possible to be here. I've been to this event in the past. There are a lot of familiar faces here. It's very nice to look out and see those familiar faces. I think it's a testament to the kind of community you've created that people come back year after year to participate in the discussion here. I'm super excited about this discussion. I think we have a lot to talk about. To Josh's point, I agree that I think we may be in somewhat of an uncomfortable place in terms of regulation, but I think we know why we're here. We're here because of a set of arguments, I think, about risks associated with AI. A thing that I have focused on recently, and I think it kind of goes with the title of the panel, how to regulate or how not to regulate AI. How not, I think, would be a position of regulatory humility, where we're in, this is the week of Passover, we're in a reclining position with respect to regulatory activity. I prefer a term more like regulatory curiosity. How can we lean in and gather information about where we are, about the harms that we're seeing, and then make smart evidence-based decisions about the right regulatory framework? So I think we know why we're here, because there are a set of arguments that are made about why AI might be harmful. Our center did a report on AI and political ads, and the first thing that we did as part of that report was just to catalog the arguments that have been made. And I think the arguments are pretty clear. AI and political advertising will cause harms related to misinformation and scale. Misinformation will be produced at a greater scale than ever before. Harms related to authenticity. AI content will be more authentic, and therefore misinformation in AI-driven misinformation in political ads will be more impactful. Harms related to personalization and harms related to bias. And then we tried to look at the research around those harms to evaluate what the research says about are they likely to be harmful or not. For those first three categories, authenticity, scale, and personalization, our assessment of the literature, and we may be wrong, you can tell me why you think we're wrong if you do, we thought the assessment of harms, the allegations of harms are likely overstated. That's primarily because political ads are actually not particularly persuasive. So it's sort of commonly understood in the social science research community that political ads actually have a relatively limited impact on what people think. They have more of an impact on how people behave, but from a persuasive perspective, the impact is relatively limited. We did find a few areas that we thought the harms were properly stated or understated. Harms related to bias in political advertising we thought are properly stated. There's been a lot of conversation, obviously, about AI and bias generally, somewhat less, I think, in the context of political ads specifically. That's something where we think policymakers should really focus their attention. And then in smaller and down ballot races. So the day that we released this report, it was election day this past year, lots of conversation about whether X's policy with respect to misinformation and political ads is going to affect Trump versus Biden. I think the research suggests, again, we may be wrong about this, but the research suggests, I think, that those concerns are probably overstated. But on that day, Election Day 2023, I voted in Durham, North Carolina City Council race. Down ballot races like that one, I think, are areas where there could be more disruptive impact from misinformation and political ads. And public policy now is really focused on the big federal issues, not very focused on the small local ones. And I think that's probably not properly calibrated to the literature. So that's the arguments, research about the arguments. Based on that, what might we think about policy frameworks for addressing them? And the thing that I come back to over and over again, and again, I'd love feedback on why this is a silly recommendation. Elettra, I think the title of your paper, which I have not yet read the paper, but I was intrigued by the title about experimentation, experimentalism. That's the concept that I've come back to over and over again. We are at a point of stasis where often, at least at the federal level, less true at the state level, we do not pass laws. And therefore, we are unable to gather data about what policy frameworks work and what don't and why. There's the question, I thought it was an excellent one on the last panel, how do we know if the Digital Markets Act is working or not? We should have feedback mechanisms to help us evaluate whether it works or not. My understanding from a wonderful discussion that Christopher Yu and Gene Kimmelman had at the Night Inform conference in Miami in January is that there are actually some built-in evaluation tools for the Digital Markets Act and offices within the EU that are studying impact that will provide feedback, hopefully at a granular level on things that are working and things that aren't. That's what I think we need as well in areas like AI, where I think we all can make assessments about what we think the likely impacts are going to be. You're alluding to the potential impacts on innovation. I'm concerned about that as well. It might be that you and I are wrong about that. The way that we will determine, I think, whether we're right or wrong is based on gathering information and making assessments. So what could an experimental framework look like, or what are the elements of experimentation? I think it's time-limited policy trials of some form, so they don't go on for infinite duration. Some sort of liability protection during that time. I know that's a disfavored idea generally these days, but I don't think that you can have experimentation if platforms bear a lot of risk for that in those experiments. We actually have liability protection and experimental models and things that are far more important than tech policy, like clinical trials in medicine. We have COVID vaccines because we tested in this incredibly important area to see if medicine would work. We have vaccines as a result of clinical trials. Tech policy, I think, is less important probably than that domain.
But then the liability protection goes away at some point.
Sure, right. So that's exactly it. So an experiment is a time-limited duration. And so in that time-limited period, you would have liability protection. Once you then hopefully make, smarter public policy comes out of the experiment, where maybe there's liability protection if that's a good thing to do, but presumably there wouldn't be. But it would be how you design the policy regime is informed by the experiment. And then in that period, you have auditing and transparency. So you don't just conduct, one of the things, I generally like the regulatory sandbox model, but one thing that I think is frustrating about it is there's not a lot of evaluation I have found in doing research on this on whether they work. What are the impacts? Who is harmed? Who's benefited? That's what I think you need in an experimental model to gather the data to then move forward and create smarter, stronger policy regimes.
Great, thank you. And then we have Tano Santos, who was a late arrival to this panel,
Yes.
but a valuable one. So.
Thank you very much. It is actually my first time in this conference. I've never been invited before, and the reason is because I don't do anything related to antitrust in my research. I'm a very broad economist, but never been here. So thank you very much for the organizers. Thank you very much to all of you for being here. So David asked me to reflect briefly about AI and regulation of AI in finance. Financial markets and the financial service industry is a data-rich environment where, the application of technology has a long tradition for obvious reasons. So it's a good place to look at when thinking about what is that we could expect in terms of AI in the economy at large. So I will report on a couple of things about that, both in banking and in asset management, and perhaps that can shed some light on some of the things that we can expect from the deployment of AI in our economy. And I cannot resist the temptation actually to make a comment inspired by some of the things that we had in the previous panel about DMA, but also some of the things that came up in yesterday's very interesting panels about AI and one of the regulatory challenges that I think is going unaddressed. So let me start with banking. So banking, for obvious reasons, has been applying a lot of these tools in order to solve standard problems in banking that go from fraud detection, for instance, to underwriting, whether it be loans or insurance policies. And we already have a lot of evidence of what it's doing to competition in banking markets. There was a very good paper this year in the market by Naz Kunt, who is going to Stanford, basically documenting what this technological revolution is doing to markets for deposits, markets for loans. And what you see is an increase in competition for local banking markets. So what you see is entry, what she refers to as branchless entry, by which mid-sized banks, mostly not the mega banks, supply banking services in small local markets until they're only serviced by that local small bank with 3 branches in that county. This actually has an enormous effect on consumer surplus. Most of the welfare gains associated with this technological innovation are accruing to consumers. Are they an equal distribution across consumers of this revolution, mostly accruing to high household incomes for reasons that we can discuss? They get better rates on the mortgages, they get high rates on the deposits. So in that sense, it seems to be a force for good on what we would expect technology to be doing. One of the interesting things when looking at this evidence is that one has to define the market for, in this case, banking services carefully. So if you, and this actually speaks to some of the things that Giovanna was presenting yesterday in the very first panel of this conference, that if you look at the shares of banks in the local markets, those are going down because you have a lot of entry by mid-sized banks into these small local markets. Whereas the national shares are going up. So the way we want to assess the impact of technology on what is going on in competition in many of these markets is going to depend on the definition of the market, and that's incredibly careful when it comes to services, which, as you all know well, mostly are supplied at the local level, even though some things are taking place there that are interesting. In terms of, so, by the way, going back to something that David started with, this thing of whether we should regulate the wheel. You know, what you worry about is whether, you know, the application, say, of artificial intelligence to loan underwriting is going to result in, say, bias, whether we're going to be indexing loan underwriting to characteristics that you're not allowed to use when assessing the risk of the borrower. But there are ways of solving this. You don't need new regulation on AI to solve this problem. You know, whatever the bank is doing in terms of underwriting is already under the existing legal framework, and you should make sure your algorithm is not indexing underwriting standards to private characteristics. And there's a way of doing this, and we can talk about that. In asset management, the news are not good. We have a long tradition of applying, you know, software broadly understood to trading. You know, I grew up in the early 90s listening all about program trading. We had a crash associated with program trading in October 87. Then the development of the quant industry, which is basically the application of these big tools to, you know, strategies, big scalable strategies in asset management, in asset markets. We already had a crash in the quant crash of August of 2007. And it's not surprising why are we getting these problems of systemic stability in the application of these tools is because they induce correlation in strategies. Now, one of the things that is interesting is that when you actually look at the, you know, say the crash of 87 or the quant crash of 2007, you can go back and figure out what happened and then charge the appropriate risk weights so that those things do not happen if you think there's an externality associated with those crashes. It's going to be very difficult to do with artificial intelligence. And the reason is because when you're dealing with, say, a deep learning model with billions of parameters, you just have no idea about what kind of correlation structure you're inducing by the spread of these methods of trading these assets. Just it's very difficult to know. And the same way we have hallucinations when we do these things with ChatGPT, just imagine the type of hallucinations we're going to have in financial markets when these companies go. We already have enough of those hallucinations in financial markets, so it's going to get even more fun. So let me finish with just one comment that is nothing to do with finance, but that it struck me as I was listening to you know, some of the discussions we've been having over the last day and a half. You know, when I think about AI, you know, the key thing of AI on, say, a deep learning model or neural network or something along those lines is that, you know, those models need to be trained. And training requires data. Data is the ultimate non-rival good. And when you think about non-rival goods, at least as an economist, I think issues of ownership recede to the background and issues of access move to the front. And then the question is not so much whether you're going to be allowed to run your application on a platform, but whether you're going to be able to train your model on a data to which you don't have any access. And the question is what, and this is a question for the people in this audience who are law specialists and who know 10 times more than I do about these matters, is what is the legal framework that you can use in order to guarantee access to particular data in order to train models and guarantee, say, product or service market competition. And you know, it seems to me that this is completely open. I realize that, I don't know the name of this, I think I learned in a Becker homework problem. I think it's called something like the essential facility doctrine or something like that. Is a moribund doctrine in the United States, but it's actually alive and well in Europe, and there are constant references to it by the European Court of Justice, who has a tradition of actually granting access to entrants to the protected, for instance, IP of an incumbent, provided some particular requirements are met. And one wonders whether, when it comes to AI, granting access to data in order to facilitate the training of models to guarantee product and service market competition may be a good idea. I'll leave it at that.
That's great, thank you. I want to stitch 2 points together, the one that you just said, and also Ellen's I think, very good point about the fact that, you know, the overcompensating, potential overcompensating, because we've been in this regulatory desert. I think to add on to that, it's not only been the fact that we've had these outcomes in digital, but it's the same companies that are poised to thrive from AI that are the ones that there is this perception that we haven't gone far enough with. So, and that's because they are the ones with the greatest access to that data, right? And so putting those two questions together, maybe for Ellen and others, you know, how do we set up a regime so that there is some competition here, so that it isn't sort of an inevitable circumstance that the companies poised to benefit here are the same companies that are entrenched because they have the access to the data. So, you know, and just to add an additional provocation, I mean, Tim Wu, who I guess is not here, yesterday said, you know, should a remedy in the Google case be that you can do everything you want, but you don't get to do AI? Anyone?
So I think that question comes up. I mean, there's a funny anyway, sort of mixing a lot of things. I mean, one thing, and I think has been made clear, AI regulation is like all over the place in terms of instruments, areas, stuff like that. One of the reasons it comes back to competition law is that competition law, they're the one place that's decided that the big tech companies currently doing AI are the bad ones. So that's where we can maybe use those instruments. And I feel there's a bit of that going on here. But there's also this other aspect. We've been around a long time. Some of these people, you know, I've moved in this conference. I used to be a young person in the conference saying, yeah, let's whatever, we can do whatever, just use economic theory. And I used to listen to the very old people saying, you know, the world's hard. And so I'm in a transitionary state going on in that regard. And you recognize it because it's basically this sort of like, what should we learn from history? And we've learned from history that, and Tim Wu wrote that great book, is that, you know, in telecommunications, digital space, computers, whatever, that broad information markets, we've had a sequence of serial monopolists going on throughout it. And, you know, and people look at this and say, we've got AI. And they look at the people who are jumped onto that the earliest, and that was the big tech companies. You know, Susan Athey, who's chief economist at the DOJ Antitrust Division at the moment, was previously the chief economist of Microsoft back in 2008, 2009, going on, and noticed AI before any of us did in the economics profession, right then and there. This was happening right then and there, and noticed it in the research coffers of Microsoft going on. So it's been going on a long time, and now it's having its moment. And it's very easy for us to say, oh, look at who's doing this. And let's look at the scale, in particular, of the foundational models. $1 billion, $10 billion, $100 billion. Some person running around saying $7 trillion. I mean, in terms of investments, that doesn't like open us up to, oh, well, that's going to be a perfectly competitive market. That doesn't sound like that, right? And so we say, let's learn from history. We've seen this script before. Let's intervene now and see what we can do, which is exactly what you alluded to. And what do? We focus on what are the advantages. Why is it that the big tech companies have this? They have the data. AI needs data. It's a statistical process. Finally, we're going to admit that. And it needs data, and these guys have the data, so that's where it should be unlocked. And we saw a very neat discussion yesterday that some of the things that would unlock it is using the copy and paste function to take the database and move it to other people so they can use it in essentially according to its non-rival flavor. That makes huge sense to me. I just wrote a paper on market power in AI. If anything that we can learn from that is it's getting the data fluidly transferring amongst things, a form of interoperability, if you will. That would be one thing that we could do. And it's the one thing no one will talk about doing. Why? Because of privacy, another value comes head-to-head against it. And especially in Europe. You saw up there on Fiona's slides earlier, video sharing. That was by far the most important thing in that list. The YouTube was done. Why? Because YouTube have all the data to be able to create AI videos and video content leading to misinformation, deepfakes, and everything else. They have all of that. What's the chances of somebody, I'm an AI firm who's interested in doing movie things. Google are able to use their YouTube data for the training of their process. I should be able to use it too. Is the DMA, is the European Commission going to say, tick, that's a contestable market, or is when Google stands up and says, well, there's privacy considerations, other things, and what's going to happen? So that's coming right then. And just as a final thing, Matt is 100% right on how to learning. Another thing I worried about. There's a big mindset out there that we can learn about the harms of AI in labs, in very small areas. But these issues that you've already identified, misinformation and so forth, are ones that are ones that really happen in the real environment, the marketplace. It's very hard to take an experimental result and work out what's going on. And it's very hard to know what the delta is on AI as opposed to everything else going back from misinformation. You know, back in 1969, they had the technology to completely fake the moon landing.
They did. Capricorn 1. I saw it.
They actually didn't, but that's I just
really?
wanted to see if I could.
I'm
call,
sorry, I'm very gullible.
Everybody say he's gone off the deep end. He's not just old, but we've had misinformation has been a thing for a while, and we don't know whether AI. You know, if you see little images come out now, you know that they're AI. Yesterday, Taylor Swift's album was released unofficially several hours before the actual release. The Taylor Swift fans all thought it was AI generated, which is a bit of an issue. It turns out not, which is an interesting critique going on there. But you know, because people start to adjust. No, I'm not saying that's not disruptive and bad, but it's hard to know. Are we protecting democracy? Are we protecting information? Are we protecting existing incumbents? What are we doing?
Right.
Sorry.
I have like just a table stakes question actually for you, which is like the position that you opened the panel with was what do we need additional law? Because we've got all this existing law, and the existing law might be meaningful tools. I read the White House executive order positively in this regard by saying we've got tools and we need to do active work to use those tools.
Yeah.
I interned when I was in law school at the criminal section of the Civil Rights Division. The people in that section wake up every morning figuring out how to prosecute federal civil rights crimes. Those cases do not descend from heaven into your lap in a perfect complaint. You need to figure out how to make the case out, and the executive order I think will help that, the kind of coordination.
Yeah, it was a coordination function.
Right.
Sure.
So that makes sense to me. But then we've also described the current landscape as a regulatory desert. And that makes me think, well, we don't have sufficient law. Like do we
not have sufficient law, or do we not have sufficient will? Or do we not have sufficient information? Because I think the most important thing in that particular executive order was this use, weirdly, of the Defense Production Act to obtain risk assessments and safety tests and all these things to get AI companies to give that information to government.
But only for models that don't exist yet.
Was it a grandfather kind of clause?
No, it was at a very high level of. Of course, we'll surpass it very quickly, but yeah.
But so then when we talk about a desert, what we mean is not laws on the books, but will and information?
I mean, you tell me. I think that the desert being described by Ellen, and she can describe it probably better, is about what has happened with whatever laws that we've had over the last 20 years, because we've had certain things in place that could have been wielded to counteract that. But Ellen, maybe you can describe that a little better.
Oh, well, the desert point I was referring to was liability because of Section 230, which was we've sort of had a frozen development of common law with respect to laws on the books. But it is also true that we've just been hearing about how there hasn't been, until recently, a robust exercise of competition law or regulatory jurisdiction.
Can I just Josh, I couldn't agree more with the points that you raised about values and conflict. And I think I was part of a Department of Commerce NTIA project where it was on AI accountability, and it was a lot of stakeholder consultation with, you know, everybody, NGOs and academics and business and consultants. And, you know, there were like the 2 points of most agreement were risk-based. Everything has to be risk-based, but also what is the values hierarchy? Because and I think if you look at the White House's AI Bill of Rights, which is a really well done kind of set of aspirations for how human and civil rights intersect with AI. You know, they looked at that and they said, okay, but some of the things that it wants, the rights it wants to respect, are in tension. And so, you know, I think, you know, taking your admonition to be humble, like looking at, you know, I think, Josh, you suggested maybe there should be an to your question, David, about like what do we do about data? You know, maybe there should be an unbundling requirement, but then that runs. We don't have any privacy law. Like what, you know, which comes first, and what kind of privacy data protection law? How would that intersect with an unbundling?
Well, we can talk in the abstract about this, or we could actually look to Europe, where they actually have the first in the world kind of law called the AI Act. And I don't know how many, whether or not you've studied this. We had Christina, who's going to be on the panel, I'm sure would talk for an hour about it. But I mean, what are your thoughts in terms of, that's more of a product safety law, as I understand it, rather than, I mean, certainly it doesn't touch any of the competition issues, but is product safety the way we should envision this, maybe, is the question.
Well, I think it's another conflicts one. You look at the European AI Act, and I don't look at it in a legal lens. And, you know, there are all sorts of sensible things, like, you know, to put it in colloquial terms, like knowing what the algorithm does, knowing where the data came from, you know, things like that. There are some, you know, there's the risk assessment. Oh, in, you know, medical devices, you're going to have to do some better things. Of course, we already have existing laws for those sorts of things. But so there's a lot of just normal common sense things. The thing that I worry about, and it's the same thing that happened with GDPR and same things that happen whenever we're talking about innovation, is this now conflicts straight with the goals of competition policy. Because all of the large firms, we heard yesterday, half of Microsoft's desire or Google's desire to comply is to avoid bad publicity. Why? Because they got valuable brands. Even monopolists have valuable brands, believe it or not. And so they've got that. And so they're doing all this stuff. If anything, at the moment, you know, there's more regulation of AI going on inside these companies than not, which has led to some recent obvious disasters. But I worry about the startups who can't do all this compliance, and I worry about that we're going to do analysis in 5 years' time and show that once again in Europe the startup ecosystem has been demolished. I mean, it's way below its weight. And there were some last-minute things just because there was a French foundational model coming in that actually alleviated a few of these, some of the constraints that might be. But that's what I worry about.
So if I can interject just 1 second about this. I think that one of the important issues about these conflicting values, right? I mean, we need to assign property rights, and those property rights of the data will result in a particular distribution of data in the population. And then
it's just not cheap to do so.
It's not cheap to do so, yeah? But you can in principle forego some growth. If that's your value is that data is completely private and you don't want it to go anywhere. That's it. You know, sacrifice some points of growth or productivity growth, just simply because you want to uphold that value. You know, that's nothing wrong in economics that would tell you otherwise. It would be interesting to know, and I think the political economy problem is going to come, because the benefits of having that data broadly distributed are enormous, are just simply enormous. And to that you have to add to your point before, Josh, is that, you know, in a way there are phenomenal economies of scale in data handling, in data collection, in data. So, you know, and you already see this already taking place, that effectively data wants to flow to a few users, say Amazon, Google, and, you know, it becomes a fixed cost for those players, and as a result, they need to have some pricing power and markets exposed in order to recoup the cost associated with those fixed costs, and it becomes a variable cost for everyone else. And you can already see this, by the way, in income statements. And it's just the logic of that is through this consolidation. Those are the economies of scale argument. You need to think about that and how you want to handle that problem from a regulatory point of view.
I mean, one thing I would say is it's not just that these incumbents have the data; they have the power to acquire it. There was a story in the New York Times about how Facebook considered buying Simon & Schuster so that they could digitize all of the books in the library of Simon & Schuster. There are questions of whether we're running out of data for some of these models, and there's data generation by AI that is being fed back into the AI. And there just aren't that many companies that are going to be able to do, buy a book publisher, for example. So, I agree with you in principle that there are benefits there, but it's about power as much as it's about access.
I think your opening gambit was a really powerful one. In that I think you were making the proposition. I think maybe it was implicit, but I think you were implying that when we go beyond existing law, we introduce compliance costs and other features that will be really challenging from a competitiveness standpoint. And that seems right to me. I don't think the status quo is going to be sufficient over a 30-year period for governance of AI. But I think your initial skepticism of what regulation, some forms of regulation will bring is probably right. I hear you also saying, like, we need real teeth to current law. It's not just on the books. We need enforcement. We need information gathering. I spoke to a general partner at a venture capital firm recently who said all of the portfolio companies, all the companies in their portfolio that are doing AI have two main fears. One is access to compute, and the second is regulation that will make it hard for them to compete. Mm-hmm. That seems right. I mean, that seems, I think, sort of consistent with your framing that going beyond the status quo, at least right now, has real risks. I think the question then is, do we get sufficient governance? Because that's one of the things we've all, I think, talked about is, like, there are trade-offs to whatever posture you take. Not going beyond the status quo probably also has some governance risk that we're a little more in the desert land than we'd want to be.
Yeah, please, Jess.
So let me just clarify just one thing. In terms of, what is our ability to create a future that has huge amounts of competition? My assessment is the likelihood of getting huge amount of competition or it looking exactly like it did for the internet of microprocessors and everything else is zero. I think we're going to look at it in 20 years' time, and there's going to be some big tech companies who are dominating the space, and we'll say, what happened? And just as we did back from the early 2000s and to today. But who will they be? And so I'm going to make a prediction here now, because it's fraught with everything, is that I don't think in artificial intelligence it'll be any one of the current big players. They'll still be around doing stuff, but I don't think they will be the targets of our antitrust ire. The companies that are the ones who win and dominate these markets are not the ones who promote the new technology, who build it out, build the infrastructure and other things for it, but the ones who solve its biggest problem. Back in the early 2000s, late 1990s, we were already aware that there were going to be big players controlling the internet. And those big players were going to be Comcast or the various big telecommunications companies, and we spent a good decade regulating them to make sure that the whole thing opened up. They weren't any of these current names. They weren't any of these current names because Google solved the problem of the internet, which was to reduce information, reduce the information overload problem. It was the chief problem of the internet. They solved it. They won. I don't know what the chief problem of artificial intelligence is. I'm 100% sure it's going to have one. And I don't know who's going to solve it and what's going to do, but they will be who will be back here wanting to rein in 20 years' time.
That's a bold endorsement of the FTC and DOJ's cases against the big four tech companies and the remedy that Tim Wu is going to put in place that they can't go after AI. Just to respond to you, Matt, I guess where I'm coming from, one of the bigger pieces that we've done at Prospect on AI was about the National Eating Disorder Association, which had a union drive for their helpline. And they fired everybody and put AI in place to run the helpline. And the helpline then started telling people with eating disorders that they needed to get more protein and eat more. And that seems to me like a problem of the National Labor Relations Board to solve, rather than the problem of you know, a new agency or whatever we're thinking about here. So, you know, some of this does seem to me like old wine in new bottles a little bit. But, you know, I'm certainly open to the idea that there are novel things here that we don't have covered by the current regulatory regime. And I'm wondering, and maybe Ellen, you can answer this question, is there thought toward a new agency around this, or is it thought about distributing the various preoccupations to existing agencies?
Yes.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean there is plenty of work being done on a new digital agency. I mean, this idea has been around for a while, and then there are a lot of advocates for putting a lot of this in the FTC and kind of muscling up the FTC. But you saw the EO, and there's a lot of, you know, there are a lot of bills for appropriations that would fund things that the EO can't do, for beefing up capacity in each of the regulators.
Great. Yeah.
I think there's a passive version of the existing agency point, which is sort of like do nothing, no investment, no technical increase in technical expertise. And then there's a different version, and this is again what I liked about the executive order. I think what you're saying is it should be the National Labor Relations Board, and also they might need technical expertise. They may need to hire new people. They may need any number of different things to build a strong understanding of what their law looks like in a world where AI may be used in certain ways to violate it. And that's not passive. That's active. That requires reward.
Right. And I know the FTC is hiring technologists at a pretty rapid rate, probably for this very reason, among others.
Right, but is the National Labor Relations Board?
Well, probably not. But there is a coordinating function they can conduct.
Can I ask Tano a question? So I don't know anything about banking or insurance regulation, but I did notice that Colorado is the first and only, seems to have a new law governing AI-based underwriting. And I just, you know, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are about, did they need that? It seems to have governance requirements and risk assessment requirements, and also I think substantive limitations on the kind of data that they can use. I mean, do you think that's belt and suspenders, like we don't need those particular AI regulations, or is there something different about the use of AI that states will need to relook at their insurance law?
I mean, we haven't had yet a credit crisis or that is related to the use of these methods for underwriting purposes. So the answer to your question, which is very legitimate, is we don't know yet because we haven't had a cycle. You know, we always have the same type of credit crisis of bad underwriting. Is typically associated with speculative cycles. If you look at the type of banking crisis that they're worried of, people like Anat, for instance, you know, they are related to big movements in real estate markets, and those seem to be more related to agency issues than anything else. There's an issue that I mean, you know, one would need to open these programs and understand exactly what they do. Because one problem that the regulator is going to be confronted with is that even if you are not allowing that particular program to condition on your characteristics, say your gender, you know, it's very easy to pick up your gender because it's correlated with many other things. And the question is, what can we do to actually make sure, you know, those signals that you're getting out of that algorithm preserve the privacy of some characteristics that have some protection under the law? So that I don't know how well equipped are regulators right now to assess this, and maybe that's the Colorado regulation that is after. But that's going to be an issue that those programs need, you know, because if not, you will end up conditioning on those characteristics. And the bank may be completely unaware of this, and that goes to your liability issue of who is going to be responsible for the fact that there's a Colorado bank that is excluding some borrowers on some characteristic, but they actually didn't know. Is the algorithm selecting because the algorithm was not well designed? Now there are results in this field that suggest that you can construct those algorithms.
There's an active case that's very similar to that right now,
really?
involving what's it called, Rainmaker, which is an algorithm that helps resorts and casinos set prices, and they do it by collecting every single price and then saying you should raise them because you're not going to lose market share. But and then that is what the companies, Caesars and Resorts Internet, they have argued, which is that the algorithm did that. We didn't do that.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so these are some of the issues that from a legal standpoint, I think are going to have to be dealt with.
I mean, these are
exactly.
I mean, these algorithms are going to be wonderful at picking up behavioral biases and exploiting them. They're going to be terrific at that.
Yeah.
And selecting people who are addicted to gambling. We already have these problems with many of these algorithms. So
Yeah.
It's good that Colorado's got the law. That's an experiment.
Yeah, that's an experiment,
Right.
absolutely.
Good on them.
I want to get everybody in because I think a lot of people are waiting and want to discuss this. So go ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm a political theorist from Yale University, so I've been listening to the conversation for 2 days. I'm here to learn mostly, but something that strikes me that I don't see on the table or in the toolbox or even as a magic wand that you could use is the reform of corporate governance. So it seems like a lot of the problems that you're discussing may be baked in the incentives that are in the corporate governance structure that dominates the economy. So why is that not something that's could be looked at, reform that would give more of a voice, say, to investors, but also to employees. So you would maybe avoid some of the problems like the shitification of products that we discussed yesterday, things like that. So why is that off the table?
Is it off the
You
table?
don't have the right people here.
It's like, so this is more a broader point. AI is that's why people like talking about AI. It's a good foil for a lot of these issues. It brings to the fore exactly that, and we saw a discussion yesterday on corporate governance. Why aren't we talking about it? Too big. It brings to a discussion of do we have the resources and the ability and institutions of society to retrain the workers who are replaced by AI in the future? Do we have that ability as well? Great question. But outside of the wheelhouse, what is the meaning of humans generating and the amount of contribution they do to create artistic work? I mean, why is artificial intelligence creating artificial different work different from the invention of the camera, which was also a tool? Great questions, but sort of like from the economics lens, whenever we're trying to deal with the policies and the parameters. With respect to AI, it's like we can't solve the big problem in society. We're just playing down in this tweaks of trying to make it consistent as a coherent policy. So the short answer is it's too hard.
Okay. Richard, you had your hand up for a while.
A simple question. A couple of years ago, at the Shorstein Center, Tom Wheeler, Phil Verveer, and Gene Kimmelman wrote a report, Digital Platform Agency. And they rooted it in what they took to be two principles derived from the English common law, duty to deal and duty of care. And their claim was that existing regulatory agencies and existing approaches such as antitrust were not capable of handling a dynamic environment, promoting innovation, and at the core of it, with the principles, and then a sort of elite technocratic council that would make decisions that was very knowledgeable with the insiders. And I guess I just wonder about your views on that. I'm actually most interested in the principles, duty of care, duty to deal, but also just the idea of a sort of technocratic fix, which is what they've been both in the field for a very long time, and they thought that was the best way forward.
I'm familiar with that. I don't remember their technocratic fix. The sort of fiduciary duty and duty of care idea has been developed. I mean, Jack Balkin and Jonathan Citron and Danielle Citron have all sort of worked on that as a replacement for Section 230 and a way to create liability, as well as to build into a regulatory body. So, I think that's a really good idea. I don't remember the other part of it, but one of the things that is true of AI that's even more true of digital platforms is that at least with digital platforms, there was sort of a sense of like a good outcome, like what would be sort of reasonable care to get X. And I think we're behind that in AI. We don't even know kind of what is 99% of efficacy and prediction, is that good enough? Well, it depends on who where the harms of the 1% failure falls and how that works, and it's different in different industries, and we don't even know how to get to measure the 99%. And so I think we're a few steps away from figuring out what a duty of care, reasonable duty of care would look like, but when we can get there, and then of course it can be elaborated, but I see that more as a liability kind of case law development thing than an agency thing.
As Ellen said, I think that report, part of the motivation for it was concern about the effects of Section 230. I think Section 230 is not going to protect generative AI models for the most part. It may in some circumstances. It will be very fact dependent, but the definition of an information content provider, which don't receive Section 230 protection, is are you responsible for creating or developing content in whole or in part? So generative AI platforms will be responsible for showing in court that they're not responsible even in part for the development of the content in question. So they won't get Section 230 protection, I think, in many cases. And so my guess is some of the things that motivated that will sort of be taken care of by an existing liability regime. I think there are probably a range of different perspectives on this panel about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's actually probably more problematic, but I think probably others think it's a positive thing.
So can I add one thing about this?
Yes,
I think to the issue of the duty to deal, for instance, I think it seems to me obvious that there are particular circumstances where you can go and force a party that has, for instance, data, as we were discussing just a moment ago, to allow access to another party who wants to train a model to provide a service that currently doesn't exist in the market. That seems to me that if the company that has the data, ownership rights over which are not clear, is not supplying that particular service, why wouldn't you actually enforce a particular duty to deal to increase supply for consumers? So that seems something that one should consider. Let's put it this way. It goes to Tim Wu's point about adjacent markets and stuff like that.
Sever.
Hi, thanks for a fascinating panel, and I appreciate the learning from banking. I think it's really valuable. So I'm trying to figure out how to think about targeting in relationship to AI. Whether you want to call it personalized pricing, personalized wages, I like to call it surveillance wages, but or targeted content. So I tend to go back and forth between seeing it as a social media issue which AI turbocharges and not something unique to AI, hugely relevant to the democratic questions. The harms are not just consumer harms, but very much democratic harms. But sometimes I think this is it is an AI unique. It's not just turbocharging. There is something uniquely harmful about AI enabled targeting because the turbocharging really makes it mainstream in a different way. What is the current state of thinking on bans on targeting, as we have in banking, beyond the protected class categories, and what are your thoughts? And I say this at an antitrust conference because, of course, the two key tools of traditional American anti-monopoly are non-discrimination, bans on targeting, along with structural reform.
Got us.
I would say, so currently, this is a bad credential. I'm currently trying to grapple with that issue. I'm writing a book about artificial intelligence, and I'm on the bias and discrimination chapter right at the moment. But there's an actually interesting set of issues regarding the sort of technical thing of where we want to hit the analysis or regulation of AI for the purposes of leading to non-discrimination or any of the other values in that regard. And the computer scientists initially went and said, oh, we've got these predictive algorithms. We're taking data, we're coming up with prediction. Then people use the prediction. But as they, what's the data going into the prediction? Does it, for instance, include data of which a group you might be a member, an observable member of, and stuff like that, which would lead to different predictions than if you didn't have that data, and they tried to come up with some ways of doing so, and some of the discussion about does the legal system force you to discard that data or not. There's an alternative point of regulation, which is to say don't touch that prediction at all, don't touch what that's going on at all, but fix it after the fact. You make sure that, so when you've got a bail decision or a thing, some of these things, or a monitoring decision, you get a prediction that gives you some indication about whether there's an issue, then it's what you do with that prediction. And should you, when you use that prediction, have different outcome, different ways of using the prediction based on, again, the identifiable group you might be a member of and stuff like that. And it turns out that the second way part is the way to go. It's better to get the full information you've got possible, and then if you have some further goals of trying to advantage, disadvantage groups and other things like that, you use that prediction in all its glory in order to push that forward. And it's a technical set of results, and that's why I hesitate to do it here, but it's fairly compelling on that front. In other words, the core of all of this is sort of is not to regulate the algorithm itself. That's sort of like, that's the bad thing. We should be regulating the decision. It's the decisions that are being made. Do I let someone to college or not, and what are the criteria? How do I use the data available to me? That's how it comes out technically, and that's not a satisfying answer at that point. It leads to a whole lot of, yeah.
If there are, we're talking about existing, covering existing protected classes, not if we're concerned about turning generally, or?
Yeah, well, it could be any criteria you want, so it's nice and flexible. But yeah, but if you were just thinking about existing protected classes, that would.
But I understood your question to be a deeper one about the construction of self with, being in a feedback loop with a machine that is, whether it's persuasion or and.
Oh, well, that's a lawyer rather than an economist. I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, and I mean, where are we on that? We're nowhere on that, because where could we be on that? Because I just think that. But so what you're calling targeting is also the whole value proposition of some of these devices, right? Which is like, I'm going to get into your email so that I can write emails for you in your voice. And so the question is like, would that be an opt-in? Yes, but you can't use my data. Yeah, so we should need to be thinking about that. And that goes to data protection and like the underlying kind of what data can they have and what can they do with it.
Are we out of time now? I believe we are out of time now because we have lunch. So this was a fascinating panel. Thanks to you all. I came in having a lot to learn, and I learned a lot. So thank you.
I didn't think she could possibly believe
As usual, the views of our guests are their own and not those of the University of Chicago. And you can find this video later on YouTube. So keep in mind that you're on the record and recorded. We're very happy to host this debate because at the conference last year, we had a discussion on mergers and how to rethink the consumer welfare standard. And then Eric and Carl started a lively debate that we didn't have much time to finish. And we were like, okay, why don't we give them an hour to hash things out, you know? And that's basically what we're gonna have now. So let me briefly introduce our speakers and moderator. So in the middle, 6'5", no, I'm joking. Eric Posner is the Kirkland Ellis Distinguished Service Professor of Law and Arthur and Ster Kane Research Chair at the University of Chicago Law School. And before that, he served as counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust Division of the Department of Justice from 22 to 2023. Carl Shapiro is the Distinguished Professor of the Graduate School at the University of California at Berkeley. And he had many positions in government as well, including as members of the President's Council of Economic Advisor and also as Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Economics at the Antitrust Division. And Danny is an Associate Professor in Competition Law and Policy at the University College London Faculty of Law. And I think it's nice to say that Danny's work really focuses on how courts comparatively employ economic evidence. And she has a book out that you should check that's called Courts, Regulators, and the Scrutiny of Economic Evidence, Comparative Perspectives. So without further ado, I give it to you, Danny. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Filippo. I have one slide. Let's see if it works. Oh, there it is. But it's one unreadable slide. Can you read it? I can't read it, so. Okay, so it's really nice to be here and to debate with Carl, who I greatly admire. I've read a huge amount of his work, so I'm prepared for this debate, I suppose. I think someone yesterday, was it Fiona, said that law professors in America don't actually talk about law. I'm going to have to break from that mold for the purpose of this debate, because the question is the role of economics in merger review. And merger review is obviously a legal process. It's effectively required by law. And the agencies are supposed to follow the law, although, of course, they have discretion as well. As enforcement agencies, they have a fair amount of discretion to choose how to allocate their time and which mergers to focus on based on their assessment of the public interest. But let me just start with the law. The law, the operative language here, which I can barely read, but I've memorized this, is that a merger is illegal if it may substantially lessen competition or tend to create a monopoly. So that's the statute that we're dealing with. It is, although a very short statute, in a way, fairly clear. And before I talk about how a lawyer would interpret it, how a judge or a lawyer would interpret the statute, let me start with what I understand the economic theory of antitrust law to be. And I use this very broadly because economists who write in industrial organization and write about antitrust obviously have disagreements and emphasize different aspects of this. I think of the economic theory of antitrust law as going back to Oliver Williamson's famous 1968 article, which proposed a very simple cost-benefit analysis for evaluating mergers. Williamson had said later that I think his boss, Donald Turner, had asked him to come up with some kind of maybe test for determining which mergers the agencies should challenge. And Williamson said he talked to the lawyers and they just said, oh, well, you have to enforce the statute, which didn't satisfy him. So he came up with this cost-benefit test. And his cost-benefit test, is extremely simple, famously simple. He even called it the naive model in his paper. And he says that a merger should be blocked if it's inefficient, if the costs are greater than the benefits. He identifies the benefits being efficiency, economies of scale, the benefits of a merger, and the costs are the deadweight cost that results from higher market power, if that should take place, and higher prices. This view was adopted by Bork in his work, and while Williamson was very cautious, and most of his paper is actually qualifications and cautions about his test, Bork dismisses all of those qualifications. I'll talk about some of them, and just says this is the test for merger challenges. And as far as I can tell, it's a little unclear. This was a test that was adopted by the Reagan administration, possibly informally, I'm not sure, but they did stop challenging mergers in the late 1980s for a few years, and possibly because they applied this test. Now, the odd thing about this test from a legal perspective, from the perspective of statutory interpretation, is that it basically says that the defendants, the merging parties, are allowed to merge as long as any harm that they impose on consumers, for example, is less than the benefits to them, right? And so, so their profits, if their profits go up enough because of market power and reduced costs, the merger should be approved. Now, that view didn't stick, and I think it's just so obviously in tension with the purpose of the law. And ultimately, the view that replaced it, which I think is probably the economic view now, although economists disagree about it, is a consumer surplus view. And so a merger should be blocked if it will raise prices, basically. And so what it requires, this view, for a merger to go through is that the cost savings resulting from economies of scale are passed through to consumers, so that any increasing price pressure as a result of the greater market power is offset, and consumers are better off. So I think of that as something like the economic theory. Certainly there are economists who make this argument, maybe most economists. I believe Carl's theory is something like this, based on his pro-market piece in anticipation of this debate, but Carl can correct me if I'm wrong. So let me turn to the law now. So there is, a whole, for the lawyers here, this is obvious. There's a whole kind of infrastructure or set of rules or community understanding of how one interprets law. And the rules here, the toolkit here is not very complicated. It's mostly common sense, but it's worth going through it a little bit to understand what goes awry with the economic theory. So courts, particularly these days, like to focus on the plain meaning of the statute. And this statute actually does have a discernible plain meaning, which is that competition, we're worried about competition going down. Competition means something like rivalry. It means you have a bunch of firms that are trying to poach each other's customers or other trading partners by offering better terms to them, or by engaging in marketing or what have you. But they're fighting against each other for business, right? That's what rivalry means. You can think of a rivalry test if you want, or a competition test, but it doesn't go beyond that, right? So the term substantially less than competition means that you have multiple firms that are doing this, that are competing with each other, and as a result of the merger, there's less of that going on. Now, there could be less of that going on simply because there are fewer firms. So if one firm faces a lot of other firms, it may compete for business more vigorously than if it just faces one. Okay? Or it could happen because, let's say, this has been discussed a lot, the firm that is acquired is a maverick. And so firms in the past had coordinated or colluded or something like that, had not because of the behavior of the maverick. And after the acquisition of the maverick, that becomes easier or more likely to occur. Okay? So the statute seems to be focused on that kind of behavior. And this is very much different from either form of cost-benefit analysis, the total surplus or the consumer surplus test. And the easiest way to see this is just to imagine a 2-to-1 merger. This is the beginning of our debate, I guess, a year ago. A 2-to-1 merger that could reduce prices because of big economies of scale that are passed through to consumers. But it seems pretty obviously to be prohibited by the statute, which says you're not allowed to merge into a monopoly. Well, what about a 3-to-2 merger or a 4-to-3 merger? Well, if you just tend to create a monopoly, which doesn't just mean 2-to-1, it might mean 3-to-2 or 4-to-3, and you attach it to the substantially lessened to competition, maybe that means 5-to-4 or 6-to-5, who knows? That seems to be what the statute is prohibiting. Okay, and now you might ask, well, where's the line for substantially to lessen competition? Is all rivalry, are all mergers prohibited? Because all mergers, well, as a general proposition, nearly all mergers are going to reduce rivalry, at least between the merging firms. And the answer is no. Congress has put in a de minimis test and left it to the courts to figure out what that should be. Okay. Now, the economic theory, as I understand it, claims that the Congress's purpose was to basically either help consumers or promote economic growth or push down prices or promote output. And that may well have been one of Congress's purposes. But Congress clearly had many other purposes when it enacted this statute. As has been talked about already at this conference, Congress and people generally were worried about corporate power. In those days, powerful corporations would just 1 minute would just bribe legislatures. They also were immune to regulatory enforcement because they had so much power and they were very nimble. They could move from state to state as people went after them. The corporations would hire thugs to crack down on striking workers. And so there was a lot of concern about that as well as the economic impact. Okay. Now after this, there was a lot of additional legislation and opportunities for Congress to change these rules if it wanted to. It didn't take that opportunity. The mistake in the economic theory is to single out one of these multiple purposes and say that's all that Section 7 is supposed to accomplish, increasing economic output, while neglecting all these other purposes, which clearly were motivated Congress and have remained a concern to the present day. This view of Section 7 is reflected in Supreme Court interpretations that remain valid law, even though they're old. And these are Supreme Court cases that have subsequently had a great deal of influence on outcomes. And so, Denny, let me just answer the question, what is the role of economics in merger review? I do want to say, I'm not arguing there's no role of economics in merger review. As Zephyr mentioned yesterday, whenever you're trying to measure harm, and that's a matter of concern, economics can play a role. It can play other roles as well. But on the crucial issue of what the liability rule is, I don't think it's correct to say that it is an economic rule.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Carl, your...
Well, thanks. So last year we did have this interchange. At that time, Eric was arguing that mergers should be evaluated based on whether the margins of the merging firm went up. And if the margin went up, that was increased market power, and that would be illegal. I then said, wait about two small firms merge, they lower their costs, they pass through some of the cost savings to their customers, so prices go down, but they don't pass through all of it, so their margins go up. You want to be against that merger. Off we went. Eric seems to have wisely not pursued that line of argument further today. And he said it's going after Oliver Williamson, but okay. The question posed was the proper role of economics in merger review. Since my mother taught me to follow instructions, I will start rather than end with the answer. To assist the legal system in enforcing the law. Okay, so we better go to the law, and I'm speaking now based on not only my academic writings, but time in government serving as an expert witness in merger cases. So we understand the statute refers to the may substantially lessen competition. Let me just focus on that prong. We've also got the may tend to create a monopoly. May substantially lessen competition. Okay, well, that's all about that. The notion of competition is an economic concept or notion. And we also have the substantially. So we have to have some notion of magnitude or significance. Okay, this seems to me to bring in economics pretty centrally. As an example, when I testified in the Staples Office Depot number 2 case for the FTC, that was the market the FTC defined was sales of office supplies to large companies, essentially. And we had very nice data about the two merging companies bidding for these contracts that these large companies would set to provide a whole bunch of office supplies and other stuff. Well, the merger would eliminate that bidding competition. That was very significant. That was about economics. It was about bidding. Who were the other bidders? How often did they win? These are all economic concepts. This was central to evaluating whether that merger would substantially lessen competition. Another example, I testified for Steve's Doors, the plaintiff in a rare successful private action in a merger case. They were challenging a merger of two of their suppliers of door skins, which are a critical input into the doors. It was a consummated merger, and there I showed to the jury that the prices had gone up after the merger. And so that's obviously economics, that Steve's Doors was injured. They also had a damages claim. And further had to show, well, the prices went up not because costs went up, but rather because of the merger. And in fact, prices had gone up after the merger, and the costs of the suppliers had gone down. All economics, very central to the question, did those mergers substantially lessen competition? I'm not sure what the alternative method that Eric is suggesting, but judges and juries want to know, will people be harmed by the merger? And harm will typically be, in these cases, customers. Of course, in other cases, it could be suppliers or workers. Okay, so that's the role of economics, both actual and, to some extent, very much, I would say, proper, at least as I have used it. But there's a lot of misuse of economics as well. This is a big problem in merger analysis. We had a long period of time where a whole phalanx of economists paid by merging firms were arguing a theory of critical loss that made no sense, and it got a lot of traction. Or they argued the only way a merger could be a problem is if the two firms were the next closest competitors to each other. Also not true, okay? Just economically false. But these things got some traction. So the actual role of economics is much more mixed because economics gets abused by defendants in these cases. Oh, it could be abused on either side, okay? But I've been testifying for 15 years. All these testimonies have been for plaintiffs, mostly the government in these cases. And so this is what I'm seeing. To give an example of that, in the Steve's Doors merger, so this was a merger between two of these suppliers of these door skins, right around a time around the time of the Great Recession. And so, as I said, I told the jury prices went up, the costs had actually gone down because input costs had gone down, and so the merger had caused the prices go up. The economist testifying for the defendants, which was Ted Snyder, who at the time I believe was dean of the Yale School of Management, so I'll have to get Fiona to straighten him out on this. He told the jury, oh no problem, because output went up after the merger. That is, more doors and door skins were produced. And we know the Supreme Court likes to look at output, so he should look at output. Why did output go up at that period of time? Because we were coming out of the Great Recession, and housing starts were going way up. And so that had nothing to do with the price of door skins. It was not very plausible that because of the price of door skins, and therefore doors going up by $20 or $30 a door, that people would decide, I don't think I need a door into that bedroom. I'll just skip that. So that was nonsense, and the jury, I think, saw it as such. So there's good and bad economics. I'm talking about the proper role of economics. And there's a separate issue, maybe we'll talk about it, about how to discipline this type of really bad economics that gets paid for and put forward in some of these cases. Okay, so now, further, how do we tell whether it's a substantially lessening of competition? So if you're going to figure out there's a substantial lessening, you better figure out what it is, what is competition, so you can see whether it went up or down, or significantly so. I like the definition of competition that the merger guidelines have. They say, competition is a process of rivalry that incentivizes businesses to offer lower prices, improve wages and working conditions, enhance quality and resiliency, innovate, and expand choice, among many other benefits. I like that, and it fits with common sense and how economists think about competition. So how would you tell if competition's gone down? Well, a good way to diagnose that would be whether the benefits that competition generates are likely to go down, okay? Now, it's all predictive in these cases. Almost all cases. They're not consummated mergers. So how are you going to predict whether these benefits will go down? And that, hence, we are led to something like will prices go up? Okay. That's a very sensible test, diagnosis, because for one thing, it relates to harms, which judges and juries are going to care about, and they always have, going back to all those Supreme Court cases. In Philadelphia National Bank, the Supreme Court was concerned about whether business borrowers in the Philadelphia area would get less attractive terms or other conditions because of lessened rivalry among the banks, okay? And that's consistent in the case law. So it's a good diagnosis to look at whether prices will go up or quality will go down and so forth. And that's something that's very much about economics and what economists can do. The same thing would apply upstream. If we have a hospital merger and we're worried about whether this will reduce competition to hire nurses, well, we look at this and we say, okay, what are the choices the nurses have in terms of where they can seek employment? Are these hospitals competing to get nurses? We look at the geographic scope. Where can the nurses go? We might look at the share of employment of nurses by these hospitals. These are all economic concepts, and ultimately, we're very concerned here about the nurses being harmed, and that would come in the form of lower wages. So again, this is what we do, the economics. I don't know what the alternative is supposed to be. All right, so then how has this evolved over time? There is I think generally quite a productive interaction between the courts, the agencies through the merger guidelines, and academic work and other research in economics, that this diagnosis, how do we diagnose a substantial lessening of competition? We've changed our tools, and we've gotten better, I would say, at how to diagnose. In the mid-20th century, the structured conduct performance paradigm was paramount, reigned in industrial organization economics, and that was reflected in the Philadelphia National Bank decision, which quoted a number of economists for the structural presumption and quoted them on the shares that might be sufficient that led to the 30% share we have there. Over decades, economists have learned, we have developed more game theoretic tools, we've understood many different types of markets and how different they are. We've developed unilateral effects, we have demand estimation, we have merger simulation, bidding models, all these other tools. Those have been brought into practice. The merger guidelines have assisted with that, and the latest iteration, we see that again in the form of talking about not just labor markets, but platform markets as a leading example. So this process, I think, is quite healthy, and it is how, I would say, economics has been used and influenced the law, okay? But it's all about improving the way in which we interpret, implement this statute regarding substantial lessening of competition. I don't really see an alternative. Of course, none of this is to say that other goals of the antitrust laws are irrelevant. It's just when you go to court and you're looking at a merger between two suppliers of door skins, you're talking about the effect on competition in door skins. You're not talking about democracy or inequality, as important as those values may be, and as important as they may have been to Congress when they either passed the statute in 1914 or amended it in 1950. The statute speaks of economics. That's what the courts want to know about. That's what economists can help with.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think we have two diametrically opposing opening statements that will help generate a lively debate. So we've heard, just to put the different pieces together, about whether we should follow a literal or a textual or a purposive interpretation of the Clayton Act. We heard a lot about the misuse of economics and the use of economics in diagnosing the substantial lessening of competition. And it's under Section 7 of the Clayton Act, a merger is prohibited if the effect of such acquisition may be to substantially lessen competition or tend to create a monopoly. But are we looking only at price effects? Is this our only concern? And recent decision practice in Europe and the US has brought forward other concerns. And understand that economists are trying to fit these non-price effects conceptually into the framework of the existing framework of diagnosis. I will go a step further and I will ask also whether they should have a freestanding basis like the one enjoyed by price output reductions. Yeah.
Can I just, before getting to your question, I just want to renew my question to Carl from last time. And so what I asked was, if you have a 2-to-1 merger that results in lower prices, is that a substantial lessening of competition? And Herb Hoffenkamp jumped in and gave the example of, let's just imagine Lyft and Uber in a town. Suppose there's no taxi service, it's just the two of them, and they merge. And Herb said that is not a substantial lessening of competition if prices go down. Okay, and I thought you disagreed, but I don't want to what is your answer to that? Would you say that's a substantial lessening of competition or not?
Wait,
2-to-1 merger, prices go down.
Well, 2-to-1 merger, by the way you've defined that, is a complete elimination of competition.
Yeah.
So how could it not be a substantial lessening?
Okay, but under your theory, it would be lawful.
Why do you
Okay,
say
so
that?
if it's
No,
a
I
3 to
didn't
2,
say that.
if it's
Why did you
all
say
right,
that?
so if it's a 3 to 2 merger,
That's such an easy one to diagnose. For
Right.
one thing, you already have the other prong that says tend to create a monopoly, but under
Yeah,
the complete elimination of competition, obviously
Okay,
substantial lessening.
so 3
what
to
are you
2,
saying?
3 to 2 merger competition, 3 to 2 merger
Yes.
that results in lower prices. You approve it? Not substantial lessening of competition because it's 3 to 2 rather than 2-to-1.
I think it's going to depend on the facts. I mean, the way the case.
That's what lawyers say.
Wait, because I actually looked at the
I
evidence.
gave you the facts.
We
Prices
learned from
go
Jonathan
down.
Cantor
You look
last
at the
night that
evidence,
we're supposed to look
prices,
at
you looked at the evidence, prices go down.
Well,
Is it
okay,
lawful or not lawful?
So wait, you're asking a legal question or are you asking an economic
I'm
question?
asking both questions. Substantially lessen competition, which you interpreted as you interpreted economically.
Well, look, if the prices go down, that to me is an indicator. That's my point. That's a strong indicator that competition has gone up. There's an increased rivalry between those two firms. Now, the only reason I said, well, I want to know a little more is I could be worried that there'd be coordinated effects, and we haven't seen them yet.
Yeah,
so
we won't assume-
so you're going to assume
assume that
prices
away.
come down and stay down.
But they go
Despite
down.
the fact that
They
their
go
market
down
shares-
because costs go down.
Okay.
Rivalry doesn't have to. Rivalry obviously goes down.
Well, you see, that's your view, okay? Rivalry goes down.
Well, you
because they're
think
3 to 2.
rivalry obviously goes down if we go from 2 to 1, but you don't think it obviously goes down if we go from 3 to 2. I mean, look, that's just what the statute says.
Look, this sounds like sort of a pointless dancing on the head of a, like seriously? In practice, if you had a 3 to 2 merger and the parties showed the prices go down, I would say as an expert witness, my experience, the parties would probably win that case.
No,
Okay?
they would lose.
Okay, well, that's because you don't think there should be an efficiency defense.
No, this is a prediction about the law. Well, yes,
Okay.
it's a prediction about what a court would do interpreting the statute.
All right, well, I don't know, just based on my experience with this, they would do what they do, okay? All I can do as an economist is say, from my point of view, let me just state it as clear as I can. The fact that the price went down indicates, and is going to stay down and all that, indicates to me that there is enhanced rivalry between these two firms. Probably because the cost went down. Well, I think you said that, okay? So that is a form of enhanced rivalry. You can have a lot of competition between two firms, okay? I mean, we have models of that. We have examples of that. So for you to say, oh, because there's only 2 left, that there must be reduced rivalry, I don't accept that in terms of what rivalry and competition means to me. And who are you benefiting if you stop that merger, by the way?
Well, this goes back to the statute, and you're just refusing to take into account these other purposes that Congress was concerned about at the time and that people are still
Wait, I
concerned
thought we were
about.
talking about competition and rivalry. Now
We
you're
are.
trying to change the topic.
Substantial. This is a statute that uses the word substantially lessen competition. You insist over and over again that when Congress says that, competition is meant in a purely economic sense to mean, well, it's more than an economic sense. It's in an economic sense of not only rivalry, but rivalry that results in higher prices. But that's not what. But Congress passes this statute because at the time people thought there were too many monopolies, that it was too easy for companies to merge and become large monopolies, and that these monopolies were engaging in abuse of various, non-economic abuses of various types. So
you have an interpretation of the statute.
Can we divorce the statute from its
but hold-
history? That's
look,
actually the...
But tell me, if I go back to Philadelphia National Bank, which your father had a hand in, okay? Big hand, I understand, from what he said here. What? No, it's a great opinion. No, I mean, don't you think it's a great opinion?
No.
I'm just saying. No, okay. All right. Fine. I was meant to be a compliment. You know, you have great genes, okay? What they're saying is this is a structural presumption, but it can be rebutted. So what did it take to rebut it? If you read the decision, it's very clear. You would rebut it by showing there was not a substantial lessening of competition. The harms they identify, competition among banks exists at every level: price, variety of credit arrangements, convenience of location, attractiveness of credit, all these things, non-price things.
Non-price
That's
things.
what they're
Back
looking
to my
for.
question.
That would, if those effects did not happen, they would be rebutted. They consider some rebuttals, and they reject them because they didn't meet this standard. So by this very decision of the Supreme Court, they're looking at these economic effects in this market, in the banking market in Philadelphia. So you're making it seem like there's no rebuttal.
The court repudiates an efficiency defense following Brown shoe, and the Supreme Court case is consistent about that.
We don't have a Supreme Court case, I understand, in this
Pardon
country.
me?
We don't have one the last 50 years, right? But yeah.
We don't have one in the last 50 years.
Which is another question of how this will
Supreme
evolve.
Court cases are relied on and cited by courts of appeals and district courts in every other case. And not
You don't
only
think
that.
Philadelphia National Bank's good law? So
No,
there's how do you
no, I
rebut?
don't.
How do you rebut them?
Pardon me?
There's no rebuttal? How do you rebut?
Well,
if you-
there has been movement among the courts of appeals, but the Supreme Court is the authoritative
that's why I'm asking about
interpreter of the
Philadelphia
law.
National Bank.
So it's
You
good
read
law.
this
Contractual
decision,
presumption.
you rebut by showing that these harms to the customers won't happen.
No,
Okay.
the court rebuts an efficiency defense. They bring up the possibility that there may be public interest reasons for allowing a merger to go through. For example, if you're in the middle of a financial crisis and you want your banks you need to merge your banks because one's failing, that could be a justification. They're not ruling out, look, it is a structural presumption. They're not ruling out, by definition, that the defendants can rebut, right? That's the whole meaning of structural presumption. But it doesn't say you can rebut on efficiency grounds.
No, I didn't say anything about efficiencies. I just said you show that the prices go down instead of up. I don't know why. I didn't say the word efficiencies. I just said effects. I don't know why it happened. Maybe
you may be
Wouldn't that be
the
sufficient?
court. It's just not clear from the court whether you can do that. I would do not think that the Supreme Court in the 1960s would approve a 2-to-1 merger because the prices went down.
We're not talking about 2-to-1 merger. We're talking about Philadelphia National Bank.
All right, a 5-to-4, 4-to-3 merger.
Okay.
Brown shoe was in the few years earlier. They don't repudiate Brown shoe. They adopt Brown shoe. They cite Brown shoe as authority. They even mention that in Brown shoe, the Brown shoe's celebration of small businesses. The Philadelphia National Bank does not change the law. It's simply extending the law. What it does, what the Philadelphia National Bank
establishes a structural presumption.
What the
changes the
Philadelphia
law.
National Bank is, this is very common in judicial opinions. It becomes a more formal. It adopts a more formalistic stance than you had in Brown shoe. So they're saying, look, we're going to create this presumption in order to give some people guidance. This is like extremely typical for courts. We don't know all of the consequences of adopting this general rule, so we're not going to make it a bright line, irrebuttable rule. We're going to allow defendants in future cases to try to come up with a reason for allowing the merger to go through. That's totally fine. But they didn't say, Brown shoe's wrong. And in subsequent cases, the court, relies on Brown shoe, it relies on Philadelphia National Bank. It's all over the place.
First off, I think one of the interesting things about Philadelphia National Bank is the defendants say, this is going to be really good for economic development in Philadelphia. And they say, that's some sort of big, large cost-benefit analysis. That's beyond what the courts can do. We're not going to consider these broader things. We're going to focus on whether it's substantially less than competition in this line of commerce. Okay, so they focus on the economic issues. Okay, Brown shoe they cite, as it always gets cited, for the proposition this Clayton Act is about competition, not competitors, okay? And that's predominant, that's overwhelmingly what Brown shoe, and that's how economists think about it as well. But look, I am going to stop debating the law.
Okay, good,
okay.
good.
I'm just okay, because.
But let me, Danny, let me quickly.
I thought the law and the law.
I agree. I was about to stop also. Okay, so the.
But I beat you to it.
You get the last word. I did want to respond to a couple other things you said. So first of all, I'm not repudiating my earlier view. I think of market power as just a way of measuring rivalry or competition. It's just a statistic that could be useful. I agree with the bad economics problem, and I do think this is worth talking about. So what Carl is saying is that there's good economics and bad economics. I agree with that completely. It can be done better. It can be done worse. The real problem here is the courts. The courts, they're good judges and they're bad judges, and the good judges, you can tell, like they're really trying to understand the competing expert reports and figure out who's right. But this is too complicated for these judges. So this is not an argument for getting rid of economics. I agree with Carl's first point, which is that economics exists to assist the agencies in enforcing the law. But I do think that if it plays too big a role in litigation, you get bad results. And the particular problem, if I can put this a little bit more strongly, is that economics puts a premium as a matter of practice on rigorous analysis, good data, and so the types of economic analysis that's used in litigation that can produce a prediction about price in a kind of a rigorous way crowds out the other types of arguments that could be made, including economic arguments, because judges are impressed by this. And a good example, which I think you might agree with, is coordinated effects. So models aren't as good. It's much harder to make a prediction traditionally about the impact of a merger on coordinated effects. And so over a number of years, this concern about the effects of mergers, admittedly an economic effect of merger, gets crowded out by the focus on unilateral effects. So one of the advantages of having the simple rule that Congress, with great foresight, put together is that you keep things simple enough that courts can enforce the law.
So we are here not debating the role of economics, right? You do both agree that they have an important role to play. We are debating whether the economics we have is good, bad, or may add very sophisticated. And that is also a problem because law cares about administrability. Then this creates a huge information asymmetry between an economic expert witness and a generalist judge, and what sort of procedural innovations can we adopt in order to overcome this information asymmetry. So I think the problem is not only good, bad, but also maybe very sophisticated economics in the area of unilateral effects, for example.
So this has been a project of mine for at least 20 years to try to identify relatively simple but robust economic concepts that can be used in mergers and non-merger cases too. I mean, there's pay for delay cases. There's more straightforward ways to go there, more plaintiff-oriented than the courts have been, standard essential patents, and mergers. And in mergers, so it's a great, the notion of looking at diversion ratios, I gave a speech about that in 1995 or 96 when I was economics deputy. That's a way to look at the competition between the two merging firms, and the elimination of that competition alone can be make for a substantial lessening of competition. And so I've been pushing that for almost 30 years. It's hard because the courts are, the case law is so rigid and set about you have to define the relevant market, and there's typically to measure market shares, which economists know is not necessarily the most informative way to diagnose these things. So, and I think the latest merger guidelines make progress on that with their guideline 2, building on what we did in 2010. So there's an example. You can look at diversion. The example with Staples and Office Depot, we had bidding data. You could see how often they were bidding against each other, and if one were to raise their price, how much likely it would be the other would get the business, and that's goes right to the heart of how economists think about this, and I think it fits very well with the statute in terms of lessening of competition. You can add margins in there too, very important to the arithmetic of how that works. That's the next level of sophistication. And then when you go deeper to, wait, I want to do a merger simulation model, that's where things get, I think, basically too complicated for a lay judge to really evaluate very well. Much more trouble could be made by an economist who wants to muck things up and you know, just you get more of the battle of experts that's opaque to a non-expert. And so I've not tended to want to go in that direction unless, you know, I absolutely have to for some reason methodologically. But if you need to go to the next level there, I think what you need is some sort of special master or other or court-appointed expert is really, and I've pushed for that too, but I think the defense bar doesn't like it.
Let me come back to this point about corporate power, which is actually in an interesting way connected to the neglect of coordinated effects. So the problem is that as you have this better, sort of more rigorous method, the courts are kind of drawn to it in a kind of gravitational way. You've got these two experts with a lot of data doing unilateral effects analysis. And then you have these kind of bunch of cliches about coordinated effects, like there's smaller number of firms and you know, they can monitor each other. And that stuff just doesn't seem as impressive, even though in the real world it could really matter a lot. But there's also this point about corporate power. So Carl said earlier when he was working on the, what is Doors and Doorskins case, it has nothing to do with corporate power. These two manufacturers of doors and doorskins get together. Like, is that are they gonna have more power? I mean, I should say political power, more power over, you know, to influence legislatures? Are they gonna be harder to enforce the law on because when they violate the law because they have more resources? So there's no data out there that you can use to make a prediction about the impact of the merger on the effect that this new firm is going to have on legislative outcomes and regulatory outcomes. There just isn't any data there. But I think this was Tim's fish and water, or, you know, fish breathing water point. We know that that's what's going on. And even if some of us are skeptical about it, it's clearly what motivated Congress and has repeatedly motivated legislatures over the years. Which is, by the way, why the Reagan administration never tried to get the Section 7 amended and converted into a pure economic test, because people are deeply concerned about it. So where does that leave us? So for an economist, you know, just say, well, an economist might say, I don't believe this stuff, or I think more plausibly, look, I don't know how to measure it, right? I can measure prices, but I can't measure impacts on political outcomes. So I'm going to disregard it. But we can't disregard a statute that is designed in part to prevent corporations from becoming so powerful that they can impact.
You just made that move. The statute talks about lessening of competition in a line of commerce in a section of the country. The courts have interest in that. You can have this debate all you want about broader effects, and it's not what's happening in the courtroom, Eric.
Well,
okay?
that's
okay.
Well.
It's not what's happening at the agencies, and I don't think it can or should happen until the law gets changed, because that's what the statute says.
No, it doesn't.
And, you know,
the statute could have said.
The statute
could have said.
Doesn't say.
It could have said.
I thought it was the one thing we agreed on was the statute.
You're defining competition. You're defining competition in terms of its effects, its economic effects. But competition has other effects as well. There are two things going on. Just think of, all right. I'm gonna exploit my comparative disadvantage here. Think of the Cornell model. Like, there's the independent variable here, number of firms, okay, and then there's the dependent variable, right? The number of firms is rivalry, right? In that particular model, it's a measure of rivalry, and the ultimate price or output is an economic effect that we care about. We could also do a political Cornell model, right? And political scientists have done this. There's a second variable dependent variable you're looking at, which is political outcomes, which affect legislatures, which might affect prices, or it might affect freedom, or it might affect something else. Congress wasn't making this distinction. It was worried about trusts and big corporations because of a range of bad social effects. It is not clear and I agree with you here, I definitely agree with you here. I do not think a court should, when it's evaluating a merger, try to make a specific prediction about whether this new corporation is going to give donations to Republicans or Democrats. But what I do think is the case is that the argument for just a very strict rivalry-only test, which is what is in the statute, is a way of preventing mergers that produce these other kind of diffuse, unmeasurable, but important outcomes that Congress cares about.
I think just to build up on this point, is economics the only source of wisdom? Should economics be the only source of wisdom in merger control? And with this question, I can open the floor to your questions. And we can take this first question over there and maybe the other question.
Yeah, can I comment directly on this question of the politics and the economics? I think one way to think of this is the political market is not the same thing as the economic market. In other words, you take it that you could get a merger which you thought had no economic impact at all, yet made that firm very large, and therefore gave it political strength. So I think when you're worried about, it's a completely legitimate thing to be worried about politics, but the measure of whether a company is strong politically may have nothing to do with its lessening competition in one market, but its overall size. And if you want to say it's bad because it's big, you should go after that. That's a totally different set of tools. You can tax those firms very heavily if they get large. You can put some cap on how big firms can get. But that's a completely different thing from thinking about the antitrust question, which is about significant lessening of competition in an economic market, not a political market.
Well,
it's a cognitive confusion, and I think it leads to bad
right,
law.
I understand what you're saying, but you're assuming that, right? So there are different ways of modeling corporate influence on politics, and you're saying what we should be concerned about. You might be concerned about just like a really big company with tons of revenues and resources, but a really big company that has tons of resources and revenues, but is in a competitive market or in multiple competitive markets, may not be able to have much influence on politics or the incentive to affect them, because its competitors are also, if the firm tries to let's say get the government to raise tariffs, it's benefiting its rivals as well as itself, right? So there's a free rider problem. And so another theory is that as corporate power increases, that is market power.
I think it's a confusion between two things. One is the question about significant lessening of competition in a market.
Like
Another is the broader political thing.
You're redefining competition to mean price effects.
Oh.
Yes, you are. Okay. Well, so price effects are one effect of the reduction of competition. There are other effects.
Let me put this in very practical terms. Okay, I hear you, Eric. You want to talk about, you want broader political factors to be, we should be thinking about those more because was what Congress was thinking about in 1950 or 1914. I guess I'm going to say to this group, as somebody who's been doing this for a while in the trenches, if we want to make progress with the current law, the statute, and the case law, my view continues to be, I think we need all the more to make progress because horizontal merger enforcement is too lax, and we have more increasing evidence about that. The way to make progress is not to go off in some very different direction. It's to discipline the use of economics in these cases so we get more decisions by judges that are accurate in terms of which mergers actually may substantially lessen competition, with the may being emphasized, as the current guidelines do. And I think bringing in all these other issues is not a helpful way to move forward.
I already have a mic. So I'm willing to accept that economic analysis can get the answer wrong in certain cases, and I'm also willing to entertain a broader definition of competition, what sphere we're talking about. Can you please provide a description of analysis and criteria for determining whether competition may be lessened by a merger, however you define it? Can you analysis and criteria, yes or no, how do we decide?
HHI thresholds are a good place to start. Low thresholds, and that's in a like a simple horizontal merger. That's in fact what courts do. What? No, you need to define a market as firms that compete with each other. So I'm not saying that economics plays no role here. I'm talking about the standard of liability that is used to evaluate whether a merger is lawful or not.
Tommaso, and then John.
Thanks. I just wanted to continue on what Simcha said. So you said perhaps economics has not helped in reaching good decisions in some cases. Okay, you accepted that. I have in front of me an article which is going to be published in a Law in Nikon journal, where Filippo and Dane are associate editors. So let's assume it's a very good journal, in fact. This paper is interesting. It's a meta-study about consummated merger effects. Okay? A retrospective on retrospectives of horizontal mergers. What's interesting about this paper is that the author is looking precisely at mergers which had been vetted by antitrust authorities. Okay? Precisely what we're talking about here. So mergers where some antitrust investigation was had and where economic models had been used. They were approved with remedies, without remedies, but were approved because the enforcers thought that consumers would be better off, or at least not worse off. Otherwise, they would not have been approved, right? So if our methods, which we applied in the trenches, not about esoteric stuff, were correct, you would observe in a practice, when you do a retrospective, that prices either went down, either were efficiencies, or were constant and nothing had happened. Okay? Perhaps these models were imperfect. Now, what this author finds is that in 52% of the cases, and she has hundreds and hundreds of these mergers, prices went up. So it's like tossing a coin. So in 52% of the cases, prices went up. So it's a bit of a stretch to say that in some cases there was
Every time it goes down?
No, in 20%.
They've done their job.
Well, remember, these are approved mergers. They were approved because it was believed that consumers would not be harmed. Otherwise, you cannot approve a merger if you believe that consumers are going to be harmed. You cannot. Okay, so it's a bit of a stretch to say that there has been some good and some bad economics, because on balance, we have some frameworks which are very coherent intellectually, okay, but in a bit detached from reality, because our frameworks have been, Carl, developed in the context of some models of horizontal product differentiation, etc., static models. If in practice our methods have little predictive power, what do you do? What do we do? How do we use good economics? So I want to go back to a challenge for the future. How do we make sure that this track record, which is very poor, doesn't become even poorer and hopefully improves?
Can we also take the second question and then address both questions? Is this, yeah? Professor John, I think we had your hand first, and I will go to the gentleman as well.
Yeah, this is a fascinating discussion for me. Thinking about 1914, I'm enthusiastic about that. I've gone through all the JSTOR scholarship dealing with monopoly, which you can do now. You can figure out what was in the heads. And this question about prediction, I think, is an interesting one. It's of great concern to economics. But this concern about process, I think Professor Posner is absolutely right on the facts. Those were the issues that engaged the lawmakers and the academics. And the relative influence of, say, lawyers versus economists was very different in 1914 than it has been, say, since, 1980. So if we're going to make an originalist argument about Clayton, as some have tried to make about the Sherman Act or the Antitrust Act of 1890, which has been attributed to John Sherman mistakenly, then it seems to me that there's a lot of material we could draw on, and this would be jurists 1, economists 0. That's how I would look at it if we really are concerned about intent. Now, maybe we're not concerned about intent. Maybe that intent is not helpful. But if we are, I think these issues concerning labor, issues concerning political influence, issues concerning all kinds of financial manipulation, none of which have direct influence on price, were in the minds of lawmakers and jurists. So I just, jurist 1, economist 0, do we care? Do we care what the lawmakers intended in 1914?
So first, Thomas's question, would you like to? Well, maybe that's for you.
Well, I happen to be very familiar with the literature on merger retrospective since I've just been finishing up a paper with Ali Yurakuglu at Stanford on that and some other related topics. There's a very mixed literature. There's some areas like hospital mergers where it's just really clear that there have been a lot of mergers that have been caused prices to go up, have been anti-competitive. In many other areas, it's really mixed, and it's very hard to look at that literature and come up with, I see what the diagnostics should be. You know, how we could tell the good ones from the bad ones. Now, this is, of course, with the sample selection issue, we're only observing mergers that were allowed to go through, right? But I take your general point, Tommaso. I mean, by the way, I don't think our tools are as bad as your question would. I would dispute that, okay? In general, I think our tools are pretty good, but it's very hard to predict generally, okay? And I've seen more than one judge go like, what? You're telling me in this merger case I'm supposed to actually predict the future? I don't have a crystal ball. They're so startled that that's what they're supposed to do, okay? Now, simple rules, like Eric wants, are one way to go. You know, we have a structural presumption. I have a paper with Herb Hovenkamp. I've been embracing that. I mean, it's a critical way in which the government wins, okay? So that, with, of course, then it turns the complexity into the market definition. Okay, there's no getting around that. I mean, in some cases it's easy, maybe. In a lot of cases it's not, particularly with differentiated products. So I just don't think there's a simple, bright line rule. And the people who say, oh, we'll just do market shares, then they have market definition. So I think we got to keep learning. I'm in favor of this area as other areas. The way to go proceed is to create rebuttable presumptions, and maybe it's pretty hard to rebut sometimes. Here we have the rebuttable presumption based on market structure. I would go for a rebuttable presumption based on unilateral effects without defining a market, you know, with sufficiently important. And the guideline 2 and the merger guidelines are trying to go there, but they know they're swimming upstream with the case law. So it's the next move to try to move the law there. Okay, and I think those sort of diagnostic tools would help there in terms of diversion, how much of the firm's competing. It doesn't help us with coordinated effects, that particular one. That's still a problem. So again, we just got to keep working, but not get distracted by extraneous stuff that doesn't have to do with competition in some line of commerce.
Eric, the other question maybe?
Well,
sure.
I
Economists becoming kings.
That was a nice
at some point.
comment. Let me just try to clarify things here. So I do want to make it clear that I don't think that price effects are irrelevant. Right, this is one effect that should be a matter of concern when a merger takes place. It's just that these other effects can't be taken off the table any more than you can take like coordinated effects off the table in a world in which you care about prices.
But you still haven't given any constructive way of how we're supposed to proceed that's different than what we're doing.
My question for you is, at what point do you decide that the price predictions are bad enough that you abandon the effort altogether? So you have a number of theories, and you've done this. And Tommaso says to us in the retrospective merger review literature says to us, well, it looks kind of random. So, next to that,
That's not an accurate reading of literature. I mean, Ashenfelter and Hoskin, they have a very nice review of the Whirlpool-Maytag merger. The price went up. I was the DOJ's expert in that case. We had all sorts of metrics about that. We predicted the price would go up, and we were right.
But Tommaso said it was 50-50.
No, that case was
so
not 50-50.
You're going to be able to find 50% of the cases where you're right.
I don't think that follows. Go on.
But in any event, as I've said before, I'm a fan of the structural presumption. I think it should be strict in the sense that the threshold should be low, and I think that there should be no efficiency defense. Now, on unilateral effects,
what defense is there?
Pardon me.
How do you rebut it? How do you rebut the structural presumption?
The efficiency. You could show, for example, that entry barriers are very low.
Okay.
You could show that the firms, are stuck in long-term contracts. You might be able to, when the agencies are engaging in enforcement, they could use any kind of public interest consideration that is reasonable and within the consistent with the statute. But I think if you read the cases, you've read the cases, I've read the cases, and as you've said, the structural presumption is absolutely central in horizontal merger cases. It's virtually always there because it's something that the courts can understand. And if you have a strict standard, that's a way of not only, one hopes, preventing prices from increasing, but it also prevents corporations from becoming excessively powerful.
We have 2 more minutes left, so that is your wrap-up comments. 1 minute.
So you want to put all the weight onto that economic thing called the hypothetical monopolist test?
Yeah.
Or do you want to use some other method of defining the market since you're so big on
I think economics is great for market definition.
It is for that, but not the other stuff.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay. We agree on something.
So we agree that you disagree, but you've ended up agreeing on certain aspects, which is actually maybe an indication that this debate was a successful one. I would like to thank you very, very much for a lively debate and the audience for following. Thank you.
It's hard to predict the economic effects. Think how hard it is to predict.
Well, but then, that's right, but then, yeah.
Get situated. This is the second AI panel of 3. I am not Luigi Zingales. So Luigi, I gather, is at home not feeling well. That is a loss for all of us. There is no good substitute for Luigi. More Luigi is always better than less Luigi. But I'm happy to have a chance to interact with people on this panel. I'm supposed to remind you, I'm told, about the QR codes and the polls. So please do those so we can suck up as much data from you as possible. So make sure you participate in that. All right, so the first AI panel sort of nudged into a little bit what we want to talk about. So that turns out to be great. So questions of privacy and copyright and control over the underlying data and then how that might feed into AI. That's what we're going to talk about here. We've got 3 people to do that. Stefan Bechtold from ETH Zurich works in these areas, does experimental work, works outside of these areas. I will say, I heard Filippo mention mountains and cows. If you get a chance to go visit ETH Zurich, say yes to that invitation. I did that. You should absolutely do that. Then we have Julie, and Julie is, I don't know, we've known each other for years, right? Yeah, for years, exactly. Georgetown, decade, ooh, don't say that. Georgetown Law School, privacy, copyright. I teach a tech policy seminar at the law school. I've done Julie's books in that. We had a lively discussion. So that's our second person. And then Laura, who I didn't know until yesterday. My God. If you ask me, what I mean by that is, if you ask me what single antitrust case do I most want to settle, it's the Google ad tech case, so that I never have to understand it and teach it, right? And so to jump in and do that yesterday, I know you've got a deep background in it, but that was great and impressive, so I really appreciate that. We're going to do the same drill we've been doing all conference. We're going to do 7 minutes, and we're going to start right here. You're up.
Thanks. I didn't know yesterday we were doing disclosures, but for disclosures, I worked for the Department of Justice. I share technical expertise with the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and with the consortium of Meta shareholders. Thank you so much to Filippo and Luigi, who's not here, and all the organizers, because this is such a fascinating place to come and have deep discussions about both innovation and competition, and that's very rare, so thank you. Okay, on to what I'm actually here to talk about, which is, so we are here to talk about large language models and some of the risks they pose to privacy and copyright. And the thing that occurred to me when I got this brief is, well, the actual technical origin of these 2 problems is exactly the same thing. It's the same technical problem. And so, yeah, I'm not a lawyer. These 2 will tell you about the law and the economics, but I really want you to understand why this problem happens and how, on a technical level, we can mitigate it, because actually that really matters for understanding what we should do about these problems. So I'm assuming that probably more people in this room than in a normal room have run just a simple regression analysis. And if you've ever done that, you're actually pretty far down the way to understanding what a large language model is doing and how it works. The big difference when we talk about the large transformer-based models is, instead of doing it over 2 dimensions with 2 features, they're doing it over hundreds of thousands or millions of parameters. That's really the primary difference, that and a little bit of randomness. And so the thing that you have to know is, when we're talking about large language models, what we're really talking about is, we take a big data corpus, we train a model that is just this complex multidimensional space, and in some spots in that big complex multidimensional space, the data are really thin. Maybe there's only one example of a thing that's like that, or maybe there are 5, but they're all functionally the same. They're all basically identical. When you get that, you get a technical problem called memorization. And what memorization is just the model spits out the exact same thing that's in the training data. So just to demonstrate what this is like, because this is something, you know, hey, can you be my chat Stiegler? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you a sequence of tokens. This is the same exact thing that ChatGPT does. I'm gonna give you a prompt, and you're gonna give me a one-word response. So here's your prompt. Dr. Laura Edelson, assistant professor of computer science at Northeastern University, has hair that is red. Great, one token, single example. Personally identifiable information, my hair color is red. There's a delta of information that was gained from that token, single example. But this problem doesn't just happen when we have a single example. This can also happen when you have really repetitive data. So let me give you a second prompt. Harry Potter boy wizard went to, great. Those prompts, that's really not that different than those kinds of model parameters that I mentioned. Just a window of text, just what we call a shingle. And we're just getting one more prompt in the end. Now, you can answer those questions because you understand things about the world. Large language models can answer those questions because they've seen those text strings. But really, fundamentally, that's all that's going on. It's not very complicated. And the reason that I want you to know this is that memorization is inevitable. We cannot build large language models. We cannot build transformer-based models that do not do this. What we can do, we can build applications that use large language models that do not violate people's privacy and don't output copyright violating material. But the only way to do that, all of the technical methods that are being developed to do this, they all operate on the application layer. So we are developing prompt tuning techniques that make prompts less likely to generate privacy revealing material. We are generating a particular, something called canaries, where we can build something into our training sets so that when a model outputs something that is just like one very narrow area of data, we actually know that that's happening. But we will always have to listen for that canary on the output layer. So the thing is, I think this is going to be really important for coming up with mitigations. The other thing that it really matters for is, again, you know, I know I said this early in the day, so much of the conversation, the public conversation we're having is about these like big, enormous foundational models. And they're important, and there's more of them every month. But the vast majority of models that are being used are, they're other fine-tuned models that maybe were, you know, started with, you know, a GPT model, or they started with Claude, or they started with Mixtral, and then they took that and then they were fine-tuned to do something business-specific. These fine-tuned models are much more prone to memorization. And so if you want to think about, you know, where the harms are, you should be thinking much more about those purpose-specific fine-tuned models than you are thinking about foundational models, both because evaluations of harm are really going to be dependent on the application, and also because even if you, let's say we could wave a magic wand and I could take memorization out of GPT-4, which I can't and which no one can, but even if I could do that, it would not fix the problem with fine-tuned models that are based on GPT-4. Okay, I think that's...
I was say you're right near the time.
Yes.
That's perfect, fantastic. Very much appreciate that. Julie, you're up.
Okay, so I want to talk about something completely different, thank God, because I'm not a computer scientist. I have done a bunch of copyright law in my life and a bunch of privacy law and a bunch of platform governance stuff. And what I want to talk about is actually not the output layer at all. What I want to talk about is what happens at the input, right? The training and then the retraining and the refining. So in order to learn anything, right, about properties of the world, right, about whether it's people and their behavior or whether it's the corpus of published knowledge, right, there needs to be training data. The training data may implicate, probably will implicate, people's intellectual property rights, may implicate, probably will implicate people's privacy. And it is very, very tempting to make one or both of two mistakes. Okay, so the first mistake is thinking, oh my God, it's an incentive problem, right? If people's copyrights or people's property rights are posing obstacles to ingesting this stuff as training data, then we need to worry about that, because what the world really needs is more incentives to develop especially large foundational models. And probably you can imagine that my answer to that is that's nonsense, right? We do not see currently that under incentivization at all. What we see instead is the opposite, right? A race to ingest more and more and more and more and more, and claims made about the importance of more, to the point of needing to create synthetic content and synthetic data so that each model will have a more powerful frontier than the next one. So that frame doesn't work, right? The other frame that doesn't work so well either is the frame that says copyright is about, or privacy is about, giving an individual right holder individual control. And they're not, and the frame is wrong for different ways in those two contexts, right? So in the context of copyright, although there is a lovely myth, right, that each person's copyright is their individual thing that they get to control, the long arc of copyright over the 20th century and into the 21st is the kind of clearing away those obstacles to create institutional mechanisms for exploiting creative works at scale. Think about ASCAP, which goes back to the early 20th century, all the way up to the music licensing and performance rights royalties that are created more recently. All of which is to say, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of Sturm und Drang about compensating right holders right now. This is a problem that we have seen before. There are solutions that we have seen before. I'm not terribly fussed about them. On the privacy side, there is, to my mind, a much more serious problem, right? And I think Stefan will talk about this too, in terms of purpose limitation and data minimization and other concepts that we have coming especially from the GDPR and from data protection law. But any of those discussions takes the existing corpus of data as given. And what I want to encourage you to do is think about where that data is coming from now and how it came into being, right? So if you are, say, for example, training on all of YouTube, that's not unproblematic, right? The universe of user-generated content as it exists now has been called into being and optimized and structured and refined over time in the context of practices of kind of data creation and data curation focused around attention and engagement, right? In other words, particular items of data have been selected, right, as worthy of being collected. Software developer kits have been embedded. They're the forever chemicals of the internet, right? They've been stuck all over mobile operating systems, mobile apps, web pages, to pull particular kinds of data and not others. And so what is being trained on is a corpus of knowledge, right, or information that wants to measure and know and pattern particular kinds of information about people rather than other kinds that one might imagine creating instead. Same thing if you scrape, from everything else on the open internet, Same thing, which I gather is the OpenAI approach. Definitely the same thing if it's Amazon's platform and they're taking from their e-commerce and Alexa and Ring, right? And that's a different kind of a privacy problem with a nexus to the democratic harms comments that were being made yesterday and earlier today. There are various ways one could know things about people and populations of people, and it matters a very great deal what those things are and what information one decides is worthy of being harvested, collected, and curated. And if it is important not to get to get into a state of mind where we forget to question the provenance, as Ellen said earlier, of that data. There are questions about whether and how to incentivize development of AI that serves what we might decide are human interests, right, and human well-being are sort of inextricably entwined with the particular kinds of things that we choose to measure and know. So I've sort of ended up in kind of a meta place, but I think I've ended up also at 7 minutes.
You got 30 seconds to go if you want.
I'll just
You'll
hand
cede
off
them to the floor.
yes.
They're all yours.
Great. First, thanks a lot to Luigi and Filippo for inviting me. It's a great conference. It's a pleasure to be here. What I want to do is to talk a bit about, limitations to regulating this technology, in particular in a global, on a global scale. And this is based on a project that Filippo and Laura and I am actually working on. And so we're interested in, if you want to regulate AI, such as the European Union is trying to do, what are the limitations if you take into account that there are different, regulators, different countries on the globe that, try to do this, and also, companies can react differently to these regulations. And so the way we think about this is that governments can basically either regulate conduct or effects, as they can do in other areas of the law, and they can regulate behavior on a domestic or on a global level. And in the few minutes that I have, I'll walk us through a bit what this means in the case of AI. So let's say, government has a regulatory problem. It, sees that there are copyright problems of authors or privacy problems, or there's market concentration. The first thing which it can do when it comes to AI, it can regulate conduct. So it can say, each time there's a company which develops this system and offers it to customers in our country, then we're going to intervene and impose certain rules on it. The company then can basically do two things. It can either comply or it can try to evade. Often, the companies will comply. California creates the CCPA, requires, companies to provide an opt-out of behavioral advertising. Google complies. If you're a California resident, then you can opt out of behavioral advertising now. Sometimes companies find loopholes. So think about Google Books. So Google started scanning books as part of the then called Google Print project in 2003. Under US copyright law, it was unclear whether this was covered by fair use. The Authors Guild files a lawsuit in 2005. It takes the court system about 10 years to figure this out. Second Circuit at some point held that fair use applies. From a European perspective, from a European copyright perspective, these things were not that clear because European copyright law doesn't have a broad fair use defense. And so there was a risk that Google would basically violate European copyright laws on a massive scale. However, the entire scanning, the actual scanning of the books took place in the States. And so the potential infringement was, according to territoriality principles under IP laws, was basically only happening in the States. And so by basically engineering, the entire scanning process and, locating it in the States, Google evaded kind of potential liability in Europe. And so in some, for some technologies, this, arbitrage possibilities are easier and or are harder. I've heard stories of European companies basically also doing their training for AI models in the States because they want to at least minimize their exposure to European legislation. Whether this is going to be successful, basically depends then on what the government does. In this case, the European governments or the European Union. So if it's really important to the government, it can basically engage in effects-based regulation. It can say, irrespective of where you company, perform your action, we are going to apply our rules anyhow. And that's basically what the GDPR did. It says, data processing irrespective of where the data processing takes place, this data processing is subject to the GDPR as long as data subjects in the European Union are affected. And that was actually an innovation of the GDPR compared to earlier privacy regimes in Europe. The States have, United States has also done this. Some of you may remember the Cloud Act. FBI 10 years ago wants to access an email of a US citizen that's stored by Microsoft on a Hotmail server in Ireland. Microsoft declines to deliver that email. This leads to a lawsuit, and ultimately Congress passes the Cloud Act in 2018, basically compelling Microsoft to provide the data. And so basically governments can reply to these arbitrage possibilities by engaging in effects-based regulation. And whether this is going to be successful then really depends on how important this issue is both for governments and for companies. So sometimes governments do not play this game to the latest stage. So Google Book, for example, the European Union could have changed its IP laws and basically could have adopted an effects-based regime in other areas of IP law, satellite transmission. There are these cases, but it hasn't done it, and so Google Books could thrive. But in other areas, such as privacy and AI law, apparently the European Union thought it was so important that they switched to an effects-based regimes. So, whether governments, how far they go on this game really depends on how important the issue is for them. And the same is true for companies. Whether they will comply or try to exit depends on, relative costs and benefits, mobility of assets, and what the risk of non-compliance are. And so ultimately, that's what we're wondering is, what's the outcome of this game? And there are multiple possible outcomes. One outcome is international harmonization, where there is an international treaty where everyone gets together, harmonizes rules, not very likely in the case of AI. The other extreme, multiple local conduct-based regimes where just each country, creates its own regimes. Third option, unilateral imposition, basically kind of a Brussels effect, what you've arguably seen in privacy law. Perhaps that's going to be replicated in AI. Or in the extreme, just mere fragmentation, where each country does things differently. My current intuition on this is I'm not totally sure whether the European Union will be successful with the AI Act in terms of replicating the Brussels effect, what it did with the GDPR. And the reason being that this is an area where there may be just simply too much at stake for other countries. So whether they're just going to adapt or be willing to adhere to Brussels is not entirely clear. So I think it's more likely that we're going to end up in a regulatory regime for AI that lacks harmonization, but has some coordination among some countries, but that some conflict between these rules is unavoidable. So that's all I want to say.
Great, thank you so much. That was super interesting. So I've been creating questions since I learned I was going to do this. Rachel, can we change this over? So I want to show something. So if we could do that. That's what I want to see. We're going to see if we can see it. All right, they're going to come up. So here's what I'm going to set up while Rachel's dealing with that. So the memorization issue that Laura talks about, I think a particularly prominent example of it is in the New York Times OpenAI Microsoft case. So this is a copyright case. What's nice about cases like this is you have well-resourced parties with super sophisticated lawyers on both sides. And so this is the kind of case that you want to see what happens. And so that's what I'm excited about. And there's this exhibit, it's Exhibit J. There we go, yes? Thank you so much. They're yes, exactly. I'm gonna scroll in just a second. So there's this long list of examples. The New York Times wants to show the extent to which OpenAI/Microsoft is stealing their material. That's how they would frame it. So, and the Times puts in a prompt. It's a very specific prompt. So what you're looking at here is a prompt. And there's a lot of controversy about this Exhibit J and to what extent you can replicate it, you can't replicate it. Okay, but we can fight about that some other day. And now we'll go down. And what you see on the left is the output from GPT-4. This is just a New York Times story. And what you see on the right is the actual test. This is a story about New York Times, about taxi medallions and the like. So the taxi cab market in New York City. What you see on the right is the actual New York Times story, okay? And the red text are duplicates, and the black text are differences. Okay, is that all, I hope, reasonably clear? Okay, so when I do the example that Laura did, I always go once upon a, and then they say time, right? We know what word comes next, right? And your examples were great, and we all know how Harry Potter works. So what should I make of this? Is this, can you?
This is just classic memorization of training data.
So tell me a little bit more about that. So
the way, sorry, I had like a test go with Julie where I tried to explain transformers and large language models in 7 minutes, and she was like, no, don't do that. So I'm going to try to not. I'm going to try to not do that. But the long story short is that large transformer-driven models are a statistical approximation of their training data. And the great breakthrough that transformers gave us is instead of an incredibly hazy and simplistic approximation of the training data, we can now get a much more sophisticated and complex approximation of our training data because we can train a model with so many more parameters. That's what it really gave us. All of a sudden, we're in this very, very high dimensional space. So the thing is that if there's a dimension that looks like a prompt that's long, then the space in that dimensionality is super thin. It's 1, right? So this is exactly that problem. And the thing that people just, I think, have a lot of trouble wrapping their heads around what large language models are doing, not because it's all that hard to understand, but it's just kind of mind-boggling that we do something that like monkeys with typewriters.
Yeah.
But right, this is what we did, is we found a way to get the million monkeys. That's what we did. And so we just have a million monkeys, and one of the monkeys was at that typewriter, and so that's what you get.
Okay, so let me just say one more thing, and we'll see if anyone else wants to say, but I've got other questions. So what I think is almost interesting, the red is interesting, but the black is interesting too, because there are spots where it doesn't do what...
Right, this is the stochasticity.
Great, exactly. So make sure we get that.
Okay, so, and by the way, people talk about stochastic parrots dismissively. They should talk about it with wonder, right? It is amazing that we have developed something like stochastic parrots. Parrots are incredibly useful. Now, they are just parrots, right? They are not, there's no mind, there's no, large transformer-based models don't generate things that aren't in their training data. Delta, the stochasticity. Stochasticity is just the randomness. We sometimes call this temperature of a model when you're training a model. But part of how we achieve good results, good performance is some randomness in how we explore a space. Randomness works really well because it allows you, this is how we get anything novel. This is how we get anything surprising. And the thing is, humans are genuinely quite good at looking at 10 novel things and discarding the 9 novel things that are trash and finding the 1 novel thing that is excellent. And this is that's what the block is. This is just there's a certain amount of randomness in every model, and that's what it is.
Okay, Julie, now I want to ask you a copyright question, if I can.
Sure.
So I want to start small, and then I want to go bigger. So the small question is when you look at these examples, I want to know what you as a copyright person see. Do you see copies? Do you see derivative works? Do you see, and I love what you said, I hate what you said, you called fair use a loophole. We think of it as this foundational principle in copyright law. Okay, so do you see copies? Do you see derivative works? Do you see fair use?
So, A, doesn't really matter whether they're copies or derivative works.
I agree with you on that.
Okay, because either one of those is a copyright infringement.
1061, 1062.
B,
No, take that down. Go ahead.
maybe it's fair
Few
use.
statutory references, questions about whether law professors do law. We do law.
We do
Go
law
ahead.
because we are like parrots also
Yes,
sometimes.
exactly.
And there's and there's some stochasticity there too, but we
No
won't get into
question.
that, right? So okay, so fair use is the place where there is stochasticity. You could, so we cite cases, right? You could say this is like Antitrust litigation, which has not been mentioned yet,
Yeah.
which was about fairness of storing the Google Books data for text searches,
Yeah.
right? There is a question about, in the US system, about transformational uses versus kind of market replacement.
Yes.
And some very expensive lawyers will be litigating that.
Okay.
In the European system, there are some of those questions, but it's a little different doctrinally, so it skews much more toward setting up these scaled up arrangements to remunerate right holders, and there are more folks recognized as right holders. Either way, though, what you have tended to see in the large platform context is very often, the big platform stepping in with a system of its own, right? So YouTube has Content ID,
Yeah.
and it shares a little ad revenue, and it does a little ad matching, and you have to be enough
Super
of a,
clever.
So and Google has done something similar in the Google Books realm.
Yes.
And so again, I think from a 40,000-foot perspective, it's going to get solved, and that leads me to say, when I don't have my parrot hat on, I don't really care. It will get solved one way or the other, and there will be a transfer of money probably mediated through the platforms that control these large databases of text. And so it's not the thing that should be sucking all the oxygen up to the extent that it currently is, which is what frustrates me.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So I did want to go to that issue. So part of what you said is the copyright statute has these compulsory licenses, and that's part of how we deal with this. And so, and you mentioned ASCAP BMI in particular. And when I heard that, my reaction was, well, that was a situation where we had lots of small right holders, and the difficulty was how do they enforce their rights when they're being violated across the country? So we create this platform to solve that. Okay, is that the situation we face with regard to training data? So, I obviously, it was nice to have a chance to talk yesterday. I feel like I have entire weeks I spend in the ProQuest historical newspaper databases. That's all I do all week, right? And the New York Times is a wonder, and it goes back forever. And there's things, but that's an incredibly valuable thing. Obviously, we can talk about when copyright starts, when copyright ends. The New York Times, this is why they're filing this lawsuit. They don't want necessarily an off-the-rack system handed to them by Congress. They want the value of what they've created. And as you say, their content, this carefully crafted content, is very different than what happens when I go onto Facebook and type 5 random words, talk about stochastic parents. So do you think, given the fact that we have rights holders with large aggregations of data, that the compulsory licensing approach will play out the same way that we've seen in other situations?
I think that a Google or a Meta, Meta doesn't have this, it's Google that has most of the stuff we're talking about, has very little incentive to want to come to the table and craft a one-off agreement with each major right holder.
I get that.
That wants the This is what we've seen. There have been these really interesting debates unspooling over the last few years about mandated remuneration to news providers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's the same exact issue, right? They don't want to, on the one hand, they don't want to mandate. On the other hand, they don't want to litigate it with each provider. They don't want to have to craft, 20 different one-off arrangements. And then there's a really interesting universe of compromises that tend to emerge, one of which will be the one. I'm not sure which.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't think the Times gets a one-off arrangement. I think we absolutely want AI trained on good content, right? There's, as you say, right? There's a powerful interest in access to knowledge.
Yeah.
And if we're going to create these seemingly magical things that are not wheels, but much more sophisticated, right? That can generate text-based answers to questions. We'd rather have them trained on good content than on bad content. So here's the flip side. If you're trying to craft a more universal arrangement, it will cover all the crap too.
Yeah.
Right.
Please go. Yeah.
I don't see a way
Absolutely.
around
Jump
it.
in.
I think finding a solution in this game also interacts with the public opinion on this. So zoom back kind of when Google Print was started. So 2003, Google announces that they are going to scan, books. Some of them out of copyright, but many of them, still copyrighted. And at the beginning, the discussion was really about, are they actually allowed to do it? Should we block it from a copyright perspective? Then, 12 years later, there's ultimately a court decision. And I think, by that time, public opinion had shifted because, many people had used Google Books in between and saw, the great beneficial value that, could be generated by having a system that, basically just spits out snippets, but it's a huge search engine on printed. And if you look at the decision also say, it says, well, there's huge societal value created by these technologies. And so to some extent, I think that's a strategy which you see here as well. This is, let's not try to, figure out and settle all these issues right now when the technology is, introduced, but let's basically try it out, give it to the world, and then, opinion will change and influence, and ultimately the question will more be about, all right, how do we split up the pie, rather than, are there veto rights that basically will, jeopardize the technology altogether.
Okay, but then that goes exactly to your talk. So that's perfect. So I wanted to get to that. So here's what I mean by that. So I just heard a story of the value of country-level experimentation with regard to this. We need places where we can actually see the value of technology and see the costs of technology, right? So if you guys had been in charge of Google Books where you don't have fair use, maybe you kill that off immediately, right? And this product another product I love, right, though it could be better, right? We lose that, and so we don't want to harmonize fast. We should harmonize slow. Is that how I should see that?
So I think, to some extent, from a legal perspective, this is a bit of a weird perspective, but I think to some extent that's what we've seen, all over again in these spaces. And even if you look at the AI Act, what it does when it comes to, intellectual property and privacy, it introduces transparency regimes. You have to provide a summary of the training data that you used, and if you violate this, then you can be fined. But the ultimate question, like do you engage in copyright violation or not, is not subject of. Is not really in the scope of the AI Act. And I think this is another. Even the European regulator was not really pushing. Let's try to solve this issue right now, but let's see how it develops.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple more questions, then we're going to go to the room, so the room can get teed up. So Laura, let me come back to you. So here's what I thought I heard you say. Tell me if I got it right, and then I want to see what you make of it. So what I heard from you, I thought is we're supposed to deal with this not ex ante, but ex post. Memorization is going to happen, right? And then the question is, how do we control the outputs of that memorization? Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, that's pretty much right.
Okay, so then my question is you've been watching the guardrail process at Gemini and other places. Do you go computer science's finest moment? Or do you go, oh my God, how can this possibly work?
I think that computer science has a product safety problem. I mean, that's.
But a solvable one.
Yeah, absolutely. The driving force of my personal work is that I think that innovation, technical innovation, has given our society and individuals so much. It has made our lives better. It has made them longer. It has made them healthier. It's made them more fun. But it's also killed a lot of people. And it's also harmed a lot of people. And we largely know how to handle this on a societal level, right? Like, first we got planes, and a lot of people died, and then eventually, like, we started to make them safer. We got cars, and a lot of people died, and eventually we started making them safer. The domain of drug safety is called pharmacovigilance, and it originated when a girl who was like, she was like 8 or 9, and she was getting anesthesia, and she died. And medicine, part of like the turning point to getting to modern medicine is, okay, we're gonna study what happened, we're gonna figure out why she died, when other people we can give them anesthesia and they don't die, and we're gonna learn from these mistakes and make them better. We don't really have much of a system like that yet in computer science, and we need one. So yeah, this is an entirely solvable problem. There is, we have been studying how to deal with the memorization problem and how to avoid it since it was understood to be foundational, solvable. We just need to do it.
Okay, but do you think?
And to be clear, sorry, we need the financial incentives to do it.
Well, that's,
because
okay.
if you don't, if society doesn't require us to, it's not the simplest thing to do, and it's not free.
So the question I was going to follow up with is, do you think the people sitting at the table making these decisions have the right, Julie doesn't like the word incentives, I don't think, so can I use that word? But the right.
No, this is a good use of incentives. Right?
The right use of incentives in these
Right.
circumstances. Go ahead.
Incentives is a word. Right?
Yeah, okay.
So.
No, and that's why I'm here.
Okay,
Right, I
that's
think
fine.
that competition can be a powerful driver of that, and that's why I'm active in this space.
All right, so I want to ask you a question then, and then I want to ask a privacy question, then we'll go to the room. So and I don't know anything about this really, but I associate with the European Union something we think of as the precautionary principle. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay, and I don't know anything sophisticated about that at all, but I hear that as either don't or really go slow. And that's the response to the world that Laura described, which is sort of let Wilbur and Orville fly and we'll see who survives, right? How should I think about, is this a space where that idea really matters? Or do we go, no, once again, Europe's wrong, we're gonna go?
So I think, if you look at the AI Act, it's definitely, motivated by precautionary principle, perhaps not necessarily in the sense that it's slow, but in the sense like, let's try to get all the information and the data that's necessary in order to, make some decisions. Now, the trade-off is, of course, that, it took the European Union 3 years to, come up with the AI Act, and, there's a huge governance structure that's needed in order to do this, and whether this is the right bet, like, is the world, or is at least the European Union better off by doing this? I mean, that's a very, pretty open question.
Please.
So, how many people flew to get to this conference? Okay, if you have a look when you fly back, the United States of America's Transportation Safety Authority is using facial recognition now. Those machines are made by, yell it out, Idemia. Idemia is a French company, right? Why are we buying our facial recognition for air flight security from a European company? Because that company produced a superior product. Why did that company produce a superior product? It may have had something to do with attention to data quality and accuracy issues that have bedeviled companies operating in the facial recognition, I don't want to call it a facial recognition industry, but I guess I just did, right? Mandates to attend to things like privacy and data quality and bias can be powerful catalysts of innovation. We see innovation in Europe in the green technology space, and a lot of that is traceable to mandates for sustainability that largely don't exist here. So it's just that the conversation here is weirdly and theologically one-sided about where the innovation is and where the incentives need to be, and that's a problem for us, I think.
Randy, could I just say one more thing?
Absolutely.
Just so I don't get absolutely murdered when I fly back to Boston. I should say, right, we do have a burgeoning community of people in computer science who care about this. Like the trust and safety community that has grown up around online platforms is an important and growing space. There are many people who are doing a lot of work on fairness, accountability, and auditing of algorithms. It's another growing space, but it's very nascent. My own university has introduced, Northeastern University has introduced a code of ethics for engineers that they're now required to take an oath when they graduate. So I don't mean to say that we have nothing. It's just we are many decades behind other disciplines, that's all.
Okay, I want to ask one last question, and then we'll go to the room. Yeah, exactly. So I want to ask, privacy was supposed to be part of this. We haven't said much about privacy. So I guess I want to try to frame the question this way, which is we've obviously got laws in Europe. We have federal laws, but we haven't done that in a while. Obviously, states like California are moving forward. I guess there's a couple perspectives on how privacy might work, which is we should be concerned, right? So the surveillance state, surveillance capitalism vision, and now AI is going to accelerate that. I heard a little of that earlier. Another vision, another issue is, oh my God, now we could bring together a bunch of data that we could actually learn a lot from, and that would be really socially valuable. And maybe the concern there is that, the economists like me won't put my data in because I hope to free ride on everyone else. We all can't free ride. So do the private incentives and the collective incentives line up there in an intelligent way when we're talking about what we can learn from this data? We'll just go down the row and then we'll turn to the room.
So there's definitely tension there. I think this is not easy. The main problem I see there that, if you look at this from a privacy enforcement perspective, often it's just not, we don't know exactly where the data is coming from.
Okay.
And so this is also why privacy law even in Europe hasn't been very effective in against large language models, and that's again something which the AI tries to solve. But this is a
Okay. Julie.
So to the question, are there tensions there? Yes. The answer could be many hours long. There are canonical examples where there is no justification for doing anything other than handing the data over so we can learn from it.
Okay.
Public health in a pandemic probably being the most recent and accessible one. The problem right now, especially in this country, is we're sort of ceding to the usual suspects, right? Just go to town, innovate. Social good will result, and you don't have to tell us too much about your data and where it's coming from. And it's, as Laura just illustrated, that's not how we have handled other major techno-social industrial developments with large and potentially harmful social implications. So it's strange.
Please.
I don't think we have to speculate. I think we have lots of historical evidence on this. People are very willing to share data if you tell them why. People are, the number of people who tick that box to say, yes, I will share, you can share my data for research purposes on their HIPAA agreements, quite high. My core area of computer science research is in internet measurement. Don't get me wrong, you have to clearly explain to people why you want them to donate their data, but I don't really have a huge problem getting research participants. So, in general, if you explain why and people think it's a worthy cause, many, many people are willing to donate their data. On the other hand, virtually everyone, when they get that pop-up, says, ask this app not to track. So I think it's a matter, this is like a fundamental question of informed consent.
Okay, let's turn to the room. Right there.
Hi. I'm Annette Matty from Stanford. I hope you stay here for the last session so we're not alone in the room. It would come up again. But to this, I happen to know about an area of knowledge in which there's just a lot of confusion, and even the New York Times, with the carefully curated content, is getting it wrong all the time, and we're in debates about mistakes and errors, falsehoods that they in this area. So what concerns me is there something called truth? Is there something called knowledge? So this notion that we're going to just build on what we knew before, and that by just because the fact that a lot of people wrote something before that we should perpetuate that horrifies me in this space where I am, where I'm trying to get rid of nonsense that affect policy debate. And so you'll never be able to get rid of them if they get perpetuated through this FI. In other words, is there any kind of refereeing process that can be independent, that can actually somehow get nonsense out of political discourse when there's just so much of it perpetuating, all kinds of information spaces to the point that, as even, whatever his name is, who wrote "Amusing Ourselves to Death," was said, political discourse is becoming nonsense. And he said that about cable TV, not about social media or AI in 1985.
What do we want to say?
This is why you don't want necessarily to trust a foundational model trained on all of YouTube, right? But it's also, I think, important to stress that on the one hand, this is why it's important to have the conversation about the training data and where it's coming from. And on the other hand, we also have forgotten how to have intelligent public conversations about nonsense. So we bend over backwards not to offend people who spew the most ridiculous conspiracy theories, but also we play gotcha with people who make mistakes. And people who make mistakes then contort themselves into pretzels trying to deny that they made mistakes, right? And all of that is worth a very long conversation that we don't have time for here. So I think there are sort of multiple levels of attack.
Other thought, please.
So just shortly, I think this is why competition between LLMs is important. There will be hopefully LLMs with high quality content, curated content, low quality content. So,
if I could ask people to just take one thing away, large transformer-based models have no facts. They have no knowledge. What they have are sequences of tokens. And if there is a frequently repeating sequence of tokens, that's not a fact. It's just not the same thing. It is a frequently reoccurring sequence of tokens. So I just really hope, if I could really wave a magic wand, I would remove the word hallucination from our collective vocabulary, because large language models don't have minds. And the sooner we can get to talking about what these things are, I think we can have a more productive conversation.
What do you I have to jump at that. So do you like a different word for the phenomenon? The first time you encounter this, right? And you run a search and you ask it a serious question, and it says, here's the answer, and you go, okay, provide citations. And the citations come back, and they're all fictitious. Is it wrong to have a label for that? And if not hallucination, then what?
I would prefer a label that doesn't imply a mind. The thing is that large language models, they're not modeling facts.
I understand.
There is a new thing that we're developing called retrieval augmented generation, where what we are trying to do is what large language models are really good at is style of language usage, or style of image, or style of video. What we're trying to do now is to find a way to go figure out your fact and then wrap that nice language around it. But we're just not there yet. It's like a year off at least.
Let's go all the way to the back, and then we'll come here. Yeah, all the way to the back. Ooh, we're going to make this person run back and forth. That's my strategy.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the great panel. I had a quick question more. I'm an MBA student, and in a lot of our classes, we're talking about AI from like an employment standpoint, whether it's like a complement or a substitute. In particular, I think something that scares a lot of me and my classmates is that we might be training the very models that might be replacing us. And particularly from like a property rights standpoint, just curious to get your thoughts on, how should we view that from like an employment standpoint, and particularly for people that are trying to join the workforce soon.
Thank you. Please, please.
So I think someone in the previous panel said this isn't just a conversation for competition lawyers or technology lawyers. The NLRB, like the employment folks, need to be in here as well. We do another thing we do really well in the U.S. is we act as though asserting property rights over things can solve the problem. This is kind of a multidimensional regulatory problem that touches, as your very good question indicates, many, many, many fields, which bears in the discussion on the previous panel about whether existing agencies can do this, whether you need a new regulator, how authority needs to be set up to just even start tackling these questions. We have a project at Georgetown Law called Redesigning the Governance Stack, which has a somewhat different take on how you would set up the new agency and what it would do and where it would fit with other agencies. Some of the stuff is on the web, and you can find it. I think what I want to say is property rights won't probably get you where you want to go. We have a very rudimentary and kind of demonstratedly inadequate worker protection regime in this country already before you even bring in AI. And it is very much to the advantage of even the graduates of our most elite business schools to start questioning that, because we can't all count on being part of management when we get out.
Other things here?
I would just say that employment and worker disruption from technology is thousands of years old. And that is not to say that it isn't a real problem for every one of us who lives through it. It is only to say that every one of us will live through it. And surviving those disruptions is more, I think, about, on a personal level, flexibility, willingness to learn, and ability to adapt. And on a national policy level, a recognition that not everyone can do that.
We were going here next. Yep, right there.
Hi, Leanne Nyland from Bloomberg. On our panel about Google yesterday, we talked a little bit about those news bargaining codes. I wish that we had a little bit more time to go over them. I think I'm a little bit less optimistic than you are, Jill, just because Google and Facebook were very, very, very opposed to those codes, and still are very actively opposing any other ones being proposed around the world. But just to sort of go on something you had said and Josh had said on the other panel, is that the big data companies have a lot of data. That's obviously very true. But it seems to me that really the thing that they have that like the New York Times doesn't have is they have a lot of money and they have a lot of computing power. Like the New York Times could theoretically do this themselves, but they do not have the computers. So like what is the best way to resolve that sort of a situation?
That's just another tiny little narrow question. I'm being sarcastic. So it has got to be the case. Let me answer your question this way. So there was a discussion in the previous panel. At one point, somebody said, "Oh, it's the bottleneck is the access to compute." And at one point, somebody else said, "Well, if you regulate uses, the business users won't be able to innovate." So emerging from that was a choice set that seemed to consist of mandate access to compute, but then leave the innovators free to do their thing. There are other choices in the universe, right? If you've got the provider of what, since we are where we are, I'll call an essential facility, although I recognize that's a problematic label, right? But if you have the provider of an essential facility, then there are choices, right, about what that provider's responsibilities ought to be, and they don't stop with access, right? There are other questions that we could be asking, and other kinds of about access to good quality data, right? About kind of a joint and several obligation, or a joint and I guess, joint and several obligation, I'll say, to take care not to cause harms. I wasn't here yesterday because I had to teach. I hope to God somebody talked about the energy consumption that is associated with this compute and is associated with every training run for every one of these foundational models. So it also would not be correct to say, hey, guys, let 1,000 flowers bloom, mandate access to compute as much as you can all the time for everybody who wants it, and let's all burn ourselves up. So these are questions that, that I think I shudder to say in the Gleacher Center at the Chicago Booth School of Business reach far beyond the traditional kind of purview of antitrust and competition law and need to be the focus of a kind of more global and heterogeneous conversation.
All right, we're going to get one more question in, ideally from someone we haven't heard. Do you want to say something?
I want to say something. I'll try to keep it quick. I too was really worried. 6 months or a year ago, I was really worried that, oh man, this is so expensive, this is so intensive. There's going to be like 2 or 3 foundational models, and that's all we're going to get. And it's going to be it's going to be this problem where there's only a few people who can possibly do this. But that's just not what we've seen. There's been maybe not 1,000 flowers blooming, but there has been, call it a mushrooming of many new models that are great. Like the new Databricks model, the performance is excellent. Claude, very good. The mixed draws, you have choices, open source, closed source. I mean, there are really great choices coming out every few months, and it's incredible.
Let's go right there. Last question.
Thank you. So I just want to bring the conversation a little bit into the competition market structure space, and I have noted that all of you are more descriptive, empirical scholars, and so I'm interested in what so if I had to tease you on a normative vision for, how you would like to structure management and control over data and foundation models today or at some point in the future, what would be the kind of market or productive structure that you would like to see?
Please, someone.
Big question, very short answer. I think my main concern would be about, whether regulation leads to market concentration and how to help small firms. That seems to be a big problem.
Please, Julie, you want to say something?
I'm having trouble coming up with something else, right? I would like to see really serious emphasis on incentivizing less compute, right? To address some of the energy concerns, training better models with less data to do things well.
Laura?
We are working on that. I would say 2 things. One, I think the issue here is not a silver bullet for other issues. So, but that said, I think individuals should have ownership rights over their own data, and I think that they should be able to do everything that they can do with other types of intellectual property. And I think that we can build structures that would support that. But that would solve some problems. There's many other problems that would not be solved that we would need other solutions for.
Okay, if we could thank the panel, thank you very much.
All right, we're live. Hello, everyone. My name is Brendan Bordelon. I'm the tech lobbying and influence reporter at Politico, based in Washington, D.C. I should just say right off the front, I am not an antitrust or competition reporter, although I have dabbled quite a bit in this, so please bear with me here. We're here today to talk about how industry influence government policies as they relate to artificial intelligence. That's clearly a timely topic, including from an antitrust and competition perspective. I know many of you were at the dinner last night where Khan and Cantor very deftly kind of dodged questions related to AI concentration. So it's clearly something that's top of mind for regulators and antitrust practitioners. Before we get started, I just want to remind everybody to take the online poll. Stigler Center is all about that, and they very much value your perspective. I also want to have a quick housekeeping note. Cantor mentioned this last night. The AI kind of means all things to all people and has there's a very wide range of definitions. In our context, what we're going to be talking about today is very specifically generative AI, and I guess also you can sort of rope in large language models. So these are the kind of, I think, relatively new technology that powers things like ChatGPT, OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude, these chatbots that are sort of uncannily lifelike. Obviously, as well, these models will create works that are virtually indistinguishable from those created by artists, and they can often produce videos and pictures that are indistinguishable from reality. That's obviously raising a lot of concerns among policymakers. We also want to touch a little bit about the kinds of AI that might be coming next. So this is things like artificial general intelligence. That's basically an AI model that can do a wide range of tasks similar to what your average human can do. And then we also want to reference at least the potential for AI to move beyond even AGI into the sort of super spooky realm of super intelligence. And I know some very powerful voices in and around the tech industry are interested in these alleged risks of AI, whether it builds into AGI, builds into super intelligence. And they are very interested in pushing policymakers in Washington and around the world to focus on those risks as well. So we're going to be talking about that, but just wanted to have some sort of quick setting the stage here for the kinds of AI we're talking about. Now I'm going to introduce our panelists very briefly. So we have Anat Admati. She's the George G.C. Parker Professor of Finance and Economics at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. I've got Noor Ahmed here. He's a postdoctoral associate at the MIT Sloan School's Initiative on the Digital Economy. Nick Feemster, he is the Neuberger Professor of Computer Science at the University of Chicago, so we got a local on the panel. And then Corinne McSherry is Legal Director at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So I'm going to tee up the first question and then hopefully shut up a little bit and let our panelists get into it. So the rise of generative AI has lit a tremendous fire in Washington and in capitals around the world, where this overwhelming sense has emerged that something must be done to regulate the technology. Momentum started to build last April. That was when Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced plans for a bipartisan legislative framework on AI. We've been waiting for that framework for quite a while, and I've been told it's coming any week now. So we'll stay tuned on that. This February, the House of Representatives also announced a bipartisan AI task force. That's led by Representatives Jay Obernolte and Ted Lieu. You guys, some of you at least, I'm sure, are aware of President Biden's signing of an AI executive order in October, this very sprawling piece of, not legislation, but obviously something that has pushed agencies to continue to implement a variety of policies in a variety of sectors on AI. Then there is work going on at the Commerce Department, both at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They are standing up an AI Safety Institute. Certainly a lot of industry influence into that organization at the moment, although it's very early days. The National Telecommunications and Information Administration, they just received a bunch of comments from a wide variety of stakeholders on open source AI, the risks and benefits of that. So this is by no means an exhaustive list. There's a lot going on, particularly in Washington and around the world as governments try to regulate this. So, and in all of this, the influence of the tech industry and really all kinds of industries with a stake in how AI is going to be regulated and how it's going to roll out, that influence has loomed quite large. And it's not just through traditional lobbying or through public testimonies where we typically see industry weigh in. Tech billionaires tied to leading AI labs have increasingly been funding the staffers working on AI policy in Capitol Hill and across federal agencies. A handful of tech companies have been directly funding these staffing programs on Capitol Hill, at the White House. The aforementioned billionaires, they've also sunk hundreds of millions of dollars into the think tanks and the academic institutions that are driving much of the AI conversation in Washington at the moment. And in some cases, they're even directly crafting the White House's approach to AI regulation. There has been a significant amount of influence from that money to the AI executive order. So similar dynamics are playing out across the world, including in the United Kingdom, European Union, and Brussels. And in all these cases, there's a lot of concern, I think, including among folks on this panel, that the leading or the largest AI firms are using this array of open and hidden levers to really push their preferred policies and viewpoints, particularly around AI safety and how to sort of secure these systems, in an effort to both sort of distract from the existing harms of artificial intelligence and also to sort of wall themselves off from competition through sort of very high regulatory walls, particularly around AI safety. So I'm just going to kick it off from here, and I think I'll start with Nick, if that's okay. To what extent do you feel like industry is sort of the loudest voice in the room at the moment when it comes to AI policy development, and where's the risk there? Do you see a risk there in how this is developing?
Thanks, Brandon. And I should preface this by saying you're starting with the probably the least expert of this topic on this panel. I was starting with Noor in the hallway just before this, saying, "Oh, I see. So you're studying people like me." So just a little bit of background on who I am and I think why I'm sitting here. I am not an expert on generative AI or generative AI policy. However, over the years, through my work in internet measurement, as well as internet censorship, content moderation, both in this country and elsewhere, and then pushing into like the use of AI to moderate content on the internet, I've certainly, my research and my activities have certainly run up against attempts to regulate in various forms. And throughout my, I would say, 20 to 25 year history doing work in those areas, the story repeats itself. I should also mention I've certainly looked at the role of AI and automated techniques for things like copyright enforcement and as it pertains to the DMCA takedown, content moderation, and all these realms. I think the story repeats itself, and I think I don't need to repeat what you said in the opening, which is that lurking behind a not so thick veneer of regulation is usually a few very small, powerful incumbents, essentially trying to use regulation to maintain their dominance in the marketplace. And by the way, it's not always the same one. If we look at, as I mentioned, like 15 years ago, I started working on broadband policy. The incumbents there are certain part of the industry. In the content moderation space, certainly as it pertains to AI, like I think we know who the incumbents are there. So it's not always the same incumbents, but I think what comes up in all of these scenarios is two things. One is it makes it hard for new entrants. So if you look at like sort of the use of AI in the copyright and content moderation space, some of the regs that have basically talked about the needs to moderate in super fast timescales. Typically, that basically implies the use of AI. Sometimes very expensive. Either if you're an incumbent, they have those tools in-house. Content ID, for example, being one. So either you're an incumbent who develops and has those technologies, or you have the money to pay for them. So that basically boxes out anybody but the entrenched incumbents, including startups, but also researchers. And I think as we sort of pivot to the topics of today, you mentioned Gen AI, et cetera, I think the story is repeating itself. I think it's very hard to enter these markets without access to lots and lots of data already. You mentioned, I think, the use of regs in AI safety as a particular area. I think another topic that the last panel talked about, and we can get into if we want, is certainly access to data and creating walled gardens as a means for further entrenching incumbents. And so I think that's certainly one active area. And then I think I'll stop talking in just a second. But another area as an academic that I think we can see, and we can certainly talk more about this because we have a long panel ahead of us, is even prior to the rise of Gen AI, I think we see a few dominant players, incumbents in things like the paper review process, as well as just the involvement of academics cross-pollinating with industry, we see a few very dominant players in that dynamic. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you teed that up right away, because I think that's been a key sort of through line in a lot of my reporting on this subject, is the nexus between academia, the think tank world, which is quite dominant in this space in Washington in particular, and industry. And so I'll just, what I've come across quite a bit in the AI space is this sense that given the funding structure for a lot of these think tanks, for a lot of academia and researchers in this space, there is a pretty significant incentive for them to come up with research conclusions that often line up with the policy priorities of their funders, either directly or indirectly. And so my focus has been on the AI safety space. So I've talked to a lot of researchers, mostly anonymous, in the biosecurity and biotechnology world that have come across this issue where there will be they will basically be pushed by their program directors to come up with some sort of nexus between AI and biorisk that they may not actually see a lot of evidence for, but where their funders, which are often, they're getting money from tech billionaires, a very small handful of tech billionaires, will very much want to see some sort of outcome saying, hey, well, if you can find a way to find out that the AI models coming down the pike are going to boost biosecurity risks in a major way. Maybe there'll be a new bioweapon that'll be developed. That'll be great. That'll give us another, $3 million in the next grant. So actually, I'm going to go to Anat here. I'm curious, the extent to which you see that playing out, in the AI space, and whether this is sort of a long-running thing that you have observed in your scholarship, the extent to which industry funders and folks affiliated with industry directly or indirectly really kind of put their thumb on the scale when it comes to research and I think what should be unbiased or nonpartisan work in these kinds of emerging tech spaces.
Yes, thank you, and thanks for inviting me. I also am not an AI expert, but I do reside in Stanford, and we have a lot of money coming into a center called Human-Centered AI, HI, very, very well resourced. What I've witnessed most is somehow my entry into policy space, coming as a finance academic, was actually another sector. And I saw it in such ways that certainly translate in every way I could see to tech in just about every way. Now, the genesis of a lot of this engagement is traced back to maybe the Powell memo from 1971, in which the subsequent Supreme Court justice wrote a memo to the Chamber of Commerce in which he basically outlined a plan to take over and invest heavily in shaping up the knowledge of people through media and through academics and every other way. And in the academic sphere, there was a lot said about funding research, funding researchers, giving opportunities to researchers, affecting the curriculum, you name it. It was all there. And it was taken seriously, and it was the start of a major campaign that not all of it was new, but certainly that's played out in the last 50 years since or more, to do just that, to affect the judiciary, to affect media outlets, to affect academia. So this panel's title, which you didn't start with, you started just talking about AI, is what actually convinced me to come here. They found this cute title for me to, I've been here before, and it's a great conference, and I'm a good friend of Stigler Center. I've been a big admirer of the work and collaborator. Is this conference was not funded by big tech or by tech, something like that. And so the thought experiment is, what if it was? Would it have been different? If it was funded by tech, which a lot of conferences are, I see a lot of conferences on banking and on finance funded, either in think tanks that you mentioned or in academic institutions in various centers, almost all of which are funded by industry people, which are not what an independently funded conference would look like. They often involve a lot of industry people speaking. They choose certain academic papers that they like and exclude others that they don't like. And I have many stories of that, including one occasion in which there was a conference at Stanford Business School, my own home, funded by a lobbying organization that led me, let's just say, after I don't want to give too many details here. I was thinking, what do I give on the record versus you get a glass of wine and I'll tell you with the names.
Do it here, come on. Yeah.
A conference after which the sponsoring organization complained about an op-ed I wrote that they didn't like, and implied that Stanford should have stopped me from writing that op-ed. So not even understanding. Now, I happen to have found out about it, but most of the time I wouldn't have, so it was a coincidence that I did. But it led me to go to my dean and say that if there was one more penny coming from this organization to Stanford Business School, that I will go to the media and speak about that. And so that ended it at Stanford. However, the same organization, or the subsequent evolution of that organization, now called Bank Policy Institute, is still funding conferences at Columbia, for example, Tano. And you can be sure I'm not invited to these conferences. So you can see the conferences are different for being funded by an industry lobbying group. So there are very subtle ways in which our knowledge gets distorted, and even academic conferences get distorted through this funding by industry. So that's directly to the question of this panel. And I'm quite sure that if there's some of the big tech companies that we discussed, at least that we had case studies on, were funding this conference, the coverage of these past cases, and future outlook would have been a little bit distorted away from the discussion we did have. So I value, and I think we should all pay attention to who sponsors conferences.
Thank you, Anat, and thank you also for calling me out for not mentioning the panel title at the start. So I really appreciated that. So Corinne, I'm going to go to you as I think maybe a little bit more of an AI-specific expert here, to just ask to the extent to which you see the kind of dynamics that Anat is describing generally across industry, spanning decades, specifically in the AI space. How that's playing out, the extent to which industry money, a handful of tech billionaires are really starting to put their thumb on the scale when it comes to policy making in AI, whether it's specific policy approaches or just sort of the general tenor of the conversation, where you see things moving and the extent to which this is an AI-specific problem.
Yeah, so I do think it is a problem. I don't think it's an AI-specific problem by any means, but I do think I would offer sort of two points of reference, or maybe three. So one is, the way that tech billionaires affected this is that there was the Sam Altman roadshow, and all of a sudden everyone in Congress is like, what is this AI thing? By which they meant generative AI, but they don't say that, they just say AI. And he scared all of them with a lot of hype and a lot of anxiety, and the new singularity is coming tomorrow. And one of the results of that, I think, was it did become a distraction from what I think are the real harms and the real potential harms of algorithmic decision-making about the use of AI in all kinds of systems that is already happening, already documented, already real. But it's fun for Congress to have hearings and bring the executives and yell at them in public, and they get little, nice little sound bites from that. And tech billionaires don't like to do that, but I think was interesting that I think a few of them have figured out, like, well, actually, if we do this judiciously, a little bit carefully, maybe this can work out for us. But it's skewed the policy conversation that should actually happen. But the other thing I want to say about this is that there's a lot of industries in the room. There's a lot of money in the room, part of the conversation, and it's not all AI companies. It's also Hollywood and Hollywood industrial associations, and there's a lot of money there too. So there's a lot of talk about copyright, obviously, but also publicity rights. There's several bills that are actually moving and being introduced and having hearings that are focused on publicity rights and intellectual property issues, at least as much. I mean, so I just think that's eating as much energy up as AI safety or anything else. Right. And what is not being discussed enough is the other kinds of AI harms. Now, I will say that the Biden executive order is an exception to this. I think, to their credit, they crafted a very sprawling order that includes mandates for agencies to actually look at how they're using algorithmic decision-making, and so not generative AI, sorry, but reminding them that they should be paying attention to this other thing they're already doing that's putting people in jail and kicking people out of homes and so on. So whenever I talk about this, and I think this is what Biden did, is take the AI hype and actually try to turn it towards the real thing that we should be worried about. And so to the extent that that happens, that's great. But there's a lot of money there too, and I worry about how that's going to turn out. But at least I do feel like the silver lining of the conversation, and what I think is an impoverished conversation in a bunch of ways, is that maybe we get a fuller conversation coming out of it, which is what I would like to push for. And it's just one specific anecdote for this. Sorry. I was at a round table, and I'm not allowed to name who was there or exactly what they said. It's one of the Chatham House rules, which was fine. But I just want to tell you, I was at a round table with a prominent congressperson, and I was the only public interest person in that room. And trust me, EFF had way less money than anyone else at that table. And that happens over and over and over. In organizations like mine or a couple other ones, we sort of get invited to be like, so what do the users think? Yeah. Like, we're just going to represent all of the users, and that's not right. So either way, I think there's multiple industries who are influencing the future of policy, but there's still not nearly enough conversation with civil society groups, public interest groups, and just regular consumers. And there's a reason for that. Startups even, there's a reason for that. Those people can't afford to send people to all of these meetings and conferences and so on. And it's a real power imbalance. And this isn't specific to AI. But I think in the context of AI, I think it's especially important to be paying attention to it. Because really this technology is having very, very significant effects, or potential significant effects, on all kinds of people. And if they're not in the room, if they're not represented, it's just undemocratic. And just fundamentally, we're going to miss a lot of what we need to know about how this technology is affecting people.
So many good threads to pull on there, but I'm gonna focus on one for now, and if I could go to Noor for this. So I think the pushback from industry and folks affiliated with them, to Corinne's point, would probably be, look, the expertise resides with us in AI. So there's just not, civil society is great, but civil society isn't sitting here watching every day as we develop this intensely fast-moving technology. We are the ones who have visibility into the risks and also the potential rewards of these technologies in a way that virtually no one else does. You need to listen to us because we're the only ones who know what's going on. Noor, how would you respond to that? Do you buy that argument? I think we all probably would agree that industry at least needs a seat at the table, but are they the primary voice, and should they be the primary voice given their expertise and their views into how this is all developing?
Right. Thank you. So I'm super excited to be at this conference. I'm Noor. So I do research on commercialization of science. I'm very pro-industry. So I'm very much in favor of that companies innovate and they commercialize the science and create products for all of us. But what I care about is they should do that in a responsible manner. So that's what I study. And to answer your question, so industry does have a lot of influence broadly in AI research. So last year I published a paper which actually documented that industry dominates all the top AI benchmarks. They hire the majority of AI PhDs. They sponsor a lot of these major conferences, and they have all these compute power as well as data sets. So they dominate broadly the research trajectory in AI research. So, and because of that, they get a seat at this table for policy making. And the issue is, what I noticed is that, it's only industry leaders, primarily industry leaders, who are in that room with, say, the Prime Minister of the UK or the Vice President of the United States. And more recently, so I'm a Bangladeshi Canadian citizen, more recently I saw that Canada also started an AI Safety Institute, again, very much influenced by people with that kind of views, like industry-minded views. But we are not seeing enough conversations or enough input from people who are also experts, like who are thinking about the real harms that Corinne was mentioning. So I think there are a lot of academics who are pointing out a lot of issues, but I don't think policymakers at DC or London or Brussels are paying enough attention to these other voices.
Yeah, well, and let's, we've kind of danced around the real harm question, but, what are the real harms that you feel like policymakers are being distracted, from addressing?
Yeah, so one point I wanted to make is that, these tools, so, ChatGPT was launched in 2020 November. Google actually built the earlier version in January 2020. So the reason Google did not commercialize that product at the time was internally they felt that product was not ready, right? And OpenAI launched ChatGPT because they were worried that someone else would commercialize this product. Someone else would launch that product. And actually, OpenAI scientists were very surprised to the reaction that public loved that product so much. Because OpenAI just launched ChatGPT, and 4 months later, they were planning on launching GPT-4. But the public really appreciated ChatGPT. And so, so that means commercial interest made them to launch that product, which was not ready to be commercialized. So the real harm would be like, so imagine that so some organizations start using GPT-4 for content moderation. And that kind of content moderation might penalize certain kinds of communities more than others. Imagine that there is a real company that is using GPT-4 or similar kind of models, APIs, to check resumes. Yeah. And then, so that's gonna, again, affect probably certain kinds of communities more than others. So, and actually, OpenAI recently said 600,000 enterprise users are using their APIs, and those are real commercial entities. And that means, and we know for sure, GPT for the latest model has at least 3% hallucination rate. Again, I agree with Laura, we should not use the term. So they make up stuff at least 3% of the time, the most advanced model in the world. And 600,000 commercial entities are using that model in their day-to-day products and whatnot. So I think that's where the harm is. And policymakers should talk about what are you doing to reduce that kind of limitations of your technology. Is it even ready to be commercialized?
Yeah. And I should note as well, to Corinne's point, that while it's not technically generative AI or LLMs, the algorithmic bias concerns that have persisted for quite some time are also roped into this discussion. And it's things like facial recognition and the impact that could have on minorities and policing and that kind of thing. So that's all part of this conversation as well.
Brandon, can I just pick up on that real quick?
Please, yeah.
So I just want to say that from what you mentioned right now about using ChatGPT or other AI programs for content moderation, because there was just an article that was circulated at EFF yesterday, and the title was, "Can ChatGPT be the future, the solution for content moderation?" And the answer was no. I mean, I didn't read the article. No, it's not. But it also helps explain, like, a lot of us who do this work, we don't do this work because we care about competition per se or necessarily about AI per se. I work for a civil liberties organization. So why are we working on this? Because this is going to have an impact on free expression. How this technology is used is going to have an impact on free expression, on privacy, all those kinds of impacts that are not always easy to anticipate, but we exist precisely to make sure that technology serves our civil liberties and doesn't impair them. But it's really important to be keeping an eye on those impacts. And I feel like that's another thing, that those kinds of impacts get lost in the focus on what the commercial benefits might be.
Yeah, Anat, you said you wanted to.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on a few threads that were here. First of all, distraction. You know, this is a big industry kind of tactic. Buying time. I mean, this goes back to tobacco and, you know, climate change. And, you know, we don't know. We're not sure. Let's just sit around talk and talk and talk all the time. You know, the predecessor on tech was a debate on social media harm and all of that. How many hearings did we have? Nothing happened. So again, it's a spectacle. You know, you bring the CEOs, you know, how many times did Mark Zuckerberg come before Congress and what happened? Like nothing so far. So it's very similar here. Now this is the shiny object AI. This is the buzzword AI. And so now let's have a talk about it all the time. But, you know, there are basic things, and this goes back to the discussion in the previous panel as well. You know, are there laws that we should enforce? One of my biggest concerns, and I sort of alluded to, you know, do we know the truth, all of that, is just, you know, stuff about authentication, deep fakes. You know, this preceded the hallucinations of AI. This is deep fakes. This is where you don't know whether a video is authentic or a picture is authentic. So I mean, that's very basic. You know, in the digital communication space, we don't know what's true. We don't know who to trust. You know, I now, you know, ChatGPT made it difficult for me to teach, okay? I had orals for my student, back to orals. You know, I don't know what they can write on a piece of paper and where it came from. And I know that they're using ChatGPT because they sometimes forget to take the final, you know, thing. I'm a bot, you know, please check this. They forget to take it off. So so that just gives me a glimpse of the ones that didn't even bother to take off that text. So, you know, get them in a room, they'll present. The ChatGPT is not in the room, ask them questions, you know, back to that. So kind of all the way around, you know, for Socrates or something in a room. So from all the digital education we were going to have, does anything ever get through? Does anybody learn anything? So all of that. So that concerns me as a teacher. But in general, the information environment has just gotten out of control. How do we have a society? How do we have a democracy when people don't know who anybody ever said? So we have to start with, okay, you know, I don't know what you can make these companies release. So we have a First Amendment, freedom of speech, all of that. But can you require watermarks? Can you actually, you know, get somebody who claims that the picture is authentic to, you know, authenticate that picture, or put pressure on the companies to have that kind of basic content moderation, that when we see a picture, we know it's a picture was taken and not made up, or a video, or something like that. There is a technology to authenticate. So now it's like so easy to generate content, and then we get completely confused by it. So I just want to start basic, and I also want disclosure for researchers that you can mandate that. In other words, there are things we can do. So this notion that we're going to sit around and talk to the end of days without both thinking about basic stuff that's wrong, you know, dark patterns, whatever, and basic information environment, and safety, where, again, it was mentioned before, we have safety rules, we can have disclosure rules, disclosure to researchers, disclosure to people who are harmed about what content gets seen, you know, all of that, aggregates. That's not controlling people's speech. That's just giving us the information to research the impact of this stuff.
Yeah, and Anat, to your point about the many things that Congress could theoretically do to get down on these harms, you know, and then I think your corollary that in the past they've often talked a lot about this, and then that's all that we've seen. You know, we're you know, understandably, we're bringing industry through the ringer here. But I want to ask Nick and also maybe Corinne in particular, the extent to which Congress, specifically, and I think Washington generally, bears some of the blame for their own lack of expertise in this space. So I've talked to industry folks, and you know, I've written stories about how industry, either directly or indirectly, has funded a lot of the staffers who end up working on the Hill on these issues, working at the agencies on these issues. And they'll say, we're filling a vital need because Washington has essentially allowed itself to you know, atrophy when it comes to tech expertise. There is staffers don't stay around for very long when they're working on the Commerce Committee or anything like that, and there needs to be these voices in the room that can speak intelligently about these issues consistently over time. And
Pay
we're the
them.
best. Yeah, well, sure, we're the best position to do that. So Nick, I guess to your point, I mean, do you bring Washington in and partially to blame for this? And is there a way, if Washington was to resource, to Nott's point, pay full-time tech policy staffers, would that ameliorate some of the issues we're talking about right now?
I guess who's going to pay for that is the taxpayer.
Sure.
So I don't know how much money do we want to spend. But I think yeah, that's certainly an issue. I think there's a distinct lack of tech and specifically computer science expertise in Washington. I don't know if that's to blame. It's certainly, I think the lack of vision is certainly rooted in some of that. I think, like I said, I'm not an expert in what's happening right now or what's about to happen as more than anybody else in the room here, but certainly over the last few decades in other areas, I've watched Washington boot it like over and over and over again, because I think you see staffers or regulators in a commission with just enough expertise to know how to write a regulation that like sounds good, but they just do not understand the ramifications of what they're writing. And like tech is it moves quicker than the law. It also is a lot more far-reaching than I think someone who basically just reads a few briefs can really understand. And that's not to say that tech has the answers. Like certainly there's room for regulation, but I think we've seen, speaking of harms, a lot of harm come from regulation in the past. And what I don't necessarily mean harm to the user and civil liberties, although I think that is like one aspect here. But I think we've been talking about industry versus civil society, but industry is not a monolith, right? There's startups, there's like incumbents, there's big players, there's small players, there's just like so many different kinds of companies out there. And coming back to your point and question, who can afford the lobbyists? It's not all of industry. It's not civil society. We heard that. It's not researchers, but it's not even like a representative slice of industry. Mm-hmm. And to say the expertise, like to close it off with where you started, to say the expertise resides in only those companies. Well, if that's true, maybe we should be looking at that as well. Yeah. But I don't believe that's entirely the case.
Yeah, I want to go back to the industry not a monolith point, because I think that's really important. But first, just to Nora briefly, if I can. So your point, Nick, about taxpayer dollars being put into expertise here. So I wrote a story last fall about some of the tech companies funding through a science agency that I won't name here, but funding a fellowship for folks on the Hill to work on AI. I got a lot of pushback from folks that I wouldn't expect, who said, listen, like, you're going to end up making it so that there's no expertise in Washington at all, because there is not money available, in the current political environment for this kind of expertise in the agencies on the Hill. The money's coming from the tech industry. Obviously, that's imperfect, but it's some expertise. It's some money. I mean, it's a compelling argument because, you do, obviously, we've talked a lot already about the influence concerns, but, to Nick's point, having no understanding of the technology and just writing a regulation is even more concerning. So, Nora, and then I think maybe Anant wants to say something too, but, is that, how do you respond to that?
Can I say one more thing, and then I'll let other people speak? Yeah. So one of the things that motivated this panel was academic capture, and I think like there's this danger of a monolith with your comment, like, oh yeah, that's the only place the money is coming from, so we gotta basically let those people have the voice. Well, fine, except that's not representative, and like we've seen that happen in academic peer review as well, where like a very small number of companies basically take over steering committees of conferences program and basically dictate where the research should go. And I think that's certainly true in my area. I'm sure I see other people nodding on that. So we're talking about Washington here, but I actually think we're talking about innovation in general.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, to Nora, do you feel like there's a risk that you shut off expertise, policy expertise across the board if you crack down too hard on industry money flowing into the space? And you know, I guess potentially a question, a positive way to frame it is like, are there other pots of money available, you know, for academics, for experts, for folks who want to work on these issues long term, but don't want to feel beholden to industry interests?
Yeah, no, certainly. I think there are certain sources that are funding, you know, public interest research, but I guess related to industry, that's very little. Like that includes the U.S., Canada, the U.K., and everywhere else. Like if you look at the amount of funding the industry is putting in, industry recently, say Microsoft said we're going to put in $100 billion for our compute resources. And then if you look at, say, federal government put in for compute resources for academics and startups, I think, I'm trying to recall the numbers, it's less than $500 million over a three-year period. So that means less than $500 million versus over like almost $100 billion just by one company. So I mean, in terms of amount of money, I think, yes, academics they are limited by the resources that are available to them. But I do see a lot of passion within academia, within public interest, technologists, as well as within civil society. They have the expertise. They want to pursue their line of work in certain ways. Like Laura talked about, maybe we will try to, they're working on, you know, like a different kind of deep learning or a different kind of AI, which wouldn't require that much compute and data. So there are certain kinds of resources available, but I don't think that's enough. So yeah, so there are concerns like we need to diversify these funding resources. Like, you know, like say other organizations, like say other foundations could come in and like fund some of those you know, research areas. So I want to share one good news though. So next week I will release a paper on responsible AI research, like which actors are engaging in. So where we actually find that industry has not been, industry does not fund majority of those papers. So industry funds only roughly 3% of the papers in AI ethics or responsible AI. I think which is a good thing in a way that industry does not have like all the influence. But the bad thing is that field is very nascent and very small. Mm-hmm. So that field needs a lot more funding and resources.
Well, and compared to a field like AI safety, which again is kind of my area, there's a lot of money going into that. And I want to talk about this actually from the perspective of industry versus industry, because that's really interesting. So, and again, I mentioned this at the top, but there's a lot of interest and literally hundreds of millions of dollars going into this AI safety ecosystem, particularly in Washington and in the United Kingdom, where there is an effort to sort of gin up concerns about artificial general intelligence leading eventually to superintelligence, a lot of concerns about biosecurity, a lot of concerns about potentially AI, again, becoming sentient, and I've heard Laura talking about this a few minutes ago, for one reason or another deciding to kill everybody. It's not always treated with a lot of credulity by researchers who I think have been working on this for a long time. But given the amount of money that's going into this field, particularly on one side, sort of ginning up the safety concerns, it's been quite impactful. I think you've seen it in a variety of policy spaces impact how the executive orders rolled out. I think you see how the U.S. AI Safety Institute at the Commerce Department is being rolled out, and there's a lot of voices there. What I have been seeing recently, though, is a pushback from other sectors of industry on this issue. And you know, to Corinne and other people's point that this isn't a monolith, the venture capitalists who are very much interested in the small AI startups that they're invested in are not fans of this push. So Andreessen Horowitz in particular has leaned in quite heavily on this, but there are others as well. And they are starting to come to Washington and to other policy centers and say, hey, listen, like the AI doomsday stuff that's being pushed by some of these groups and the efforts by like companies like Microsoft and OpenAI, Anthropic, sometimes Google, to kind of push licensing regimes to say, you know, this technology is too dangerous for anybody but a handful of companies to be licensed to do this. They're pushing back on that. And you know, I think it might be too early to see how successful they are, but I am seeing signs that some of that message is getting through. There's a long lead up to just, I think for Corinne, why not just let industry duke this out? I mean, is there some sort of self-correcting mechanism here? I mean, I may be playing devil's advocate a little bit here, but the extent to which can the VCs and the startups, you know, push back on the big concentrations of money here? I'm just saying specifically in the AI safety space, but maybe in a variety of policy contexts here. Like, what's wrong with just letting industry v. industry, shake out, and the policymakers will get the best points of view that way.
So a couple things. So one is, just to back up quickly, I do think that compared to 10 years ago, I actually do see the agencies, at least, staffing up with technologists in a way that they did not before. And not all those people are ex-Googlers or whatever. Some of them are, but they're not all. And I appreciate that. I mean, really, compared to what things looked like 10 years ago, I do think has been some investment, especially in the current administration, recognizing that they really need like tech staff to be smarter. And so that is somewhat reassuring to me, and some of them are ex-EFFers, so that's good. And the reason that matters is because it's sort of the same thing. You cannot ask CEOs what your policy recommendations should be and what your rules should be, because they're just going to be self-interested. It's their whole job. They're not a reliable group. And I'm also seeing many more efforts to sort of try to train technologists from outside of Washington on how to speak tech to power. And I think that's important. And that can also come from academia. It's like, you have to learn, how do you talk to staffers? How do you talk to agencies in a way that they will understand and you can be persuasive? So I just want to, on that more high note. Now, I actually don't think it's a bad thing for VCs and representatives of the startup community to be part of this conversation. I think they should be part of this conversation because, and unfortunately, I think you do have to have the VCs to go in on behalf of the startups, because the startups are busy doing, the work. They're developing the technology. And I will tell you that when I started at EFF, these many years ago, there was very much the attitude in Silicon Valley, they didn't go to DC. They did not lobby. They were not doing that. It was a very no, DC is where bad things happen. We're in Silicon Valley, we're gonna do good things and just ignore those guys. And then SOPA PIPA happened, there was lots of different kinds of regulations, they figured out okay, that's not gonna work. So now, certain companies that figured that out are very influential. But the startups really struggled to be influential in the same way. Yep. The VCs are financially incentivized to be there and be at the table. And they represent an interest that I think is important. They just don't represent the only interest that is important. Yeah. And so, but I 100% don't mind that we're not just gonna rely on a few companies to tell us what the rules should be. And even on the most basic level, to explain how the technology works and what is possible. I was in a room with someone who was actually part of a healthcare startup. And it was incredibly interesting and changed the entire conversation that was happening already about AI and how AI should be regulated or not. Because he was saying, well, in the healthcare space, here's how it works, X and Y. And it was really different from the content moderation space or whatever. So it sort of feeds into the bigger problem, which is we can't treat this like a monolithic problem in multiple ways. Yes. It affects different sectors, some that are already regulated, some that aren't. And, I don't mean to make a hard problem harder, but it just is a hard problem. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that, unfortunately, our legislative processes don't lend themselves to really grappling with really complicated problems. People like simple solutions, and they will lean towards them if they're presented.
Yeah, and I should actually note it's not just big tech versus little tech on some of these issues. There's also, I think particularly on open source, you see very large companies going at each other, and I'd love to talk a little bit about this. So again, Microsoft very much pushing for a more closed source model, I think probably because of their partnership with OpenAI in a sense that would benefit them in some way. IBM and Meta, both very large companies, they've been pushing quite aggressively for open source. Again, they talk about it in a competition perspective, but they're actually pretty open. IBM in particular, just like we need this because we're kind of behind on the frontier models, and this is a way we can catch up. And so, it's also big tech versus big tech. I just want to make that clear.
I could just jump in on that though, because I do think that this is one of the things where I don't think that staffers have a very good, or many people have a very good sense when they'll say open. Open means a lot of things, right. And it is used in very facile ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, for anybody, if you guys want to expand on that, the specific point, I think, because open source AI has become maybe the main like hot button policy issue in Washington right now, certainly in the safety space. So like what that means, but also just more broadly, like the extent to which that sort of these conversations in the policy space, you know, these definitions kind of make it very difficult for policymakers to get their arms around it, and they sort of fall back on the industry definition of open source or whatever, you know, whatever that is. So I guess anybody can jump in.
Well, I don't know, I'm not sure I'm answering specifically about that, but about some of the conversation about expertise and cost of expertise and, you know, government unable to do stuff, you know, that is also a deeper problem, of course, and that goes back to the fact, to the sort of, you know, winner-takes-all kind of society we have, in which, you know, we were told to loathe the government, you know, that big myth, love free markets, and somehow then the government gets gutted out of expertise and all of that. But some of this, you know, goes back to the government and to the, you know, money in politics and whatever else is preventing the people from government from even using sources like unconflicted academics. So it doesn't even matter how passionate I would be about stuff. I lose. I lose because I cannot donate the kind of money to the politicians that the banks does. And that's it. So, you know, the agencies, then you got the capture over there, and who gets to hear their voice. I saw all of it very close and personal in banking. And now, just to the point of industry against industry, yes, again, it's very useful when you have balancing forces fighting out in regulation. In banking, maybe you could see this in the US, for a period of time after Glass-Steagall, you had commercial banks that had access to cheap deposit funding, and that created their, you know, franchise value that some academics like to talk about. But they didn't have access to these IPOs and securities because of Glass-Steagall. And the investment banks, they had access to exciting IPOs, but they didn't have these cheap deposits. And so they were kind of holding each other at bay until they decided, oh, if we merge, life could be even better. And so now they managed to, you know, with Citigroup buying Travelers and the whole affair that happened in the 90s, after the law was already eroded a lot, all of a sudden it was gone. And we had the major, you know, universal banks that we have today. They've always had them in Europe, so it's not like, you know, the US had this special law. But I'm saying that showed you how they could sort of fight out, where each one of them had a little goodie there that they were benefiting from. And then when they stopped fighting it out, that was probably bad.
Yeah, and I actually want to go to, I knew you were going to be interested in talking about that. Well, specifically in the open source context.
Yes,
yeah, okay, yeah, because obviously we're seeing that play out right now, right? Yeah. Big companies versus big companies, and right now they're kind of trying to come to a.
Yeah. So I wouldn't use the word open source. I'm going to say a little bit of open versus closed. So like, say recently Elon Musk launched their model, like he said, like, we opened our model, right? Like, it's just model weights. If you look at the description of the model, it's less than a page, and you basically don't know what did they do during the whole process, right? So it's not really an open source model. It's just model weights that are available to some people. So how would we know, like, which organizations are going to be like slightly more open versus closed? Look at the business model. So Microsoft, Google, they can make money by selling those models to their clouds. That's why they want those large models, so that their enterprise users are going to buy those services from them. Versus Meta doesn't have that kind of services, so they cannot make money in that way. So that's why Meta does not sell, Meta is more open than others, because Meta is like, we want this ecosystem who can help us more, and we can actually innovate and incorporate some of those features into our current products. So business model can answer who's going to be more open versus who's going to be more closed.
Well, and to Anat's point that, you know, when banks were able to balance off each other, it was better for folks. And when they got united on this, do you see a scenario? I mean, how do you think this open versus closed debate's going to play out? And how long do you think that balance can persist?
I mean, it's hard to predict. I mean, it's probably going to take at least a few years to see where things go, because there are, you know, like different kind of predictions. So it's possible that these large AI models, you know, like there's going to be a wall, and you know, you won't be able to improve the performance for too long. And if that's the case, then we will have many more open models. But if if we continue to like improve those model performance, then I think it's going to take a little bit more time. So I think it depends partly also on the technological path we are going to take.
Okay, yeah, thanks. We're coming pretty close to audience questions, so I want to give you guys a chance to kind of mull those. But I've got a couple more for the panelists first. And I think I'll go to Nick if that's okay, and feel free, anybody, to jump in on this. We've been talking a lot about the problems of industry influence in policymaking and academia and think tanks and sort of the research that drives much of this policymaking. Let's talk a little bit, if we can, about solutions, potential solutions. Nick, I'm curious if you see sort of a way out of this death spiral. I don't want to overstate it, but this increasing, I would say, influence, particularly in the tech space, of a handful of companies, despite the balancing act that some of them play with each other. I guess one way to ask this is, how do academics make sure to keep an arm's length from their funders, or if they avoid funding altogether? Like
I was going to take
your
question a totally different way.
That's fine too.
But
yeah.
We going to the glimmer of hope section of the panel.
Let's do it.
I think we had a brief discussion of privacy there for a minute, and I actually, what I'm about to say isn't totally well formed yet, but I think there's some interesting developments in the area of AI and data here as it pertains to innovation for small companies and as it relates to privacy. So here's what I mean. So I think a couple weeks ago there was an article in the Wall Street Journal about synthetic data generation, and I think the area of generative AI for synthetic data generation, I think, is very, very exciting. In my own research, we've been doing a lot of work using models like Stable Diffusion and Mamba to do things like generate network traffic traces, like basically the traffic that goes over the internet. You're like, well, that's cute, but like, does it have any use? And so I don't know yet, but I see Kamal sitting over there in the audience. So for about a year, maybe longer, Kamal? I don't know, it feels like it ages. Okay, I've been trying to get data from our campus network so that I could train some models to do things related to application quality inference. Now the issue there, without getting into all the details, is that like there's private information in network traffic, as we all know, right? And so how do you so here we've got some research going, we've got a startup company, we're trying to basically like train models to do cool things. Now either you're like Facebook or Google and you have a lot of private information already, or you are in a privileged place where you can get that data and like, oh yeah, trust us, we're only gonna use it for good. Or you're basically an entrant, whether that's a researcher, right, or a startup company, and you can't get that data in ways. And actually, by the way, the privacy regulations that everybody thought were so awesome are basically standing in the way of innovation once again, because we're sitting here and we can't get access to data that we're trying to do stuff with. So there's side effects of regulations coming in again. But I think the generative AI space, in particular in the area of synthetic data generation, holds huge benefits for privacy because think of that situation. Well, if I don't have to ask for the private data, right? But if instead, well, Kamal, can I just have basically data that looks like the application traffic I want so that I can train my models? By the way, it's not just me. Think of any two companies trying to basically broker a data exchange. This could be an ML as a service model, like wanting to deploy something on premises in an enterprise. Could be two other companies. Yeah, I don't want to give you my private data, or maybe I can't because the regulations prevent me from doing so. But here, I can give you something that looks like that data that's going to help you develop the model that helps me. And so I think there's a lot of promise in this area, maybe some benefits for privacy if we can get away from some of the potential harms in the data scraping area, which I'll leave to somebody else.
Just to make sure I understand this, so from an influence perspective, you're not so much talking about access to money or capital but for researchers, but more about access to data. So like if there's
for sure, which ultimately is money, but
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So that's one potential approach to sort of keep the big industry in particular, more at arm's length.
I think it's a potential equalizer.
Yeah. Okay. Jump ball for Anat or Corinne, just in terms of ways to solve this this issue of think tankers and researchers being sort of beholden to their funders, or again to the people that have all the data on this space. How can we kind of lessen some of those influence concerns as they relate to AI policy or just policymaking generally?
Well, I can speak a little bit to that. I think that, there are many, many institutions, including academic institutions, that can look in the mirror and ask themselves how they can do better. So I think I always start kind of close to home. The AI is one shiny object these days. The other one is sustainability. At Stanford, sustainability, that opens a lot of doors if you say that magic word. And there we have a big debate about, the sustainability school and whether you should take money from oil companies and all of that. So it's the same everywhere, but, the key is for a lot of institutions, including academic institutions, is transparency about conflicts of interest. That's like a basic starting point of any discussion of how you generate your conclusion, who supported it, and all of that. We need a competent government. What it would take to collect enough taxes to do that, so that they can hire people, or that they can choose to listen to people who, and understand what they're saying and all of that. That's a long order. But I do think that in a lot of the institutions that are supposedly hovering and opining about this, including media, including academia, including think tank and all of that, we start with just knowing where we are and being honest. With the obvious objective is to, avoid the corruption of knowledge, to empower truth, all these good words.
Corinne, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Sure. So actually EFF has spent a lot of time thinking about this, partly because we've been repeatedly accused of being Google shells, because we took Cypre money from a Google privacy lawsuit, which is like, for those of you who don't know, Cypre is like what you do with the leftover settlement money, and the court can decide where it should go, and we're a privacy organization, so it went to us. And as a result of that, there was an organization that decided that EFF got funding from Google directly, which we didn't. And as a result of that, we get accused of being Google shills, even though we are up against them all the time. And our thing with them is like, we will stand with big tech when they stand with the users, and we are against them when they don't. And so we have a long history of dealing with this issue. And I do think that, you can't totally fix it. I mean, I don't feel personally upset about it. I know how my organization works, and I know that we're not influenced. But outside people don't know that. Okay. So what do? You have to, again, you are as transparent as possible in how you accept money. We try to be also very clear that, look, we take donations. Of course we do. We're a nonprofit. That's how we survive. But we take donations almost always. They're what are called general. I don't work on the fundraising side, I just know this. But we take general purpose funds. And what that means is we take money and then we decide how it gets spent. And we actually doesn't even mean the board. This is sort of a thing that's unusual about EFF as a nonprofit. The staff decides what our priorities are. The staff decides what is best for the internet, what we need to do at this time, and how to, what we need to deal with, and as I said, what our priorities should be. The board does not decide that. And I think that that is a better model, and it's a good, it gives the, because I think this is actually not the key thing. It's not just the perception. It is actually really, really important that the staff know and feel confident that if they have an idea about what to do, they don't have to worry about whether some funder is going to be okay with it or not. And that changes the culture of your organization. I will admit, it's a luxury. Smaller nonprofits, they don't have that luxury. And lots of organizations don't have that luxury. But where you do, I think that you should take advantage of it and make sure people know about it, because it leads to better work, which is the key part of the whole thing. Also leads to happier staffers who probably aren't getting paid as much as they could
Yeah,
in private sector.
And I should just note, it's not, in my reporting on this, I found just as much that it's not just, staffers at these organizations or researchers feeling like they can't say what they want to say, but also that they sort of feel compelled to say certain things as well. And that gets back to my point about biosecurity and AI risks. And again, right now, that's where I feel like the nexus is really, particularly in the AI safety space, you're getting a lot of that. And there are a lot of biosecurity researchers who feel sort of pressured to gin up some of these risks. So it really does go both ways, like what you can't say and then kind of what you should be saying, because the influence of that $5 million grant looming just around the horizon next year, if that vanishes, there's a whole institution behind you that's sort of relying on you to at least find some sort of nexus between AI and biosecurity. So yeah, really interesting points all around. I think now we're going to open it to questions. We have about 10, 15 minutes. Want somebody over here? Okay, yeah.
Hi, I'm a freelance journalist based in Brussels. I regularly cover conferences funded by big tech. You said that this conference, yeah, you said that this conference would have looked very differently if it had been funded by big tech. I can imagine it would have had more lawyers, probably someone from Google or Facebook. But in terms of the subject, in terms of perhaps the arguments that would have been made, what would that have looked like?
Well, for example, you wouldn't have possibly gotten Lena Khan and Cantor by themselves. I mean, they would have had to deal with, a whole, other side. And I've been in those panels many times when, it's a balanced panel, as was described. In Davos, in all kinds of locations where, they'll bring varied opinions. So you got, nonsense, other opinion, and they get equal time. So that's what can happen. Now, it might not be nonsense. It could be a good discussion. And even between, multiple academics, we saw some spirited discussions, and they were not industry themselves. So, at least here, the discussions are usually between academics in this conference, as opposed to like people with labels on them that they are coming from industry. The industry sponsored this conference. We would have to probably have actual industry people or people that the industry approves of, and it would have looked different. The organizers can maybe opine on that too, but or they can try to imagine what they would have done potentially differently, and would it have worked, or how much compromise they would have had to make if the conference was funded by big tech, which I think it's not.
These are some pretty meta questions we're getting into now. We should bring the organizers up here to do you have another one over here? Okay. They're like, no.
Hi, I'm a journalist as well from CNBC India, part of the Stigler's program. I want to ask Noor, or if anyone else, is there any competition among these generative, LLM models or generative AI to give the source? I tried with ChatGPT asking the question, why don't you tell me your source? And it or he or she said that, I look at many publicly available sources and use my own intelligence. And actually, if you do a Google on how Bard gives you an FAQ, Bard says the same thing, that we'll cite where we quote exactly, otherwise it's my original intelligence. Now, is there any competition among the LLMs to give the source? If there is that kind of a competition, we are kind of somewhat secure.
So I think Laura is a better person to answer this question. But my point about that would be, yes, some companies are definitely working on that. Part of the reason is if they can solve some of these problems, like they can potentially launch a better Google. Say Perplexity is trying, and there are other companies who are trying to do something like that. But it is also important to understand LLM itself, the core foundation. It's just a pattern recognizer, right? Like, so.
Large language models just don't do that. Sorry. Yes.
Do you have more? Yeah? Oh. think we are getting some feedback from the organizers. Asked and delivered.
I'm happy to say this conference is not funded by big tech, but I'm happy to also say, I was going to say in the final remarks that we got a small grant from the Knight Foundation for the drinks yesterday. So you can thank them for the beer and the wine. But Chicago Bull funded this conference. But I had a question for... I had a question actually. So one of the things that's interesting about computer sciences as an academic area is that the conferences are also the publication venues, right? So for most of the time. And then the conferences are, I think, Nick, you're touching a little bit more about it. I wonder if you can develop this a little bit more. So how do you think about the gatekeeping role of academia when academia itself becomes beholden to the amount of money that goes into conferences? And if there's, is this possible to change? How this has impacted the field? How have you witnessed that? And so anything you can say would be interesting, or anyone else who knows about it.
Yeah, I think it is possible, although I think one of the fundamental rules of organizations is they're organized for self-preservation, and I think the conference enterprise is sort of a prime example of that. Take the conferences in my area. Go look at the steering committees and the program committees. What fraction of those program committees are from Google, Microsoft? I'll stop there. Then go look at the funders. Okay, it's Google and Microsoft. Wait a second. I actually was on some of the steering committees for several of these conferences. One in my area is called Network Systems Design and Implementation. I was on that committee for many years. To empathy, I was like one of the few people on that steering committee not from industry. I suggested, hey, maybe we should separate the papers that are basically industry experience papers from like research papers. The ones that basically are just Google white papers explaining their 5-year-old data center technology that nobody can replicate. In other words, not science, but advertisement. And I was shot down. Guess why? Because basically the rest of the steering committee was Google and Microsoft. Guess what? I'm no longer on that steering committee. Why? Because part of it was I saw no room to move the needle, but also you quickly become persona non grata when you're telling your colleagues that they're basically submitting white paper advertisements in research paper clothing. And then look at the organization that's, to your point, running the conference. They've got no incentive to basically tell these people to speak truth to power either, because who's funding the conference? Google. So there you have it. I mean, it's unfortunately a little bit of a death spiral. But I actually think the way out might be to get out of the conference business, right? I mean, we have great publication mechanisms like Archive that actually they disseminate knowledge much faster. Now, not all of it's peer reviewed, right? So we gotta watch out for quality control. But there are much faster, much more efficient, much less gatekeeping prone mechanisms to disseminate knowledge these days, and it baffles me that we're in the era of like the 1980s where we're talking about research papers and like getting together and listening to PowerPoints as our primary mode of disseminating information. It's ridiculous. There's cheaper ways to do this. There's faster ways to do this. There are ways that we can do it in ways that are peer reviewed that don't have like two companies as gatekeepers.
Well, if Luigi was here, he would have definitely brought up the field of medicine and publications in that field that we've started looking at. Pharma controls a lot of the knowledge and the journals too. So even, true that in many of the social science fields, there's still a problem about data, and data sources and all that, but the problem is just across the board. It's variations on a theme. I actually recently, within the last year, since I was in this conference last time, I learned a new word. It's called agnotology. So agnotology is about creating ignorance or about kind of controlling. And it's a word that was dubbed by historians who started asking, related to what they study, they started asking, we're studying history, what we know, and of course, that goes to AI and generative AI, but what is it that we don't know, and why don't we know it? Or, what is it that we're confused about, and why it is that we're confused about it? So they started asking who controls what we know, and who wants us to remain ignorant about something, and all of that. And they had a 2-day conference that I attended just in May of last year, just less than a year ago, which was just fascinating and had a lot of different studies from different areas showing the way in which people controlled basic knowledge. And, there's examples I can give, but we are running out of time.
Yeah, I just want to react really quickly to a couple things Nick said. One, it's funny that the way I heard what you were saying, at least, was sort of, these digital tools that have been created or driven forward by many of these big tech giants are actually potentially a way to sort of break their stranglehold over some of the propagation of the research that drives policy. Yeah, and maybe there needs to be more of that, which I find really interesting. Also, just acknowledge on the white paper thing. We periodically cover the kind of white papers that come out of these companies, and the constant sort of concern, or I guess there's always this sort of sense of you don't want to. I think it's very useful as sort of a signaling mechanism for where the companies are in these specific points of view. But there is always this sort of sense of be careful not to give too much credence to this, because it looks like an academic paper. It's got all this But to your point, it often is just sort of a signaling mechanism.
That's just
for where
it. I
the
mean, it's
company
not that
is.
we don't have plenty to learn from this information.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we all want to read it, and that's basically why everyone's like, "Yeah, awesome. Let's get these papers in." But it's really a question of what's the veneer of legitimacy on that.
And that's we've basically brought, I think, every major institution in through the ringer here, except the media. And as a representative of the media, that's probably an oversight on my part. But that is something that you see. So I'll try. You did, and I'll try to, in the interest of intellectual honesty here, note that there are sometimes journalists who I think will, unquestioningly take some of those white papers with very interesting information, because these are the companies that are driving at the cutting edge of this technology. They're the only ones with access to this, and treat it like an uninterested, non-ideological, non-biased paper. And so that is, like any other institution, that is a risk in our institution as well, that we have to guard against. I think we have time for over. Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. Please. Yeah, you've got the thing.
I'm Utsav. I'm a pre-doctoral student with the Stigler Center. So with the conference, we've heard a lot about the American perspective and the European perspective. I was actually curious about the rest of the world. I don't know any of you can speak to other countries where maybe the tech companies have a large presence and might be the only source of funding for small organizations or independent researchers. How should they navigate these same issues?
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
So I just came from an event from at Stanford HAI. Actually, I was there. I was one of the panelists there, and we actually talked about tech companies and their role, in diffusing AI in the global South. So the thing is, and the paper that I will be releasing next week on archive. So we actually look at to what extent tech companies examining questions related to the global South, and we find that they are not paying much attention to that. So, and I mean, because the incentives are not aligned. I mean, they don't have to care about them because they don't have that much power, and that's why they're not taking into consideration how these tools might harm these kind of people. And also in terms of researchers, again, because AI is a really capital-intensive field at the moment, so it's not easy for those researchers to actually get into it and really offer competing models or ask really those hard questions. Like, hey, you created this model, this is what's happening. Right? For example, say Elon Musk released this model, very few organizations can even load that model to even analyze what's in there. right? And of course, they didn't disclose the basic things about that model. So yeah, for Global South, unfortunately at the moment, I don't have any good news, but we definitely need to think about that.
I know something about the Global South, too.
Go ahead. Yep. Very quickly.
Well, if you go back to, I looked into content moderation by some of the social media companies, say Facebook or Meta, and they were spending all the money in the U.S. They didn't even translate the terms of the community standards to many of the languages in which Facebook exists. And then in India, there was an interesting battle about net neutrality, which had to do with Facebook Basics, which is one of the ways that for many people, the only entry to the internet was through Facebook, and then Facebook walled off things, and then you had a few, in an incredible story, you had a few activists producing fun videos explaining to the public against a barrage of Facebook telling people on the platform. And of course, there was a lot of violence in Myanmar and in India that is propagated there, controlled by Modi and all that. So there's a lot of issues in the Global South, from just the old-fashioned, social media. AI, I'm sure, adds a layer.
I'm glad you.
Very quickly, the last other two over here.
I'm glad you brought up free basics, because I had that in my head and I saw it's nodding over here. I mean, this is an example of basically a big tech company going into a new market. And essentially, exploiting is kind of a loaded term, but essentially I think it's fair to say that you're exploiting basically inequities, right? So it's like, okay, well, these people don't have as much money as we do, so let's basically enter this market and take advantage of that to basically get access and again, data. And I think another topic that I work on in my research is equity. Equity of internet access historically, but one of the things that I think we see that I have not tackled in my own work yet, but is apparent, is that when you bring connectivity into a region where there are inequities, suddenly you get other kinds of equalizing. There's $60 billion now to bring internet access and make that somehow equitable. That's the beginning of the problem, because now we have gathering of data, we got privacy issues, security, safety. All that data is going to be feeding these AI models. So I think the next frontier is going to be like, well, where is that data coming from?
Yeah. Cool. Corinne, if you want to weigh in this very quickly, and then we're going to do one more question and then wrap it. Okay, great. Megan, I know you had your hand raised if you still want to do it. Yeah. And then that's the cut. That's the cutoff. But.
Hello, Megan Gray of Gray Matters. I just had a quick question. In listening to y'all, that I was struck by, with civil society being the token in so many of these meetings. In one respect, it's great that you at least have that one token in the meetings, because in standards meetings, where so many of these things are decided, you don't even have the token. And I think it's because it's not as visible. You don't have the optics. You don't have that sort of leverage. Is there a way that we could find a way to have that token in technical standard bodies? And two, I wonder if there's a way, like we have seen over the last 7 years with the elimination of manels, if we could use some of that pressure to visually designate on panels, this is somebody who's from big tech, this is somebody who is not, to try to very visually and viscerally identify that this is not a balanced perspective that's being portrayed.
Yeah, Corinne, right of first refusal here.
Yeah, 100%. So actually EFF has some experience with trying to engage with standards processes, and it is a struggle. It is not, I think folks who've been around for a while have an image of standards processes from like 2 decades ago, and it's like a bunch of technologists are in the room and they'll figure things out. And I wasn't around then, so I don't know, but I can tell you now, that's not how it works, and it hasn't been for a while. The people who influence a lot of technical standards are the people who can afford to send people year after year, month after month, and engage in these conversations. And civil society just can't do it. We've tried in a couple places, and Cory Doctorow, God love him, fought the good fight around DRM and browsers, but it's just, we have to make choices about our donors' money. and where we can actually be influential and where we can't. And standards bodies are not usually a good use of that money. And I don't really know how to fix that, to be honest with you, because it's just such a long game. You know, you really have to have endurance. And so to me, a better path there would actually for academics, I think. I could see maybe academics coming in and getting some funding to, again, though, it's a long-term thing. You gotta be there for a while, and there's a lot of money on the other side. And then to your other question, I mean, I do, frankly, I get invited to panels all the time. They're like, oh, hi, civil society, I'll be here. You know, that already happens. And it's okay. I mean, I'm glad to be here to have a conversation and talk to people from different sectors. That's not a problem. But I don't think, to be honest, the change isn't gonna happen in conferences like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's important for us to share knowledge and insights with each other. That is worth doing. But that's not how the change happens. The change happens when we're in the room where it happens.
Yeah,
I think go ahead, Nick. Yeah, and then
I think this to the standards question. I think I agree with everything Corinne says. I think it's worth noting that the IETF over the last maybe 5 years, I've seen new working groups related to human rights considerations, et cetera, which didn't exist at all before. So that's good. And you see groups like the Center for Democracy and Technology and others chairing those groups. But I think everything that Corinne says, money, resources, etc. Also, it's on the side. It's over here. There's this research group, this working group is dedicated to that. And meanwhile, there's standards working groups over here, cranking out standards. And so, I don't know, much like the discussion of ethics, the instruction of ethics in computer science and thinking about integrative approaches, I find it a bit weird that you've got human rights thing over here and they're writing documents, and then you've got standard stuff going on over here. So we got a ways to go. But
Noor, not burning last thoughts on that question or anything?
Just to say that, academics also have incentive to publish in their journals. So even going to this advisory board, which I've seen play out, and where I saw it play out, some people, someplace will want somebody unconflicted, other people won't. So it really varies with the policies. People is policy, but anyway, so it's hard to play that game long term. And most academics don't want to.
So I'm a pre-tenure academic. I can't play that long game yet. So
I say to people, don't go there before tenure. So why are you here?
Well, we'll leave that for another panel, another conference. With that, we are out of time. I'm supposed to say this, but in this case, I really believe it. This was a great panel. This was really, really interesting. We obviously went a little over time, but I think that was because of all the engaging answers. I want to give a round of applause to our panelists. And everybody who stuck around to the end here and on the live stream. Thanks so much. And I think our organizer has a few words that he wants to
Just
share.
some final words. So I actually have an answer for the question, because I did ask ChatGPT how would the Stigler conference look like if it was funded by big tech. Wow. And the answer was the conference would feature prominent figures from big tech as keynote speakers, along with academics and policymakers who have collaborated with or have interests aligned with the tech industry.
I've been to that conference. Yeah.
Big tech companies will use the conference as an opportunity to showcase their latest innovations and products. So I think this starts to give you an answer that comes from the companies themselves. But moving beyond that, so thank you very much. These are incredibly interesting and engaging 2 days. And I think what makes this conference, first of all, is everybody's participation and engagement. So a big round of applause to everyone who's here, who stick around and participated. Thank you. I also wanted to say that if you've been inspired, outraged, or anything otherwise, ProMarket's there for this. We try to keep ProMarket as our ongoing annual conference. So if you have any thoughts about anything you heard today, go to ProMarket, submit your pieces. They will be very welcome. As you can imagine, organizing this conference is really no small feat. So we have a lot of people to thank on the organization to make sure this happened, starting with the University of Chicago booth that funds this conference, and also, as I mentioned, the Knight Foundation, who funded the drinks yesterday. So thank you to them. And in particular, I think to our team, that's very important to recognize. So our videographers, Gabriel and Zach, and our AV tech people have been live streaming and recording these 2 days. Thank you very much. Look out for the videos. They're going to be online next week, and we can continue engaging in these conversations. We also have the Stigler Center research professionals, Thomas, Kwadja, Shashank, and Lorenzo, for setting up the Q&A, and also Utsav for promoting the conference across social media and other platforms. So thank you. ProMarket editorial board, Brooke and Andy, as well as student editors Will and Surya for their coverage, extensive live tweeting for ProMarket, as well as compiling the pools that we're going to discuss later, and also compiling the material that you saw before the conference. So thank you very much. And then our administrative team that includes Brianna, Rachel, Sodom, and Sebastian for all the planning, marketing, promotion. They really like work non-stop, and it's really crazy. So we literally wouldn't be here if it weren't for them, so thank you very much. And then last but not least, my fellow conference organizers, Luigi and Guy. Luigi unfortunately couldn't be here today because he was sick, as we mentioned, but was sorry to loss, but I'm sure he's watching us from home, so thank you. It was really a pleasure. We are confirming the 2025 conference date. We're going to release it soon, but it's going to be mid-May, mid-April, Thursday and Friday. Save the dates. And thank you everybody again who participated. These were 2 great days, 2 great discussions. So we hope to host you again next year.